Morning, everyone. It's just coming up to 11 o'clock. So, welcome to Planning Committee, 29th of June, Baines Planning Committee. My name's Councillor Sue Craig and I'm chair of the committee. Please, can I remind anyone if they have anything electronic that makes a noise to turn it to quiet, please. The meeting's being filmed, so if anyone has a problem with appearing on film, any of the speakers, can you please let the people at the back here know? Agenda item 1, I'll just pass across the Democratic Services Officer to read out the emergency evacuation procedure.
If a continuous alarm sounds, you must evacuate the building by one of the designated exits and proceed to the named assembly point. The designated exits are signposted. From this room, you can use the main door and then the main exit of the building. The assembly point for this building is in Orange Grove on the green outside Browns. Arrangements are in place for the safe evacuation of disabled people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karina. And do we have any apologies for absence or substitutions, please?
Yes, we've got Councillor Matt McCabe is substituting for Councillor Duncan Hounsell and Councillor Rob Appleyard substituting for Councillor Shelley Bromley.
Thank you. And can I ask if we have any declarations of interest? Councillor Crossley?
Yes, I have a declaration of interest on item 2 on the site visits because my original objection comment was very direct and would lead anyone to think that I'm predetermined on this application. So I will leave the table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCabe?
Yeah, I'm the same on Homewood Park, so I'll be addressing as ward councillor and then leaving during the debate.
Councillor Jackson?
Going to play second violin to Councillor Hughes, actually, because we both have the same issue, more or less, with the Silver Street application. I think I'm a member of, the thing to note is I'm a member of Westfield Parish Council, and Westfield Parish Council has vehemently opposed this development. I've been to the Planning Inspector's inquiry and opposed it, and so your average OAP on the bus in Silver Street would not think it was logical if I were to then vote in favour of this application. In other words, I'm constrained by past history, so therefore I will be withdrawing with Councillor Hughes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Hughes?
Yes, for the
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else from anybody? No? Thank you. There is no urgent business agreed by the chair. And I'll pass across to Karina again to explain how the public speaking procedure will work.
Thank you, Chair. Speakers will be called to speak immediately after the case officer has made their presentation about the application. The order of speakers and the time allowed for speaking will be as follows. Parish Town Council representatives will speak first and will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Objectors to an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Supporters of an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. If there is more than one objector or supporter of an application, they must share the 3 minutes allowed to each side. Ward councillors not on the committee who have indicated that they wish to speak about an application may do so for a maximum of 5 minutes. Speeches will be timed by the traffic light system you can see on the table in front of me. At the start, the light will be green and will turn to amber when there is 1 minute of speaking time remaining. When the light turns red, speakers should immediately conclude their remarks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Agenda item 6 minutes. Have they been read, noted? Councillor Jackson? Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Simmons, you're seconding that? Thank you very much. I'll sign those in a moment. So we'll move on to the morning's applications. We have two which were referred as site visits at our previous meeting, and the first of those is Homewood Park Hotel. So if I can pass to the officer to do her presentation. Thank you, Isabel.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so this application was deferred for a site visit at Homewood Park Hotel. It's for the erection of a side rear and front extension to the existing spa, new guest suites, a meeting and event space, admin office and ancillary accommodation, following the demolition of a number of buildings on the site. Additional car parking, soft landscaping is also proposed. So just a quick verbal update on this one. An email was sent to officers, and I think a number of ward councillors were copied in this morning from the chair of Freshford Parish Council. The email related to the planning history surrounding the stable block and its retention in potential breach of a condition from a planning application, I believe approved in 2001, and also the subsequent re-roofing of the building. Officers consider that as 10 years have passed since the breach of the condition, and aerial photographs indicate the new roof was in place by 2009, that the building in its current form is lawful and there is no enforcement issue. Officers are therefore satisfied that the judgment within the committee report is sound in this regard. Sorry, there we go. So here we've got the site location plan. So this is the same presentation as before, so members will have seen this, but just to run through it again. So the hotel owns everything within the blue line, but the application is subject to everything within the red line. This is just an aerial photo of the site. So the stable block is here. The spa building is over here for reference for those that were on the site visit. So this is a plan of the buildings to be demolished. They've got a sort of hashed line around them, and then the new built form in green. It's just quite helpful to be able to see against sort of the existing and proposed footprints. Then you've got the existing site plan. Again, you've got the stable block here, the existing spa here, the building over here. And the proposed site plan. So the new guest accommodation there, the extensions to the spa, and the new sort of events meeting space here. And then what I've included on the next slide, I think this is requested on the site visit, is the two site plans side by side, just so you can kind of see the changes in the footprints of the building a little bit more clearly. It's got the ground floor as existing, so this is the stable building here. This is the garage, store, and the kennels over here to be demolished. And then you've got the existing spa building. The roof plan is existing again, so stable block, kennels, and the spa, and the garage store down here. Sorry, this is being very slow today. There we go. So the proposed ground floor plan, so you've got 3 of the guest suites on the ground floor, and then there's another 3 proposed above. The meeting event space, and then the extensions to the spa, and the new sort of fitness suite gym area here. And the first floor plan, so obviously all of these elements on the spa and the fitness suite and the event space are a single story, so you've just got the roof, but you can see the 3 new guest suites there. And then the roof plan. So these are the elevations of the main hotel, just for reference. There's no changes proposed to the main hotel building. Got the elevations of the existing stables, the garage and store area, and the existing spa and kennels. Then we've got the proposed guest suites, so 3 separate buildings, each with 2 guest suites within them. And again, the private dining space, event space, and the guest suites at the bottom. This is the front elevation, which faces sort of down the hill towards the properties which we visited on the site visit. I've then just included a bit of a zoomed in image of the guest accommodation roof plan. I know there's been some concern raised about the proposed terrace and kind of overlooking issues. So the terrace areas are mainly sort of enclosed within the middle of the roof space with this walkway to the front. So really that's sort of, I don't know the exact width, but kind of wide enough for one person really to sort of stand and look out from those roof terraces. And then we've got the proposed spa elevations. And then just the site elevations with a bit more context. So this is as if we were standing looking towards the spa and the new guest accommodation when we were on site. We stood behind the hotel. And then the proposed landscaping plan. So a new 2-metre hedge is proposed in sort of a U shape. That was marked out on the site visit with the red and white tape, members will remember. And some new tree planting is also proposed. And some site photos. So this is the main hotel with no change to any of these elevations. This is the existing stable building, another kind of garage store here. Some further elevations of the sort of outbuildings to be demolished. These are taken from the submission. I think they just show them a little bit clearer than some of my photos do. This is the existing spa and hedge to the rear. And then a couple of photos just looking down the hill towards the neighbouring properties. And then I've just included a couple which have the sort of height of the hedge, the 2-metre hedge marked out. This one is obviously from down the hill looking up. This one is looking down the hill towards the neighbouring properties. And then this one here is stood as if you were sort of at ground floor level in the new guest accommodation. And then finally, again, from the submission, I think this is quite a helpful one because it just shows the whole hotel in context with the various buildings labelled on it. And then a couple of long-range views just to show the hotel in more context. So the application is recommended for permission subject to the conditions listed within the committee report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have 4 speakers on this one. Could I have Gary Parker, if he's here, to step up first of all? If you turn the microphone on when you're ready. If you bring it close. Yeah, when you're ready, bring it close to you. You can move it. So.
Good morning, everyone. So today's the culmination of a lengthy process that our community was only lately consulted on, with a mere 2 weeks to respond. Despite that, nearly 50 residents and 2 parish councils objected strongly to this unneighborly and domineering application. The planning constraints are Greenbelt, A, O, and B, and as the hotel is seeking to expand into a field, agricultural land classification. We would argue that the planning officers are here applying these principles in a way inconsistent with other applications and beyond what's reasonable. And as an example, can I draw your attention to building G in the list of buildings to be demolished? You won't have seen it on your site visit as it was removed shortly after the hotel was purchased Homewood Lodge. Now, this building was a dilapidated corrugated iron tractor shed in a field. It's not in the curtilage of the hotel or Homewood Lodge. There's just one picture of it on page 8 of the Design and Access Statement. It was never in the hotel's ancillary use. So I'd ask, would this shed that's sited on agricultural land, without even change of use, be allowed to count towards residential new build in other applications? And we now have the correct figures enabling us to see clearly that the new buildings are being made materially larger. Even setting aside the highly dubious repurposing of the buildings to be demolished, the new buildings represent an increase in volume of over 27%. 27%. Again, would this be acceptable in a similar application? The officers also disregard the very special circumstances that allowed the hotel spa to be built despite harm to the Greenbelt. Far from being hidden, as was promised, the spa is being extended by 34% beyond the hotel's curtilage into fields. The hotel grounds and gardens are also being extended into these fields, which should be protected from such development by their agricultural land classification and by the Greenbelt. The application seeks to transform and dominate this protected landscape. It will lead to increased visual impacts given the site's elevated position, a loss of openness, more traffic, noise, and light pollution. As one illustration, the hotel's nearest neighbors are already suffering noise nuisance from 4 outdoor jacuzzis in the new hotel annex, and 6 more of these are planned for the guest suites. Overall, this application will result in a loss of residential amenity and a degradation of this area of outstanding natural beauty. In order to justify it, the planning officer's interpretation of the exceptions stretches what could or should be permitted to a completely unacceptable degree. Accordingly, we hope this meeting will recognize this application constitutes inappropriate development and be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now if you could have Kevin Murphy, please.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. At the last committee, these proposals were carefully explained by your case officer and a number of key issues debated. We recognise this is a complex planning application that needs to be properly considered. Many of you attended the site visit last week, which I trust has been helpful in assisting your understanding of the proposals and in alleviating any concerns you may have had. A key concern was that of privacy and the potential overlooking of neighbours from the new guest accommodation. On site, you will have seen the line of the proposed new hedgerow set out with tapes and posts to illustrate the screening this will achieve. This clearly demonstrates there will be no intervisibility between the new ground floor openings or terraces and the properties in Pipe House Lane. Indeed, views from this level will be over the rooftops towards the hills beyond. At first floor, the narrow bedroom slot windows are over 90 metres or 295 feet away from the first floor bedroom window in Littlemead. Notwithstanding this rural setting, this is over 4 times the privacy distance generally accepted in planning terms and considerably more than most of the village houses enjoy between themselves. The longevity of any new planting was also questioned. Your officers have confirmed there has been no breach of previous planning conditions, and if you're minded to approve, we are happy to agree a stricter landscape condition ensuring new planting remains in place in perpetuity. Whilst your officers have confirmed again that noise is not an issue, we have also agreed to a condition which ties the use of the small event space to hotel licensing hours. These proposals comprise the demolition and replacement of existing buildings on the same footprint, together with modest extensions to the spa and significant landscape and habitat improvements. The extensive new planting, including native species hedgerow, wildflower orchard, and the 60 trees previously planted, will enhance the setting and improve biodiversity. Over the past 2 years, we have worked closely with your officers and made 2 pre-application submissions. The principle and quantum of development has been agreed and fully explained in your officer's report. We have listened to feedback from residents, engaged with both parish councils, and made significant changes to the design in response. These proposals are sustainable, energy efficient, and environmentally sensitive. They are fully supported by all your officers, including ecology and landscape, and neither Natural England or Highways England raise any concerns subject to conditions we have agreed. These proposals are fully policy compliant. The final phase of development will secure the long-term post-COVID viability of this established hotel, an important local employer and contributor to Bath's tourism offer. To conclude, I would like to thank you again for this opportunity to speak and urge you to support your officers' well-considered and professional recommendation to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now if I could have John Adler from Freshford Parish Council, please. Would you like to turn your microphone on?
Thank you. Freshford Parish Council lodged a strong objection to this application on a number of issues, most of which have been covered by others. What should be mentioned is it is well understood within the community that the continual development of the site, whilst the community is far from against Homewood Park Hotel existing, there is a huge increase in light pollution in the area that is significant. this development will increase that light pollution. It became clear a day and a half ago that the stables were in fact a temporary structure. There was a planning application for renewal of its existence in 1999, and it should have been taken down. There's a condition stating that the stables should exist until 2005, by which time the land should be returned to its former state. That never happened. Secondly, there was no roof on the structure until 2007. This means that there is no planning permission for the stables. The question that I have raised is, how should the structure be utilized in sizing calculations? The size of the stable area is massive in compared to Homewood Lodge. It was part of the Homewood Lodge building, not Homewood Park at the time, and it was finger in the air, 100, 120, 150% size of the house itself. Surely this building cannot be used to justify a further expansion of the premises. This is not a conversion of an existing building. This is removal and replacement. It's a rebuild. Therefore, surely the 30% rule on the size of the building in 1948 should apply. If an expansion of this building is approved, it sets the precedent whereby planning rules are really irrelevant. It's suggesting that people can then build what they like, cross their fingers, hope they're not caught within the time period. If they're not, then they can extend further. But I would suggest, I appreciate the time, I would suggest that actually, if you are not a commercial developer, you'll be held accountable on size and only allowed a further 30% increase on your original property, not an increase on 100%. Thank you. I appreciate the time, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor McCabe, are you speaking? Then if I could ask you to join the audience afterwards.
Thank you, Chair. This is a prominent site, and now everyone's had a chance to have a look at it following the site visit. We start with some planning decisions in the past that have not been adhered to. So the boundary hedge that was supposed to hide the spa is around about half the size height it should be. And in fact, looking at one of the aerial photos last night that Mr. Adler sent round, you can see that in the past the hedge was considerably larger and clearly hiding the building. So that has slipped somehow, and we understand from officers that is because the original condition didn't say in perpetuity. Clearly, though, the intention of a condition which was to hide the extension one would assume was for the lifetime of that extension, to keep it hidden. But apparently that is not the case. Then we have the fact that, as again Mr. Adler has just raised, that there is a building that had no planning permission, which is over 100% larger than the house that it was part of the curtilage of. Suddenly, even though it had no permission, that volume suddenly counts towards the development volume allowed under this application. You can appreciate how local residents are really struggling to understand why planning laws allow this. We go from the stables, which is a single-storey building with a pointy roof that has no planning permission, to something, as Mr. Parker raised, that is materially larger and is on 2 stories and is overlooking the view and the neighbours' properties. And again, you can appreciate why, for those of us who have now had the opportunity to stand in Mr. Parker's bedroom and look up at the site, can appreciate why he is very concerned that this is going to have a huge impact on his privacy in his house. The notion of harm in the Greenbelt and area of outstanding natural beauty, funnily enough, is going to be a theme today in all the applications. But in this one, we do have an extension out from the property boundary into the Greenbelt. Now, we understood from the site visit, it was explained that that is onto a manege, which counts as previously developed land, even though there was a condition in the past that that manege was supposed to have been removed and the land restored to its original condition. Again, not planning condition that was not met. So again, you can understand why neighbours find this incredibly puzzling, as do the ward councillors, why this should be allowed to be the case. So we have that extension. We have the height now being 2 stories with accompanying light spill. But you may feel that that is acceptable. I'm not sure quite how, but you may feel that's acceptable. You may feel it's certainly better than the original condition, the original application that came in, and the applicant has certainly made changes to address some of that overlooking, and the second story on the spa has been removed. So the applicant has made an effort, and indeed the planting would seem to go some way towards meeting the concerns of residents. But I think it's the concern really, as Mr. Adler pointed out, is by allowing volumes that were illegally obtained to count. I mean, it's not the fault of the current applicant, but to allow those volumes to count in the current application, again, I think you should be asking some very, very tough questions of our legal colleagues and our enforcement colleagues who are here in the room. Height overlooking the loss of amenity, and whether or not these buildings really do, this second story, you go from 1 pointy roof over a stables to 3 pointy roofs and 3 balconies on that second floor overlooking the view, whether that really does constitute harm in the Greenbelt. Something we will be coming back to as the day wears on. Thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. So, questions, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm afraid I've got a number of questions. Firstly, there's the one that was raised by Freshfield Parish Council about whether we should be counting into the volume calculations buildings which didn't have planning permission in the first place, and what the status of the stables actually is. And we've now heard again that the menage was supposed to be removed and wasn't. So I wondered, from an enforcement point of view, what status we should give to these measurements. That's the first point. Secondly, in the presentation, I'm afraid I would have liked to see a location map, and I wondered just exactly how far this hotel is from, I'm going to say civilization, I mean from the settlement of Freshford, where it actually stands, because we were so busy trying to find you on the site visit, we rattled round the lanes and I got disorientated. So that's the second point, the location. And I'm afraid I didn't quite understand about the increase in car parking. If the officer could just indicate on a slide by how much the car parking is going to increase, because I haven't taken that one in either. And finally, it's my recollection that there is a Freshford neighbourhood plan, and I was wondering what was in that neighbourhood plan with regard to the development of the hotel and spa, or whether this is something subsequent, some plan that's come along following. Freshford neighbourhood plan, I seem to remember, was pretty well the first to be adopted. So that's 2015, I think. So does that have any bearing? That's the question.
Okay, thank you very much. Isabel, I don't know which one of those you want to take. I don't know if Richard's going to take the enforcement one, but
Yeah, I mean, I can start with the enforcement one. So this was brought to my attention in the early hours of this morning. So I have had quite limited time to look into this in any detail. However, it's my understanding that the stable and potentially the menage, although I, again, haven't looked at the plans in detail, were given permission in 1999 or 2001, around that time. And that there was a condition on there that they should be removed and the land reinstated in 2005. Obviously, this didn't happen. So technically, yes, that building was at that time in breach of that condition. However, over 10 years has passed since 2005, and therefore that building is now lawful. Aerial imagery indicates that it was re-roofed definitely sometime by 2009 on council imagery. So again, that's 10 years, more than 10 years has passed since that time. So the stable building in its current form is considered to be an ancillary building of the hotel and is lawful. And as far as I'm aware, there's not the opportunity to take any enforcement action against that. I don't know, Rich, if you've got a different view on that.
No, just to echo what Izzy's just said there. Once a building obtains lawfulness, it doesn't matter if it didn't have planning permission in the first instance. It's lawful in planning terms as a building. Yeah, it's lawful as a building that can be taken into consideration. There's no enforcement action that can be taken against that. I have had a look on the database. We've never actually received any complaints about this. So clearly there was a breach of condition. It was supposed to have been removed, as I understand, by 2005, and around about 2007, 8-ish. A roof was added to that. That was never reported to the council and consequently could not have been investigated. We rely on reports coming into us. So if something doesn't get reported, doesn't get investigated, ultimately becomes immune, it is then lawful in planning terms. So yeah, that is the status of it. It's lawful.
Thank you, Rich. On the second point, I'll just go back to the site location plan, which I have available. Sorry, many a slide. So yeah, so I don't have anything more zoomed out than this, I'm afraid. But the properties which you and Sean joined us out on the site visit, Eleanor, were, this is Little Mead just here. So this is a property we actually went inside. So hopefully that sort of helps you get your bearings. Obviously you can see that there's kind of a cluster of buildings here. So hopefully that one's useful. Apologies, I don't have anything that's zoomed any further out than that. In regards to the car parking, so this is the proposed site plan. So as you drive into the hotel from Abbey Lane, there's a single kind of width access, tarmac access track into the hotel, and then the main car parking area is over here and here. So what's being proposed is additional car parking spaces just alongside that access track to be used kind of when required. So that's the extent of the, oh, and here, sorry, as well. That's the extent of the proposed car parking.
to answer all your questions, Councillor Jackson. All right, yeah.
Apologies. I don't believe there is a neighbourhood plan for Freshford. I might be, oh no, sorry, there is a neighbourhood plan for Freshford, but there isn't, sorry, an allocation or anything like that for the hotel, as far as I'm aware. So I don't think, it would have any bearing. There's nothing in there sort of preventing additional development at the hotel site. Obviously, there will be relevant policies in terms of design and various other aspects. Officers have concluded the application is acceptable in that regard, but members may want to come to a different conclusion on those matters.
Thank you. Councillor Appleyard.
Yes, there was a comment about light pollution, and I was reading the officer's report on that, and obviously it's a technical issue. And I suppose my question is, are we satisfied that the light coming from the site will be just seen as a glow, as opposed to any direct light shining maybe into people's eyes, if you can understand from that. Has there been enough work done to make sure that they haven't got the second type of lighting happening? And if it's just a glow in the sky, well, that's what happens. But if it's a direct shine, I would be concerned. How do we know?
Thank you. I'll just go to the elevations. So obviously the kind of technical stuff in the report will have been, that's been assessed by our ecologist in terms of light spill from bats, for, you know, the impact on bats, etc. But in terms of residential amenity, sorry, here we are. So this slide here shows the guest accommodation, which is obviously kind of facing down the hill towards, you know, towards some residential properties. So on the first floor, we've got these quite narrow windows, which are essentially floor to ceiling, but they are very narrow. Obviously, yes, on the bottom floor there are these double doors, but they will be largely screened by the proposed landscaping. So in that regard, I would say, you know, from the ground floor, it's likely to be just sort of a glow, additional lighting. You know, if the lights are on in these windows, yes, there will be a view of that lighting, but the distance from the guest suites to the properties at the bottom of the hill, about 80 metres, give or take, depending on where you measure from, it's not likely that that's going to be shining so brightly that that's going to cause a really significant impact in terms of light spill. And it's going to be, you know, those windows are going to be red in, you know, sort of in relation to the other windows on the hotel site. We've obviously also got the spa building, which again faces out towards the neighbouring properties with some additional glazing. It's my understanding that this building won't be used into the later hours of the evening, but you know, in the winter months and those months where it gets darker earlier, again, yes, there will be some light spill. But I don't, you know, my view is as an officer that that's not going to be significant to the point that it's going to really, you know, be shining brightly into people's eyes, and those windows will be red with the rest of the hotel building and is likely to kind of be, you know, a glow as sort of you've described. So it is a matter of judgment. That's sort of the judgment that officers have come to, and, you know.
And would the same consideration on the external lighting, because obviously there's additional car parking areas there that needs to be lit, and so is that done sensitively?
Yeah, so the car parking is actually tucked behind, back to the site plan, is tucked kind of behind the hotel, and actually it's going to have a very limited impact on neighbours. I don't think that this area is lit from memory, but I can't remember exactly from the site visit. There is a condition on which is listed for any new external lighting they would need planning permission for. We would have to, they would need to discharge the condition, so we'd need to approve those details. That has been put on largely for ecological reasons, but would also have the added benefit of residential amenity. So, you know, I think that condition kind of does square off that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, Councillor McPhee?
Just to double.
Thank you, Thank you, Councillor. Yes, absolutely. I would concur completely with what you've heard from your officers today in terms of the period of immunity being 10 years, and that is statutory immunity, so it is lawful after 10 years. The idea behind that is that if something is in breach of the condition, it hasn't been reported, that the law sees that as lawful because it's not causing people a nuisance, otherwise they would have reported it, etc. So that's the idea behind the reason that it becomes immune, but it is a lawful immunity after that 10-year period.
And coming on to
So the hedge in question is at the rear of the existing spa building. Find the photo. So the hedge in question is this hedge here, which currently is behind the existing spa. If this application were approved, that hedge would be removed. However, when the spa was built, there was a condition put on that application to ensure that any sort of trees and hedges were protected during construction, and that they were essentially retained. However, that condition didn't control them being retained in perpetuity. It didn't control whether or not they were pruned or trimmed, etc. So the applicant has every right, if they want to remove that hedge. They're allowed to trim it. There's been absolutely no breach of enforcement surrounding that hedge. Obviously, the proposals for this application do include additional planting. So this hedge here and the planting here and the trees. And the condition has been worded in a way that if any of those trees or planting were diseased or died or had to be removed within the next 10 years, they'd be replaced. And it's also been worded in the condition that any soft landscaping and hard landscaping works are retained permanently for the lifetime of the development. So that, essentially protects against what's happened with that hedge at the moment. So they haven't done anything wrong by pruning that hedge, is the short answer.
Yeah.
So the condition seeks landscaping details to be provided and then for them to be implemented in accordance with the details that they've given us. So, a 2-metre hedge is shown on the plans here. The condition would expect them to submit 2-metre hedge, and therefore that's what we would expect to be retained. I mean, the condition could be strengthened, I suppose, to specifically state that hedge should be kept where possible to a height of 2 metres. I mean, there has to be some allowance for pruning and trimming within reason to maintain the health of that hedge. But that is possibly something that could be put into the condition to make it more specific in that regard. Yeah, so the condition at the moment seeks that hard and soft landscaping details are submitted to the council for assessment. So that's certainly something which we would look at. We would expect written specifications of the type of planting, obviously the scale of it, the schedule of it being planted, etc. So that is something that we would consider when the discharge of condition application came in if this development was approved.
Could you turn your mic on, please, and put it a bit closer to you as well?
I beg your pardon.
So yeah, the guest suites, I believe, do include jacuzzi, hot tubs. I have consulted with Environmental Protection on this application, who have raised no objection. Following the previous committee meeting where concerns were raised about sort of a noise assessment, etc., I did consult with them again. They haven't raised any sort of particular concern. I mean, I am aware that sort of hot tubs do make some noise, but not, they're not majorly noisy, although they may have an impact on the neighbouring properties. It's not something which officers consider to be a reason for refusal, but that's a issue for the committee to decide.
Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. You've partially answered a question to Councillor McPhee, but I'm just continuing with this issue about noise and noise complaints. The agent mentions offering to restrict outside use to the licensing hours. So first of all, could you confirm what the licensing hours are?
Yeah, so condition 15 has been added following the previous committee meeting. This actually just relates to the event and meeting space, not the guest accommodation. So I don't have the licensing in front of me this time, but I believe that the sale of alcohol indoors and live music indoors is licensed between 7 a.m. and 1 a.m. currently at the hotel. So the condition that officers have recommended is worded: the event meeting space hereby approved shall not be used outside of the following hours, Monday to Sunday inclusive, 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. hours the next day.
So they could still continue to use outside space for events and entertainment until 1 o'clock in the morning?
I guess in theory, but ultimately at the moment the existing hotel can do that. I think it would be unreasonable to condition the use of outdoor space when the hotel can currently operate in this way. I mean, no additional sort of outdoor space is really proposed. I mean, you can see on this plan actually that the proposed meeting space obviously is here. This area is a car park and is proposed to remain a car park. So there's not really any outdoor space within sort of the remit of this application which we could particularly put a condition on, and especially given that that isn't conditioned at the moment for the whole hotel. I'm not sure it would pass the 6 tests for attaching conditions.
But am I right in Baines, we generally condition any type of bar, restaurant or nightclub to not permit any outside use after 10 p.m?
I don't think that's necessarily true for the whole of Baines, and that, you know, everything's assessed on its own merit. So I think we have to assess this within the context of what's already permissible on the site, what's already being allowed, and what's being proposed.
Okay, thank you. Just one final question. So we've heard about a number of historic infringements. Can you clarify, are there any current infringements that are still outstanding, or have they all been dealt with, including like noise complaints?
In terms of planning, I believe there are outstanding enforcement matters on this site. However, they are being currently investigated by the enforcement team, so it's probably not appropriate to discuss those at the moment. However, none of them relate directly to this application and wouldn't impact this application being permitted or refused. In terms of other complaints, such as noise complaints to environmental protection, I don't have details of any of those. That is dealt under separate legislation through separate departments in the council.
Okay, Councillor Hodgson, I'll come back to Councillor Appleyard.
Hello? Oh, that's better, yeah. Thanks, Aziz. There's three questions, actually, one related to volume, one trees, and one to the balconies. So I want to go back to this issue of policy and the volume and exception D and whether it's materially, the conclusion that it's not materially larger. But, in the original version of the report we received, the paragraph of the current built volume and the resulting built volume represented a 13.9% increase. And then there's a second report which reviewed that as the current volume, current built form being 1295. The percentage increase wasn't put in the text, but that would make a 16% increase. And I just want to, we now have the current built form is 1181 in the latest update report, and I'd just like you to confirm that it is 27% increase now, as mentioned by one of the speakers, and whether you still feel that 27% isn't materially larger, taking into consideration the other spatial aspects. And the other 2 points I wanted to make was to do with the landscaping plan. It was very clear to me from the site visit about the impact on the residents in one particular location, and I was looking at the trees on the landscaping plan, and am I correct in thinking they're planted as 12 to 15 centimetre, which are really tiny widths for trees? There's a whole range of sizes they could have been. Was there any attempts to negotiate bigger trees, bigger sizes to start with, because it's going to take a long time for those to mature? And finally, the balconies. I wouldn't mind seeing more detail on the screening of the balconies, again, because that building is very prominent in the sightline of the neighbouring properties. high the screening is, and whether those hours of being outside 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. also apply to the balconies that are overlooking, and whether there are any jacuzzis on the balconies that could be placed there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodge. Yep, so in terms of the exceptions and the volumes, I don't actually have the percentage in front of me, although I have to say from just quickly doing it on my phone, about 27% does sound about right mathematically. I think the important thing with materially larger is it's kind of not the same as when you would have an extension. I know I've heard the sort of 30% rule being thrown around a couple of times this morning. That sort of rule of a third is really only applicable to extensions, and you know, if you're doing an extension, we would consider something around a third proportionate. Materially larger is a different assessment. It is a judgment, so committee are absolutely within their right to come to a different judgment to officers on this, but it is spatial. There is a spatial aspect to it, so looking at things like the height, the footprint, the volume, all of those aspects together, but then also the visual aspect, and I think that is equally as important, because, and I think the judgment that officers have come to here is, yes, the volume on its own, absolutely, you could look at that and think, yes, that is materially larger. I think in the context of the footprints, which I'll skip back to as I'm talking, the proposed built form is in filling sort of existing gaps, if you like, in the existing buildings. Actually, that one's quite helpful. You know, yes, the spar is extending to the rear, but apart from that, there's not really much additional kind of spread of the built form. The buildings will be read, you know, from any sort of distance as part of the hotel complex and within that cluster. So officers have come to the judgment that actually visually, it's not going to appear materially larger within the context that's currently there. However, you know, that is a matter for planning judgment, and if members want to come to a different view on that, you know, that's kind of up to you. So yes, volume is one aspect of it, but it has to be considered, you know, kind of in the round with the other aspects. In terms of the trees, I can't remember the exact heights of those which are proposed. However, again, you know, our landscaping condition does secure them to provide details of, yes, I believe you're right, actually, I can just see that on there. Does seek to secure details of the size and specification of the trees which will be planted. So that is something that, you know, we could request at that stage, that they are bigger in size than that. You know, obviously there is only a certain sort of size of tree, I suppose, that you can reasonably get to the site, but we understand that, you know, the more mature that they come into place, the better in terms of the screening. So that is something that officers would obviously look at. I'm not going to commit now and say that it would be possible, because, you know, we just don't know what may come forward, but that is certainly something which we can look at. In terms of the balconies, no, they don't have hot tubs on themselves. The hot tubs are kind of in the garden area. So these are the terraces, and they are the area which is sort of wide enough really to sit comfortably on is sort of in the middle of the roof. And from that point, when you're sitting, you are going to have an extremely kind of limited view out because of the roof form. Obviously, there is this walkway. So this is walking out to the front as if you're looking down the hill. There is this walkway here. This, as far as I'm aware, is just sort of a balustrade. And obviously, yes, a person would be able to stand there and look out. At the other end, there is a cedar roof, so you wouldn't kind of look the other way. There are no conditions about the outside use. I think, obviously, it would be very difficult for us to enforce a condition controlling the use of the outdoor areas of guest accommodation. You know, I guess, as well, for the operation of a hotel, the outdoor area is part of that guest accommodation. So I don't think that's something that we could reasonably secure by condition.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Appleyard, you had another question?
The outside
Sorry, is
space
your
and-
mic working?
Hello, is that better?
That's better.
Lovely. Yeah, it's just following on from the officer's comments about the outdoor space and picking up on something that Councillor Hughes mentioned about the licensing side. It may be that you, through the planning, you'd look to have some view on the outside space. I presume. But in terms of licensing, that is actually done by a different body than this one, and they will take a view on the licensing side. So I don't think licensing influences our decision today.
Yes, that's correct. Licensing is separate. I think the hours of the meeting space being conditioned to be the same as licensing is considered to be reasonable. I think it'd be quite unreasonable with planning to restrict those hours further than licensing already think is acceptable from a point of view of noise, etc. So that's why they've been conditioned that way. As I say, I'm not aware of any planning conditions on the current outdoor spaces at the hotel.
Okay, any more questions before we move to the debate? No? Okay, so who would like to start the debate? Any takers? Councillor Hughes, thank you.
Thank you. Well, okay, nobody else wants to speak. Well, I mean, simply, I understand what Councillor Appleyard is saying, and I'm not saying that we should be dealing with issues of licensing here. What I'm saying is the applicant has linked his outside use to the licensing hours. And from experience, I can say that playing loud music in an external area till 1 o'clock in the morning in an elevated location is going to cause nuisance. It is going to cause nuisance to the residents of the adjacent village. So that was my concern there.
Okay, Councillor Appleyard.
Yeah, and I'll just reiterate, as chair of licensing and the subcommittee, I would say that the place to actually make those comments are at any licensing application or changes is not in this environment. And what the licensing will go to do is not to impose any conditions that can be dealt with by another agency, i.e. planning. So there is a distinct separation there. Just because you've got a space for something doesn't mean to say someone actually does or will want to use it for licensed activity, either music or drinking. So that has to be separate. So as I said before, I think it will be dangerous for us to actually assume or consider the licensing aspect in this planning application on the basis of what they do and the hours they do it on.
Councillor Appleyard, can you address your comments through the chair? I'll take the liberty of saying that I think Councillor Hughes is...
I was meaning to do that, and I apologise if it was incorrect.
Councillor Hughes is making the point on residential amenity, which is, of course, our concern.
Sure. I haven't linked their hours to the licensing. The applicant has. The agent has linked their external use of that of a space to their licence. I didn't do that. So it is an issue for us to consider here. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Sorry, I would agree with Councillor Hughes, but the situation we're in now is we have a hotel with a licence for a set of hours, and I think it's a legitimate question whether the change of the built form, the change of the stables and what's being offered now is going to increase the volume and lead to greater loss of amenity for the residents. But I mean, the trouble with enforcement of any sort is it's always retrospective. So if they start holding weekend raves, and I'm not suggesting they are going to, but just suppose we're going to have a mini Glastonbury there, then that's a matter for a retrospective action, unfortunately, and possibly a fresh set of licensing. It's not within the purview of this planning application, I don't think, but it is very difficult. Now, I was very struck when we went on the site visit with the levels, and I think Councillor Hughes is right to point out how dominant this building is on the ridge, as it were, and that the people living in the cottages below, and thank you so much for pointing out the fact that they're actually, if you go down the lane and turn right, they're there, and I had sort of got them in my mind round the other side of the square, so thanks very much. But I mean, they may be a reasonable distance apart, but because of the dominance of the building, it seems that they have a greater loss of amenity than perhaps they do have. But I was struck when we went into the garden of the residence, just what we were seeing towering above us, whereas the photographs on the presentation were taken the other way, and you could hardly see the cottages. And I certainly think that any landscaping has got to be evergreen, even though I hate conifers, but it's got to be fairly dense, because it's clear that in the winter there'll be pretty well nothing between the residents and the hotel. So there's a bit of food for thought.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor McPhee?
So putting the noise to one side and looking at the overlooking, on the site visit, it did seem to me that that 2-metre hedge was going to be effective. And when I looked out of the bedroom window, I couldn't really see very much at all. And given the legality of the stables, etc., to be included in the calculation, I feel quite happy to support the officer's recommendation.
Are you proposing a motion now, Councillor McPhee?
I could, if other people wish to speak. Otherwise, I'm quite happy to propose that.
Your choice.
I'll hear some other people.
Okay. Who else wants to speak? Councillor Davis.
Yes, I wasn't able to go on the site visit, but I do know the I do know Freshford well, having gone to school there and spent many hours catching the bus bang opposite Hinton Priory, and I have been to an event at Homewood Park, so I do know the site well. And I think the point that you just made, Councillor McPhee, if the condition could be included, make it quite clear that the hedge is 2 metres. I know we've got a condition about it being in perpetuity, but if the point that was made could be put in there. And also about the trees, making sure the landscaping, we include something that makes sure the trees are quite larger, if you like, than perhaps appears at the moment. Therefore, we'd have to probably delegate to permit, if that would be the way, so that those things could be negotiated. Well, I know the in perpetuity bit is delegated, but it's keeping to the 2 metres is what was perhaps quite important. I'd be quite happy to support your proposal to permit the development.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any more contributions to debate? Councillor Hodge?
Hello, that's better, yeah. Sorry, yes, I'm quite conflicted on this because I think the volumes are really marginal, and that's what our policy is dependent on. And I would, I disagree with Councillor McPhee in that I felt that the difference in levels, 2 metres actually, from down where the residents' properties were, wouldn't screen quite a lot of the building and the balconies in terms of what the residents see. And I would want assurances with changes and conditions on the landscaping plan for more mature trees to be planted. I know they don't grow as fast, but there's 12 to 15 centimetres. They're going to take ages, and they might not even survive. So I think we need to do more work on the landscaping plan. So those are my points. I'm not sure at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hodge. Have we got any more? Councillor Appleyard?
Can I just have confirmation? Do we actually have a proposal and seconded on the table yet?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Well, if not going to, I propose we take the officer's recommendation.
Okay, I'm not sure your mic's working, but...
Is that better? No?
Marginally.
Okay, well, I still propose it.
Is that without any conditions?
With the conditions stated, and obviously, I think the firming up or the confirmation of the points that Councillor Davis has made.
The delegate to permit, I think, was a good...
Yeah. Councillor Davis?
Happy to second the proposal from Councillor Appleyard. So if we delegate to permit and confirm that up, it'll be perfect.
Okay, thank you. So it's to delegate to permit, and I think I've picked up, I'll let the officer check that for me, that we have concerns and would like condition the tree size and hedge height, obviously that it's in perpetuity, And somebody mentioned about evergreen as well. I don't know whether that's reasonable or whatever, but those are the things that I've written down. So can I ask whether, Richard, you're clear about those?
Yeah, those are the points that I picked up on this. I think it would be an amendment to condition 11, which sets out the landscape design proposals. There's a section in there on soft landscape details, which at the moment requires planting plans, written specification, and schedule of plants. So if it's delegated to permit, I can work with Izzy to incorporate a requirement for retention at 2 metres high, minimum 2 metre high, retention in perpetuity of the hedgerows. We can look at the mix. We might speak to our landscape officers whether a pure evergreen hedge is appropriate or whether we could look at an alternative mix in there, but we will take that on board. And the other one was Councillor Hodge, your point on the size of whips that have been planted. So again, we can talk to the agent and wrap that up into a revised condition 11.
Okay, so proposers happy with that? Seconder happy with that? So the motion we have on the table, sorry, does anybody else want to speak? No? The motion we have on the table is to support the officer's recommendation, but delegated to permit with the amended conditions as stated. Proposed by Councillor Appleyard and seconded by Councillor Davis. All those in favour? That's 6 against. That's 3. So I think that's our full number. No abstentions there, are there? So that motion has been carried. Thank you. We'll take, just while we switch over officers, you can have a comfort break for 5 minutes, committee members. Is that speaker working? Can you hear me out the speaker? No.
Can you hear me out of this one? Is it coming out? Yeah? That sounds better, doesn't it? It's check, check, check. That is coming out now, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.
Hello? It's better. Hello? the committee for this one, which is Lansdowne View. So if I could ask the officer to make the presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to note for members, the committee report has been updated since last time, and the updates are listed in that first section about the reason the application is being reported to committee. Basically, just there's an update to condition 26, which relates to the northwest footpath. There's a new condition, condition 27, which relates to the provision of the site access prior to any occupation of any of the dwellings. And then there's a minor update to the site plan, which we'll see in a moment, regarding replacing a short section of steps with a ramp. This is item 2, which is for the erection of 7 dwellings with access improvements and external works at it's a backland site to the rear of Lansdowne View in Twerton Bath. I've been through this presentation last time, so I'll go through it at some pace today to save a bit of time. But this is the site location plan, so you can see the site outlined in red here. We've got Lansdowne View properties to the west here, which also continue along the south here before it turns into King George's Road. To the east here, we've got King George's allotments. You've got the Bristol to Bath railway line across here. And then this site up here is the old bakery site, which was previously granted planning permission for up to 60 beds of student accommodation, and that is well under construction. Just to give you a little bit of history on the site, there was a previous application which did come before the committee and was refused for 21 dwellings on a slightly enlarged site to the site you have before you today. So if you look at the line of these semi-detached dwellings here, if you follow this boundary line here where the cursor is, the red line of the current site comes along here and encompasses this. So this former site included all this additional land to the east here. That was refused by the committee, and then that refusal was upheld at appeal. It wasn't on any point of principle, but it was around appearance and impact on residential amenity. You'll note as well, this had a different access point. It was proposed to demolish a semi-detached dwelling here and bring in access through this way. So just an aerial photograph. So you can see the site here, and as you were seeing from the site visit, it's very overgrown. There's a lot of vegetation on the site. And that's, yep, you can see, and the allotments, the King George allotments over on this side here. Just moving on to some plans, here's some sections. So the site is quite steeply sloping. So you can see this is, this property up here is the Lansdowne View, but those that lie to the south of the site. And then these are the backs of the Lansdowne View properties that lie to the west of the site. And you can see the slope from the top of the site where the access lane is down to the rail at the bottom here, and then the railway embankment. And then moving on to some photographs. This is the view from the front of Lansdowne View. I'll go through these quite quickly because most members were able to make the site visit. Another view from looking north down Lansdowne View. Then looking back up Lansdowne View. Again, another one looking down. And then this is looking east along the Lansdowne View, the properties that lie to the south of the site. So that's the road that leads into King George's Road. And then this is the existing access lane. So just to be very clear, the existing access lane. The proposed access, which we'll show in a moment on the plans, will incorporate land to the side of number 10, I think it's number 10 Lansdowne View, and the applicant has an option in place with the owner of that land to buy that land should they get planning permission. And then this is a view of the footpath, the steps up to the footpath that are at the northern end of Lansdowne View, and we'll see that on the plan in a moment. And that's another view of the footpath, quite overgrown. A view along the railway embankment at the north end of the site. Another view looking east from that location. That's looking towards the student accommodation development that I referenced previously. And then looking up, this is looking south up the site along the rear of the properties to the west on Lansdowne View. And then just looking into the site, just demonstrating how overgrown it is, and there is some fly tipping that's evident on the site as well. This is a view from the existing access lane, so the southern end of the site, looking towards the rear of those properties on Lansdowne View to the west. This is a view looking back down that access lane towards where the entrance to the site would be. And then this is a bit further away, so this is further to the south, looking down. You can see you can orientate yourself by looking at the student block there. And then another view looking from the site entrance up the existing access lane. And just another one there. So again, all this vegetation on the side of this property here would be removed as part of the proposals. And then there's an existing pedestrian gate that leads at the end of that access lane on the southeast corner of the site, which leads into the King George allotments. And then just from within the King George allotments, looking west towards the site, you can see there's obviously a number of trees along the boundary and quite a lot of vegetation again. And just another view from the same location. And then final view of the overgrown site. And this one over the backs of the gardens on Lansdowne View. So moving on to the proposed plans then. So it is proposed to erect 7 dwellings on the site. They are built slightly into the slope, so they're split level. So that at the front, i.e. on the north elevation, there appear as 3 stories with a garage, each with garages at the ground floor. And at the rear, they appear as 2 stories, each with rear gardens here. There is internal footpath within the site, and previously there were some steps shown here. It's now been turned into a ramp. And so pedestrian access to the site is either via the steps from Lansdowne View here, which would be cleared and repaired as part of this planning permission, or they would be via the footpath in the site and then onto a shared surface that would be shared between vehicles and pedestrians out to the access onto Lansdowne View here. You can see there's quite a bit of space on the site. It's been given over to landscaping, and landscaping details would be secured by condition. The site also includes parking and a turning head, and the access to the King George allotments remains unimpeded. Some elevations now. So this this is existing section, and a proposed section, so you can see how it's built into the land here. So you've got 3 stories on the front, 2 stories on the rear. Just a close-up view of that, so you can see the living arrangements. And then elevations. So this is the north elevation facing onto the railway embankment and towards the rear of that student block. And then this is the back, which faces to the south, and those properties on Lansdowne View to the south. These are the side elevations. Just say the proposal uses a mixture of bath ashlar and rubble stone at the ground floor level. And then some floor plans. So we've got the lower ground floor, which would contain the garage and a little sort of boot room type area. We've got the upper floor, upper ground floor, which contain the living room, dining area and kitchens, and then the bedrooms on the first floor, and roof plans as well. So this is a CGI that's been produced by the applicant. It's not a visually verified, an accurate visual representation in terms of being verified, but it is helpful, I think, to demonstrate, roughly what the application proposals would look like. The application would be subject to the conditions that are in the report, plus there would be need for a Section 106 agreement, which would secure a number of financial contributions towards replacement trees in off-site locations, as there's not sufficient space on-site to provide all of those replacements. We would also need details of a private management company, because the road would not be adopted. And obviously there's lots of communal areas in terms of landscaping as well, which would need to be managed. So we'd need those details alongside a landscape ecological management plan and a requirement to implement the highways works as well, which are to do with the site access. So the application is recommended for approval. I'm happy to take any questions after the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 3 speakers on this one. If I could ask Jenny Batkoff to step up to the mic. When you're ready.
If this development goes ahead, it will take away a valuable ecological area which protects dozens of homes from pollution and noise. It's a quiet backwater which has turned into a wildlife haven since the allotment holders were asked to leave when the present owners took over 20 years ago, and keep-out notices were erected on the far side of the 7-foot wide lane, and it was allowed to fall into a wild state. The shared lane has since been maintained by the homeowners, as it's always been their access to their gardens, garages and the allotments. The mature trees are their lung, protecting them from the diesel fumes and noise from the railway. Installing a road directly in front of their homes will cause all sorts of problems, including a danger to all road users and pedestrians, especially when trying to negotiate Lansdowne View and Dews Lane. Subsidence is a huge issue because of the plastic clay which their homes are built on. Plus, Number 10's garden that they intend to use to widen the lane has suffered extreme subsidence in the last few years, and the springs run from higher ground directly onto this site. This is going to be a very problematic build if it goes ahead, and will most likely be abandoned and left like a war zone when the problems start to appear. There are reasons why this land was sold for a song 20 years ago, because of its totally unsuitability as a building plot. If it was, the previous owner, Mrs. Dillon, would have sold it for far more than £15,000. The residents know this as they tried to buy it as a cooperative to keep it as allotments, but unfortunately it was sold overnight to the present owners. They have completely ignored the residents' right of way for 11 to 26, and the tiny lane by Number 1, plus a 4-foot strip at the back for 1 to 8 only, which actually belongs to those residents only. Since this last meeting, some residents have felt intimidated with Number 11 receiving a solicitor's letter saying she has put the bollard on the developer's land. This has been disputed and now in the hands of the solicitors, and coincidentally her plants were removed by the bollard, and Number 1 has had her own private land signs removed. Again, we implore you, please refuse this application.
Thank you very much. Now if I could have the two ward councillors to the front, Councillor Romero and Councillor Crossley. I believe Councillor Romero is going to speak first.
Well, I had got down good morning, Chair and Committee, but I'll change that to good afternoon, Chair and Committee. I hope, having now seen the site and the access, you will agree with me that this is not going to work as a new housing site. To recap, the access is limited to one narrow lane, which may technically accommodate a fire engine, but because of the low bridge, this could only approach from uphill on Lansdowne View and could not turn into the lane. The developer has already agreed that the lane is too narrow for an ordinary refuse lorry, so would have to use a private firm based on the size of their vehicles, a service the residents in the new estate would have to pay for. The developer has tried to make the access lane look wider by removing trees and shrubs, including on land outside their own possession. They tried to get the bollard removed through threatening letters from a solicitor. I know residents, as you've heard, have felt upset and intimidated and alerted the police, but I am aware that how a developer behaves is not a planning matter. But I don't think this is acceptable, and if there is any comment the committee can make on this, I and residents would be grateful. The other access up the steep stairs is unsuitable, and as I said last time, is again outside of the developer's control. So therefore it is not in the developer's gift to adapt. Even if the committee finds the access acceptable, the land itself is unstable, with at least one spring and all the runoff from the gutters of 11 onwards on the terrace that runs at right angles, draining into it. New drainage for these existing houses would be needed, yet this is not part of the submitted plans. A good solution for this land, unless it can be just left as a wild place, would be to reinstate the allotments. The new private allotments outside Newbridge might be a good model, as that land is contaminated and has had growing mediums added to it, rather than disturb the existing soil too much. I urge the committee to turn this application down and to encourage the owner of the land to look for another use of this land.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think Dina has made several of the points, and I'd like to reiterate a couple of them. First of all, the steps that have been put in the application are the private land of 1 to 8. Now, when you weren't there, you'd have noticed that they were a bit overgrown, a bit run down, and I think how the owners of 1 to 8 choose to manage that access and is their business, not anyone else's. It's not a public right-of-way. In Southdown, we've just gone through our public right-of-way test for the whole of our ward. This was not in it, no one proposed it, and it's not a public right-of-way, it is the private property of 1 to 8. You also, when we talk about green spaces, and we've just had a debate just now about the importance of the green belt. Well, the green belt is fine for competing as a separation between communities, but green spaces within dense communities are also really important. And on your site visit, you would have noticed this is a very densely built area. The roads are terraced, and I've got no problem with terraced housing. I think it's a wonderful form, but it is high density, and the cars are often parked on the road. There's also a lot of student accommodation around here, which adds to the amount of cars available. And you will have noticed the old bakery next door is becoming a very large building site to accommodate yet more students. So the area is densely populated, and therefore, when you've got a densely populated area, the wild spaces that are left become even more important, even more significant. And what is so joyous about this wild space is it's not managed. And we have lots of managed spaces around. All our parks are managed. But sometimes wild spaces just need to be left wild. And this is one of the few that we've got anywhere in Bath that is generally wild. It's certainly the only one that I can think of in the southwest area, particularly in Southdown. So the residents do not mind that wildness. In fact, they enjoy it, they celebrate it. And when you talk to them, they talk about the wildlife and the animals they see, including some quite unusual animals that you don't normally see in the area. And of course, you're right next to the railway line, and that's no problem. Many people live next to railway lines, but I don't think we should be building yet more. And these will be luxury houses, make no mistake about it. These will be very expensive, and so they won't be available to most residents who are looking to buy within Bath. There'll be people coming in or people upgrading perhaps, but they will be expensive. If you want to look at affordable houses, you will have perhaps remember Sladebrook and a development there with houses that were built by Aqueous. Affordable. Well, they're 500, 600, 700,000. I don't know about you, but if that's the definition of affordable, then to me that's totally unaffordable. Certainly none of my children could afford to buy there. So we've got many serious issues. We've also got the one that several people mentioned, which is subsidence with the land collapsing. And so all in all, I would urge you to reject this recommendation and reach a different conclusion from your officer on this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions to the officer? Councillor Jackson.
Chair, thank you. I'm a bit puzzled because normally when we see a planning application come in, it gives the list of the policies, legislation, and includes the NRR lands in Radstock. Now, they come under, I suppose, the Bath and North East Somerset Saved Local Plan. And the relevance of the NRR application site in Radstock is that that was heavily contaminated land, extremely heavily. Now, the argument is being made here that this land is too contaminated for allotments. I was wondering if the officer would like to expand a bit on levels of contamination, and particularly how it can be that land which is deemed too contaminated now was in fact used for allotments up until I believe 1999, and it's difficult to see how, thinking about the Bath Blitz and so on, the land this side of the gate, which is no longer allotments, would be more contaminated than the land the other side, which is allotments. So I just wondered if the officer would like to explain a bit more about land contamination. I don't necessarily expect it to reference Radstock, but I can tell you it is very highly contaminated.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So from the investigations that have been undertaken on the land previously, there's been evidence of, I believe it was arsenic, hydrocarbons and asbestos on the site. I'm not, I wasn't involved at the time of the original investigations, but from what I can see from the history of the site and what was discussed as part of the appeal that took place on this site, was that the site was previously considered for acquisition by the council. So this council considered purchasing it and using it as allotments. But that proposal was rejected because of the concerns of the costs of overcoming the soil pollution. Now, there's no, obviously, anything is technically possible if you are prepared to throw enough money at it. You could dig out all the contaminated soil and take it off site, but that is a very expensive process, and the value that is realised in terms of allotment provision, unless that's heavily subsidised, certainly no private developer is going to be interested in, is unlikely to be interested in doing that. As to whether the allotments were safe when they were previously used as private allotments, I can't answer that question because I don't know, but obviously the subsequent investigations have demonstrated that there is contamination on the site, and that is a concern and a cost that would need to be addressed if you were to return the sites to allotments.
Okay, Councillor Jackson, does that answer your question?
Thank you. I was just looking at that picture because I think the question of the design is going to be quite important in our debate. Are those solar panels that I espy on the roofs?
I believe so. Let me just check. Yes, I do believe they're proposing solar panels as part of their sustainable construction strategy.
Okay. Councillor Appleyard.
Yeah, yes, an interesting application. I think my question is around the access, and I'm just trying to understand. It was indicated that it's recognised at the moment it's very, very narrow, and so that would obviously cause concerns for general access and egress, but also for particularly for emergency vehicles. It's been referenced that even our own refuge lorries won't be able to get in there, and there's an agreement with the neighbour to come to an arrangement about a strip of land next to it. And I'm just wondering how that gets tied down, that if that neighbour doesn't then go through with that type of agreement, what happens to the planning application if it was given and that was on the basis of that knowledge, or what happens? I mean, how does that get conditioned that it must happen? And I can't see how you can force an agreement to happen. So I'm a bit confused on that.
Thank you, Councillor Appleyard. Yeah, perfectly understandable sort of question. As I said, there is an option in place with the property at the end there. That is outside of the planning process, so we can't put any controls on to say you have to buy that land. However, what we can control, and which we have sought to control through is condition 27, which relates to the site access, and that essentially says that that a developer wouldn't be able to occupy any of those buildings, so therefore not able to sell them. You know, no one's going to get through conveyancing with that condition not satisfied, unless the site access has been provided in accordance with these details and the necessary highways technical approvals that would also need to be sought. So essentially, if they're unable to purchase purchase that land, they're unable to comply with that condition, and therefore they would be unable to sell any of those homes. So there would not be, no reasonable developer would commence development without having that certainty.
But isn't that condition set a little bit too far down the process? Because surely it would have meant that the site would have had all the development activity going on with those lorries, etc., etc. All the residents would have had to put up with that, and then to get to a situation where they haven't got that land and then nobody can occupy it. I'm just wondering if that's just setting up a battle that we actually don't want, because how do we then sort of stop all those things? So I'm not so sure if that condition is actually set at the right place.
Thank you, Councillor Appleyard. I understand the question. I think there's certainly, I think it's a matter of, incentives and what would a reasonable person do, and what would a developer do in terms of the investment required to build those homes. You wouldn't do that unless you were certain you could build them. However, I do take the point, and it would be perfectly reasonable thing to amend that condition to change the trigger point on that condition. So it was brought forward, so it wasn't prior to occupation, it was prior to some other earlier stage of the development. It couldn't be prior to commencement, because obviously you can't complete something before you've commenced. That doesn't make any sense. But it could be changed if that's something the committee felt was necessary.
If I can, I know we would set the developer up to be a hostage to fortune, because if we actually conditioned it that no work would start until that agreement had been finalised or that land had been purchased, if I was selling that land, I'd go, yeah, thank you very much, and I would review what I think that value is, so I can understand that. But that's not our point. The point is that there has to be a certainty that if those houses get built, they could be serviced not only by the emergency vehicles, but also giving those residents an opportunity to come in and out safely as well. And I understand, I don't think we can actually progress what we're saying now any further, but I'm certainly not comfortable with the position that we're actually in on that. Okay.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I think it would be perfectly feasible to bring forward the trigger points in that condition, and if members felt that was something that they wanted to do. I'm personally comfortable with how it's currently drafted, but again, I would also be comfortable with a slightly reworded condition.
Councillor McPhee.
I wanted to pick up the point Councillor made, that even with the money and the extra land, the fire vehicle, the emergency vehicle, wasn't going to get in, because it can only come from one direction because there's a low bridge. So could you confirm that the emergency vehicle will be able to get in?
Yeah, if I can answer that. So in the applicant's transport statement, they have provided swept path analysis of a vehicle of appropriate size entering from both directions, both north and south on Lansdowne View.
Okay, Councillor Davis.
My question was also exactly about the fire engine coming in.
All right, thank you. Councillor
Sorry,
McCabe.
could you clarify that point about, because I think there was a mention about the bridge, because it's all very well coming getting to the site and turning in from both directions, but can they get to that junction under that bridge? Right, is that an issue? I don't know.
So I'm not entirely sure I understand, but
there is a bridge there.
Yeah.
Can the emergency services come under that bridge safely and arrive at that junction? Because it's one thing saying that at the junction you can turn in, but if they're prevented from getting to that junction by a nearby bridge, it makes one part of that point superfluous.
I understand. So, I mean, the tracking has been provided to show access from both directions, but you're correct, there are height restrictions at the bridge, and so vehicles that were too large to get under the bridge would have to approach from the north. It depends what emergency vehicle you're looking at.
Okay, without labouring the point, I mean, we have fire engines, we have ambulances, so I think fire engines will maybe be the larger ones. So let's go for that one, shall we?
So they would need to approach from the north because of the road network that was available.
So for clarity...
Sorry, from the south. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So for clarity, vehicles can only service that junction from one direction, although the fire engines can only service that from one direction.
Yes, it's exactly the same as for all the other properties on that street. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. I do recall that we rejected a sort of a similar site some time ago, but that was listed, I can't remember what it was, but it was listed as an amenity space for the local resident, but it also had questionable access. I'm assuming we can't call this amenity space because the landowners had no entry signs up, or do not trespass signs up. So in that case, then it's all about the green infrastructure and what rules there are for protecting the green infrastructure. What considerations have taken place in terms of am I right in thinking we can't call this amenity space and that all we have is green infrastructure? And we've got an emergent policy that talks about biodiversity net gain from development, which doesn't look to be that heavily challenged and is likely to come into force. What weight can we give that?
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. You're right, it's a privately owned piece of land and there's no public access, so you couldn't rightly call it a public open space, I think is what you mean by amenity space in that regard. Consideration of green infrastructure is obviously something you can take account of. We do have existing policies on enhancing and conserving green infrastructure, and we have taken account of that, and we've looked at the ecological value of the site as well. Obviously, it's very verdant and sort of overgrown, as it were, and that does provide a number of habitats for a variety of species, but it's actually, in its unmanaged state, it's actually not any of those habitats are not particularly high value. And so there's no ecological objection to this proposal. And then in terms of net gain, biodiversity net gain, this proposal, as you can see from the plan there, there's quite a lot of area of landscaping and which left, which will enable some biodiversity gain, but there is a requirement for to achieve actual net gain, there is a requirement for off-site tree planting, which is one of the things I pointed to that would be required through the Section 106 agreement. So in Officer's view, it does comply with those requirements for biodiversity net gain, and it doesn't, given the amount of greenery and planting that can be retained on site, or planted on site, it doesn't conflict with those green infrastructure policies either. In terms of the emerging policies, I think until we have a ruling from the inspector on those, some of them written, I know there's not many objections to the specific policies you refer to, then we can't give them too much weight at this point, but as time goes on, they do gain more weight.
Thank you. So coming back to Councillor Appleyard's point about the timing of the conditioning, given the value of the green infrastructure to the local residents, I would have thought timing that condition so that you protect the green infrastructure, i.e. they're not allowed to clear that site until that condition has been met, that we know that they can go ahead. Because once they've cleared the site, then that green infrastructure is lost for good. So I think on Councillor Appleyard's point, can we condition that to be before any site clearance takes place?
Yeah, so there is a requirement under condition 6 for a wildlife mitigation and compensation scheme. That includes the provision of a construction environmental management plan, which includes, which covers for pre-construction and construction phases, requires checks for avoidance of harm to bats, reptiles, nesting birds, hedgehogs, other wildlife, and then it requires the implementation of the mitigation measures that are identified in the submitted ecology report. So that's the protection of the elements of the site that aren't going to be cleared will be protected through that condition. It possibly also worth noting, if there wasn't a planning application before you today, there would be, other than sort of wildlife legislation around birds and trees, there would be nothing that would stop the developer from going and clearing that site today. So just bear that in mind.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify just a point to do with the access. In the reports, it's estimates. There's an estimate of about 82 vehicle movements along this little track per day, or per 12 hours. But I note that there's also 9 or 10 garages along there, and there's also an access to the allotment. So have those been included in that number of 82 vehicle movements, or are those plus? And do those residents that own those 9 or 10 garages have a right of access along this track?
Yeah, I'll try and take this one. With regards to the applicant's assessment of trip generation, it has purely been applied to the proposed development, and they have calculated the net increase in trips. They haven't looked to try and estimate, how much the garages are used. The trip numbers that you refer to are just for the proposed development. And with regards to the access to the garages, I understand that they do have a right of access along a strip of land adjacent to that, adjacent to their properties.
Thank you. Okay, so secondly, there's quite a long strip where it's a single track lane where there's no passing points. We've not objected to that, even though it's possibly going to lead to people having to reverse back out onto our main roads because of oncoming vehicles.
Yeah, so there is a narrowing, you're correct, and the narrowest point is approximately 3.5 metres. So at that point, you would not get 2 vehicles past, but that is only for a relatively short distance, and there is intervisibility at either end. The access point closest to the highway is approximately 5 metres, so there's space for 2 vehicles to pass at that point. And then I think it's about 20 metres into the site, it becomes 4.8 metres, where you'll get a large vehicle, such as a refuse vehicle or a fire tender, past another car.
Okay, so we don't acknowledge that as being a potential problem?
No, we think that can operate, safely and adequately.
Okay. Richard, did you want to just clarify, restate the land registry statement, or?
Yeah, I thought it'd just be useful whilst we're here to pull up the land registry for it. The land, both the pedestrian and the vehicular access into the site are within the ownership of the landowner, but there is a right of access to those properties where the garages are served along there. I know there was a concern raised about what if vehicles associated with those garages parked on that access lane, if that sort of creates a blockage there. That would actually be a civil matter between the two landowners. That wouldn't be something that the council, either highways or planning, could engage with. But they do have a legal right of access across that strip into the back of those garages and the the back of their sites.
Sorry, do you have a follow-up then?
Sorry, yes. So Councillor Crosley seemed to be on the understanding that that path is on the ownership of those adjacent properties, not of the developer, in his statements.
Yeah, well, which path? Are you talking about the pedestrian path or at the top coming?
Yeah, that pedestrian path.
Yeah, so according to the land registry mapping and the details on the land registry, that is within, so everything within the red line on this application site is in the ownership of the applicants. There are two rights of access specified on the land registry. One's in relation to the vehicular access at the bottom, coming in with a right of access to the properties below. The other one is a right of access that comes in along the pedestrian footpath and then down the back, so where the mouse is tracking, and that's a right of access to those properties, but it's a right of access rather than ownership, if that clarifies. Unless this has been updated since this application was submitted. I mean, the land registry does update from time to time, but that's the data that's available at the moment.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the last sentence from Mr. Stott. If you wouldn't mind repeating it, and then I've got another question about access.
Does that work? Yeah, that's better. Right, yeah. It was just about the rights of access. So everything within the red line of the planning application site appears to be within the red line on the land registry, so within the ownership of the applicant. There is, however, a right of access shown on the land registry plans and in the title deeds serving the back of the properties fronting Deuce Lane. So it comes in pedestrian access at the top and then down the back end there. There is a right of access on the title for those properties, but it doesn't appear to be within the ownership of those properties.
Right, well, let's go back to this fire emergency. You've got a car ablaze somewhere in the top corner there. A fire engine comes. I can't see, first of all, how the fire engine is going to exit again, because I can't see that there's a turning circle anywhere. So it would presumably have to reverse back out. We've got the situation that Councillor Hughes has described, where something comes bubbling round to get out and meets said fire engine coming in, and then it's got to reverse back out onto what proved to be a very busy road, actually. I hadn't realised that road was so busy until we went on the site visit. And finally, my stick part of it up to the first notch is 1 metre long. I measured out that bottleneck and I couldn't see that it was actually as wide as it was purported to be. But this is not an adopted, not going to be an adopted road, is it? So you could get the situation of vehicles parked by the garages. You can't have double yellow lines, I believe, if it's not an adopted road. And you could get a complete jam. And I'm asking whether this is really a very satisfactory situation.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So just on the fire engine turning point, there is a turning head. This is not a parking space here, so this is a turning head that would allow a fire engine to come back out. As the highways officers indicated, this section, so this whole section of access along here, where it's white, is 4.8 metres wide, which will allow a fire engine to pass another vehicle. So if it did meet someone on the way out, it would be able to pass. Obviously, in this section here, it is too narrow, but there is good, as we said, forward visibility between there. So you would be able to stop in good time, either back here or at the access to allow that fire engine to go past, or vice versa. You talked about this road not being adopted and possible parking issues there. I mean, Richard mentioned earlier that that is essentially a civil matter. However, I would note that through the Section 106 agreement, we are requiring details of the management company that would need to be set up. And so it's quite possible for there to be private private parking enforcement that takes place to ensure that no one is unduly obstructing an access way to a property. So that was the point. I'm forgotten if there was another part to your question. Apologies, but I think that was addressing the points you've raised.
Does that answer all your questions, Councillor Jackson?
Technically, yes.
Councillor McPhee.
I'm still worrying about this access. Can I ask, when you did your modelling of coming in, the swept analysis, did you assume that the bollard had gone, or was the bollard still in place?
So just to clarify, the swept path analysis has been done on the proposed plan, which does include some deterrent paving on either side of the access, which isn't relied upon for the vehicle's path. There isn't a bollard in the proposed plan. That isn't part of the access, and as Chris mentioned, there would be a condition on the application that they delivered the access as proposed, because that's what's been assessed.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Just to take a chance and raise another issue other than access. The garages in the houses, is there any sort of condition that they can't be converted into rooms, in which case then all the cars would be on the outside and all those spaces at the top would be filled, and then you've got parking issues all the way around. Suddenly you've got a lot more cars trying to park on a not very big street. Is there anything you can do about those garages to ensure that they stay garages?
Yes, so condition 25 on the recommendation requires that the garages are retained for the garaging of private motor vehicles associated with a dwelling and ancillary domestic storage and for no other purpose. So that would prevent them from being converted into living accommodation as such. However, as with all parking spaces, garage or surface, we can't force anyone to use them. So that's the most control we can have over that. But they do meet our standard in our policy for counting as parking spaces because they are large enough to accommodate a modern car.
And electric charging, that's an emerging policy, a national policy as well. So are we asking for electric charging points inside those garages? And are we asking for bicycle facilities inside those?
So the garages, all of the garages have electric charging points included, and they are large enough to include bike storage within those garages.
Because I have to make the point that the diagrams did show a very small three-door vehicle, smaller than even my smallest car.
Okay, Councillor Davis.
Also moving away from access, just to clarify the flooding and sort of subsidence that was mentioned, but looking at the report, it looks as if the officers for flooding and drainage are quite happy with the proposals, with the conditions. Am I correct in thinking that?
That's correct, Councillor Davis. There's both Wessex Water and the drainage team, Council's drainage team, have been consulted, raised no objection to the application. In terms of subsidence and building it so that it doesn't damage other people's properties, that is a responsibility of the developer when they undertake the development, and obviously they don't want to be liable for any damage they cause.
Okay, Councillor Appleyard.
Yeah, as over the years, the size of vehicles have widened. What's the date of the technical conditions that we're using in terms of garage sizes? Because often we come across the situation that we have garages where the modern day, unless you've got a Fiat Punto, you can't get the car in there, and so people do park outside and things like that. So I'm just wondering how relevant the specifications are to current day, because given the type of properties here, one would imagine that they're going to be serviced with vehicles that maybe at least of the middle range.
Sorry, can I partially for the highways officer, I think my understanding of the question is, is it manual for streets that sets the parameters for car parking spaces, or which is the document that comes from?
Yeah, so the dimensions for garages that we use are in our placemaking plan, and they require that garages should be 6 metres long and 3 metres wide to be counted as a parking space for the purposes of our standards. And just to put that in perspective, a standard car parking space is 4.8 metres long and 2.4 metres wide. So that space does allow some additional room for manoeuvring around the vehicle and ancillary storage.
Okay, but my question really, have we or anybody done any assessment on where the mid-range size car sits into those spaces now? Because you've mentioned about the space of the car parking space, the space of the garage. I'm just talking about the reality of having people being prevented from putting their car in their garage.
Yeah, so just to answer that, I can't tell you that. The placemaking plan was adopted in 2017, I think, 18. And we have been looking at revised parking standards, but I believe they keep the same dimensions. I can't tell you whether there's been any research done on those dimensions.
Okay, Councillor Hodge would like a question, then Councillor Hughes, and I'd like to move to the debate, please, if asked a lot of questions.
Yes, just a quick question about the local green space nomination that the Allotment Association made back in April to the new local plan. I just wondered if anything came out of that, and is it relevant?
Thank you, Councillor Hodge. There's obviously two policy processes going on at the moment. We've got the local plan partial update. I can confirm there's no new local green space designations contained within that, so that's not relevant. And then there's obviously the emerging, much earlier stage new local plan. Obviously, the council will consider any nominations it receives through that process, but given its stage, it can only be given very limited weight at this stage, because it's there's not even a draft plan to base anything on. I would say there's really no weight that can be. The site is not designated as local green space, and you can only give very limited weight to any nomination that's come forward.
Okay. Councillor Hughes, you have another question. Now to move to the debate,
Sorry, yes,
please.
very quickly. So there's been a lot of discussion about the garages. Am I right in saying that the new parking standards remove garages as being included as parking spaces? And can that be, if they're so, can that be given any weights?
My understanding is of the draft parking SPD is that garages are removed in some areas of Bath, but they're retained in an area in the centre of Bath where it's considered that due to the value of parking, they are more likely to be used. I'm afraid I can't tell you whether this area is in that area or not, or obviously what the final policy will be.
Okay. Right, can we move to the debate then? Is this the debate? Councillor Appleyard? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's quite an interesting development. I'm very conflicted in terms of I can't feel comfortable with the actual overall design, the actual overall layout. I've particularly got issues with the access and egress to the site and the management of vehicles when they're actually on the site. It certainly, I do pick up on the comments that Councillor Crossley made about that element of greenness within quite a heavily developed area already. And yeah, you're absolutely right. There's still got to be some sort of areas that are allowed to be as they are by nature, because they provide quite a lot of biodiversity to those areas. Now, on the basis of my concerns, I would actually look to overturn the officer's recommendation in this case. I think it is an overdevelopment of the site. I think there is an issue with the access. I think it's a dangerous access and egress in there, and the management on there. And there are other elements in there, besides obviously the loss of amenities to the residents, but also the uncertainty about that entrance and how it can actually be managed by its conditions. So on that basis, I would propose that we overturn the officer's recommendation and refuse this application.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Jackson?
Yes, I'll break the habit of a lifetime and second Councillor Appleyard's motion. Quite succinctly, though, first of all, overdevelopment of the site. I think that 7 buildings is too many, 7 dwellings is too many, and as Councillor Hughes has pointed out, the number of vehicle movements, well, I think it's too high, quite frankly. So overdevelopment of the site. I just can't be convinced that the access is safe. So inadequate access and I'm trying to think how you put this. I mean, community roadways. I mean, I didn't even notice that was a turning point, but I don't think there's enough vehicular space. That's the second one. Third one, environmental impact. This may have been allowed to grow wild, and it may be that there is now no sign of the badger set that was alleged to be there in 2013 when I did a site visit. But I think that Councillor Crossley is correct. We can't afford to, and Councillor McCabe, we can't afford to lose so much green space. If that was laid out a bit differently and respected the existing mature trees, I would be more comfortable with it. But so on those 3 grounds, I'm sure other people can think of others. I think we should overturn the officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson. So we have a motion on the table. Any more for the debate? You turn your mic off, please, Councillor Appleyard. Turn your mic off.
Sorry.
Any more for the debate? No, nobody else want to contribute? Okay, well, we'll move to the vote then. So can we just clarify what we've got here? I've written down overdevelopment, inadequate access, harm to residential amenity of people already there, and environmental impact. Is that what you've got as well, Richard?
Yeah, that's what I got. Just in terms of the access, I got both inadequate access and the safety of the access. I think there was 2 slightly different motions on that. So can I just clarify what the reason for refusal on the access grounds is? Sorry, it's this again. Can I just clarify what the reason for refusal on the access is? Is it the substandard nature of the access, highways? Okay, fine. Okay. But yeah, I've got overdevelopment of the site and loss of the green space / the environmental impact.
And sort of linked to the loss of the green space, of course, is the loss of residential amenity for the existing residents. I'm not sure whether you can have loss of amenity for allotment years, but
Are you
if you count them as residents of Bath, yes.
incorporated within the 3rd reason for refusal, or as a separate 4th?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you happy with all of that, Councillor Appleyard?
I am mindful to not over-egg the reasons for refusal, because I think in the past we've done that and it's come back and bit us. I think the key ones we've actually captured now.
Okay, thank you. So no more for the debate. So we have a motion on the table proposed by Councillor Appleyard, seconded by Councillor Jackson, to overturn the officer's recommendation for the reasons stated. All those in favour? That's 6. And against? 2. So we got an abstention, 1 abstention, no more abstentions. So that is carried. The application is overturned. Right, we've got 45 minutes. Hope that's enough for everybody. If you can be back at 2 o'clock at your seats, please. Thank you. Right, everybody back? Didn't realise what time it was. Welcome to the afternoon session. And to kick off, we have Nempnet Farm. I can invite the case officer to present the report, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the application is for the erection of 2 eco glamping pods, which are subterranean, following the removal of existing buildings at Nempnet Farm. So on the screen now is the site location plan. As you can see, the red edge encompasses the existing buildings. It's worth noting that there's a significant amount of land associated with the holding, which is outlined in part in blue on the location plan. The aerial image on the right there, just for a bit of context really, this is one part of the holding. There's another part of the site that has buildings further to the northeast, approximately 250 meters. The site is on a hillside and reasonably well screened, particularly from the north, by existing mature vegetation. So in terms of the buildings to be removed, these are the existing buildings. My understanding is that they currently, or until recently, have housed an intensive pig rearing business. There's 5 buildings to be removed in total. There is one further building which shall be retained on the site. These are the proposed elevations and plans for the subterranean ecolets. I guess it's worth noting that they're going to be built into the hillside. So there will be, obviously, as you can tell from that, a little bit of earth piled on top so that the ground profile changes. So just moving to some site photos. The site, like I said earlier, is fairly well screened by vegetation, but there is views out to the west across the landscape. This particular photo was one of the few views that I could get from Buckham, which is to the west. This is kind of in the bottom of the valley. It is quite difficult to pick out the buildings, but they are in between those trees up on the hillside there. Moving around the site, the picture in the top left corner is taken from the lane adjacent to the site. As you can tell, it's quite sunken. Views are quite limited in towards the site. Moving further up to the north, as you can see, kind of views back towards the site. The site is screened by vegetation. Perhaps the place where the existing buildings are most prominent is from the road immediately adjacent to the site. These pictures give an indication of the scale of the existing buildings. In terms of the officer's recommendation, it's considered that the existing buildings, because they are in agricultural use, constitute a form of development which is appropriate within the Greenbelt, and therefore there is no harm caused by them in that location. The proposed development does not constitute a form of development which is not inappropriate, and therefore by definition needs to be afforded substantial harm. In my opinion, that harm is not outweighed by any other factors. It's been put forward that the visual prominence of the existing buildings is harmful to the visual amenities of the Greenbelt, and therefore by removing these and creating subterranean features, it will result in landscape betterment. In terms of other considerations, We've assessed this on the basis that it's diversification of a farming enterprise. It's considered that that's broadly in accordance with that policy. We were asked for a little bit of further information regarding the elements of the enterprise which were going to be retained at the farm. This was included within the application file, but in brief, there's going to be an agricultural element retained on that part of the site further to the north. It's understood that this is going to include a beef herd, pasture-reared chicken, and the rearing of turkeys. So it really is only the pig-rearing element of the enterprise which is going to be replaced by this proposal. So on the basis that it's inappropriate development in the green belt, which is not outweighed by any very special circumstances, the officer's recommendation is to refuse.
Thank you very much. We have 3 speakers on this one, I believe. First 2 speakers are sharing their 3 minutes, Luke Ford and George Ford. If you want to switch microphone on and start whenever you're ready, I'll leave you to switch over at the right point.
Good afternoon. I'm George Ford, the 6th generation of my family to inherit Nebnip Farm. For the past 50 years, we've operated an intensive indoor pig finishing unit, housing 1,000 pigs, with all their food purchased in and all their slurry exported out. The enterprise is environmentally unsustainable, and I'm certainly not proud of it, especially the way we kept the pigs. Agricultural subsidies are phasing out, and I have to make some big decisions for the future of our farm. The pig unit generates most of our income, but it's getting tired and run down, and it goes against everything I believe in. So much so that last year we launched Nebnip Pastures, which focuses on regenerative farming practices that are inspired by nature and beneficial for the environment, such as holistic planned grazing and tree planting, with just under 500 trees planted last year and more planned next season. We're passionate about producing nutrient-dense food from pasture-based systems offering the highest animal welfare standards, which is then sold direct to the public and local restaurants. We also have a B&B room within our home. Meeting the guests and hearing how much they enjoy visiting our farm and the surrounding area is immensely rewarding and given us the confidence to diversify into glamping, with the pig unit site offering the most perfect location. Rather than impact on the greenbelt, this application provides the opposite, returning over 2,000 square metres of concrete buildings and yards back to a diverse native grassland, with 2 underground glamping pods dug into the southwest facing hill where the pig sheds currently stand. Building underground has a huge number of benefits, most of which environmental, including a lower carbon footprint thanks to the natural insulation properties of the earth around them. CO2 and stormwater will be absorbed by the living green roofs above each pod. They will also create natural habitats for a wide array of flora and fauna and be virtually invisible from the road, providing guests with a unique and natural experience. The pods will blend into our new business as seamlessly as they will the local landscape, perfectly located to reconnect people with nature and the food we produce, seeking to improve mental health and provide a sense of peace away from their busy lives. They will incorporate into the whole farm ethos with plans to offer guests farm tours, educational experiences and taster sessions in the future. As a small family farm, it's vital we are diverse. These glamping pods will help us to secure a more sustainable future for generations to come.
So I'm just going to briefly touch on some more of the planning considerations and planning policy. But just to confirm, the application was fully supported by all statutory consultees, local residents, the parish council, Councillor Pritchard, and even the original planning officer to this application said he was minded to approve it, subject to addressing the 2 outstanding issues, which was ecology and arboriculture, which we have done in full. The application literally hinges on one consideration, and that is the impact on the greenbelt. Now, the purpose of including land in the greenbelt is to maintain the openness, and we fully believe that the proposal to remove nearly 3,000 metres cubed of buildings and to provide 2 underground pods, essentially, is in the true spirit of why we include land in the Greenbelt policy. Also, the MPPF...
Can I ask you to bring your comments to a close, please? The time's up.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, I was going to let you finish your sentence.
No, I was just going to say that if ever there was a scheme which was in the true spirit of planning policy with farm diversification, bringing people into the rural economy, then this application is it. And if planning policy doesn't support it, then it just seems a bit far-fetched, that's all.
Okay, thank you. And we have a statement from Councillor Pritchard, who's been unable to make it today. So, Karina, you're going to read it?
Thank you, Chair. The report, although well written, fails to afford the substantial weight that could be given to very special circumstances. The proposal seeks to remove 5 intensive pig rearing buildings, an element of the farm inherited by the applicant which he is not comfortable with as a process. This removal alone will lead to the cessation of a high number of associated articulated lorry movements bringing in feed and removing slurry. These buildings in a greenbelt setting are particularly intrusive, covering a considerable area on an elevated position, and would have only been consented to complement a farming enterprise. To gain a real impression of the removal of these buildings and the unobtrusiveness of introducing subterranean structures to complement an existing bed and breakfast enterprise, it would be ideal if you could hold a site visit. It will also enable the committee to experience this magnificent rural setting that the proposal will only enhance. Councillor Vic Pritchard, local member.
Thank you. If you'd like to go back to your seats, questions? Councillor McCabe.
Yeah, I do feel slightly sorry for the officer. Your colleagues this morning convinced us that a single-storey stables with a pointy roof was suitable for conversion into a 2-storey hotel building with 3 pointy roofs, and you're here trying to convince us that 2 underground glamping pods aren't. But I just wonder, am I right in thinking we don't actually have a policy for sort of subterranean development of this sort?
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I deduce from the officer's report that this has come to the committee because the parish council is in favour and the officer would refuse it. But I was wondering if there were any other reasons why yourself or the Vice Chair had brought it to committee, and whether that might be the fact this is a quite unusual application. And what I find so interesting, I'm afraid, you know, this is not my brightest hour at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm trying to remember the name, the German name, something house, for when a passive house, that's it. A passive house. Is it because it is potentially a passive house and we have virtually none in Bath and North East Somerset, and so possibly exceptional circumstances might be that this is an experiment, an ecological experiment we should be encouraging?
Just on the matter of referral, yes, it is an unusual. I won't speak for the Vice Chair, but it is an unusual case, and these ones are always a little bit subjective with the Greenbelt, so that's why I felt it should be out in public debate. I don't know for the Vice Chair, I don't. So your question at the end of that was? Thank you. I think Richard wanted to come in on that one.
Yeah, just to clarify, a passive house is a specific type of construction. Yes, it's a sustainable construction type of a specific type of building. This application is not for a passive house, although the application is for something that might have ecological or sustainability credentials. It's not necessarily a passive house in the sense of what a passive house is. So I don't think we could assert that this was a very special circumstance on the basis of a passive house scheme, because that's not what's been proposed.
Okay, Councillor Hodge, had a question?
Yes, it was just due to, I'm not sure whether I missed the access and parking, whether you showed a diagram of that. Did you, a scheme, I had some questions about it, and we saw pictures of the pods and whether, what impact they had on the environment. Do you have an image of the parking proposals and access to the site?
There was a block plan submitted with the application. I didn't include that on the slides, but we're satisfied that there's adequate parking provision and provision of a safe access to the site.
Yeah, it was more to do with the impact of the parking area in the landscape. I mean, I've read the design and access statement, which sounds very positive. Anyway, I'll look at the images on here, but how they blend in and how the access is off the road, and also the feeling that it would be well connected, you know, that you could access it by bicycle and things like that. Is that your feeling as well? That it would be possible for guests to travel there sustainably quite easily?
In terms of the siting of the premises, there's been no objection from Highways to consider this in a particularly isolated location. That being said, I think that it's a matter of planning judgment as to whether somebody could reasonably cycle to this site. I think it's likely that guests would have to access it by car.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I'm right in thinking you said just now, Chris, that diversification would be, this would be acceptable as diversification within the green belt. Am I right in thinking that's what you said?
It's considered to be agricultural diversification. I don't believe that it makes any distinction.
Okay.
I can get the policy up, but I don't think that the green belt necessarily comes into that. It's a separate matter.
Okay, thanks. And listening to what Councillor Pritchard said and listening to Councillor Hodges' question, I wonder if a site visit might be appropriate, because if you've been out to Nepnet Thrubwell, you'll know it's not overly sustainable, but you wouldn't anticipate it being overly sustainable out in the Chew Valley. It's quite narrow roads and so on. So it was a point he made. I'll leave it at that at the moment, rather than let people ask questions perhaps before we go further.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Jackson.
I'm wondering, Chair, how much weight we should give to the fact that there is a war in Ukraine and costs for farmers have risen exponentially in terms of animal feed and so on, and it's extremely difficult for a small farm like this to keep going. And this application, if granted, would make a substantial contribution to the economic viability of the farm, because what's the alternative? I can see a scenario where the family, unfortunately, might go out of business altogether. So I know that's a political matter, but I'm just wondering, on terms of economic viability and the fact we've no idea how long the war will go on for, whether it shouldn't be allowed in what are very exceptional circumstances.
Any of the officers like to take a view on that?
I haven't had an economic argument put before me. From what I can understand, the farm is a fairly successful enterprise. It has a number of different income streams from different produce, for example, the beef, the chickens and the turkey. This is just one element of the scheme. My understanding is that principally the motive for this is because they no longer wish to farm in such intensive practices rather than it being economically unsustainable.
Okay, Councillor McCabe, you had another question?
If there had been an application for a change of use to turn these piggeries into short-term lettings, I fear that that would have been easier than demolishing these buildings and going for 2 glampings. But a change of use would have been appropriate here. That's my question.
Yeah, so reuse of buildings, provided they're, well, there's a test in MPPF Greenbelt policy that they have to be of substantial construction and capable of conversion without a huge amount of work to them. Essentially, they could convert the existing pigsties to something under a change of use application, and we'd be assessing that under a slightly different policy consideration, which is an appropriate form, or can be rather an appropriate form of development in the Greenbelt. I don't think they could achieve the subterranean glamping pod style through a conversion of what's on site at the moment. I mean, it depends on the outcome of the application before us today. That could, if it was refused, if it goes with the officer recommendation, that might be something for the applicant to consider as an alternative submission, and we would just have to consider the merits of that case when it comes before us.
Oh, right, okay. So any more questions for the officer before we move to the debate? No? Who would like to speak in the debate? Councillor Cross.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to start off by commending the reports we get from our officers. They're well thought through, and it's no coincidence that the vast majority of applications never come near this public forum. The ones we get here are very often the interesting ones, the complex ones, or the controversial ones. However, on this one, I just don't see any controversy at all. I think I come to a different conclusion from our officer recommendation on this. And I think what we've got here is a really exciting policy. I know we don't have any policy on it at the moment, but a really exciting initiative from a farmer or a farming family that is looking at how it uses the whole of its holdings to make sure the farming carries on for generations to come. And what is also quite clear is that holiday styles are changing. People go for more longer weekends, they go for short breaks much more, and people want diversity in the options that they have. So what we've got before us is an application to remove a large chunk of concrete and outbuildings. I think it was 3,000 square foot or something like that. If I've got the figure wrong, I'm sorry. But it was a significant amount of concrete is being removed. Some old buildings are being removed, and we certainly don't need a site visit to go and see more old farm buildings. Sally, I know you might want a site visit, but we just don't need a site visit. We know what old farm buildings look like. And so I think we all know that Dempnet Thrubwell has got a lot of narrow roads around it. But I don't think the transport issue is at all a problem. 2 pods is not that intense. And what you've got here is the removal of concrete and the replacement with a large area of green, which has the potential to have increased diversity and a lot of extra biology, and 2 subterranean pods. Now, I think if he'd been asking for 10 subterranean pods, we might well have thought, no, he's playing a blinder here. But actually with 2, I think what he's doing is he's recognizing that what we've got here is a special site. We're at the end of narrow roads, and he wants to create something that is exclusive for those people that want a type of exclusive weekend. So I'm quite happy to move something now, but if you'd rather have some debate further on, I'll come back with a recommendation.
Up to you, Councillor Crossley. We will carry on. We will carry on debating, whatever.
Well, I know Sean sometimes likes to have debate before we get recommendations on the table. But in my terms, I just reach a completely different conclusion from the officer on this, and I think we should delegate to permit on the fact that it enhances the green belt quite dramatically. It has the economic impact of increasing the viability of the farming stock, and it increases the economic viability of our whole area by adding an extra dimension to visitor stays. And so therefore, I hope that's enough reasons to move permit.
Thank you very much. Just to be fair to Councillor Davis, I think it was about the access that she wanted the site visit, not to look at...
I didn't want to... I just was conscious that the questions that Councillor Hodge was asking, perhaps she wasn't quite so aware of what it might look like.
Yeah, it was about access. So, Councillor McCabe. Yeah, second.
Happy to second. I think, okay, so this is a unique opportunity to remove built form in the Greenbelt. And I would say that's an exceptional circumstance. You know, somebody else might come forward with a proposal that's similar, but without removing so much built form. Therefore, we're not setting any precedent. I think we have achieved exceptional circumstance with this one. And I know that, you know, having that sort of income supports the rest of the farming. So I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a motion on the table, but we are still open for debate. Does anybody want to add anything? Councillor Jackson.
Well, I was going to jump in and second, actually, to make this a cross-party resolution. But I do think this is important. And, I mean, we talk about conserving and enhancing locations in a conservation area, but I think we should also be mindful in the Greenbelt. And to be quite frank, those piggeries are awful. Sorry. Right. Was I audible? Right. Well, it's an opportunity to improve the openness of the Greenbelt because it's going to remove above-ground structures and enhance it. It's ecologically sound because it removes concrete. And it's a very interesting experiment in that these appear to be passive house-style residences, or whatever we want to call them. But I do know that there is a clause somewhere in the NPPF that exceptional buildings can be allowed in the Greenbelt, and if it's allowed for footballers around Manchester in the Manchester Greenbelt, I can't see why we can't have an exceptional building here. But finally, I do think Councillor McCabe hit the nail on the head when he said we ought to be logical. If we've allowed the hotel to expand at the cost of stables, this experiment ought to be allowed to happen at the cost of some very unsightly piggeries.
Thank you very much. Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I just think, to echo what's said, and also note that the parish council and obviously the ward councillors support this, and the fact that it actually does, people who actually have a belief in which way of farming methods they will or won't use, and when they find something that's not appropriate for them, they've looked at a sensible way in which to diversify and enhance what goes on out in the Chew Valley.
Thank you. Any more contributions to the debate before we go to the vote? No. So, motion we have on the table, proposed by Councillor Crossley and seconded by Councillor McCabe, is to overturn the officer's recommendation to delegate to permit. Are we all happy with that? Yeah? Those in favour? That's 9. And against? That's 1 against. So that is carried. Thank you very much. Right, just have a changeover of officers. The next one is Silver Street in Midsummer Norton, and I believe Councillor Hughes and Councillor Jackson are coming off the committee for this one. So
I think that Councillor Hughes is going to make a brief statement.
yeah,
I would like to add a line.
Got him on the list of speakers. So Councillor Jackson, you can move into the audience part whenever you're ready. You can do it when you speak if you like, Councillor Hughes.
Do you want me to stay in through the presentation or move in?
I don't mind, as long as you move out by the time you speak. Yeah, okay. Right, are you ready, Isabel? Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? There we go. So yeah, this application is for outline planning permission for the formation of an access road, footpath, cycle links, open space, landscaping and other associated works. All matters are reserved except for access, and this is on Silver Street in Midsummer Norton. So I've actually got two site location plans here. So as many of you will be aware, this application is actually right on the edge of the Bath and North East Somerset boundary. So the first site location plan shows this is Silver Street here, this is the access proposed, and then everything in this red line is within Baines. Additionally, this small footpath is also proposed, which is inside Baines. Then we've got this site location plan, which is a consolidated site location plan. This area here is part of site allocation MM1 in the Mendip local plan. This site is allocated for up to 270 dwelling houses. So the location plan here is just to kind of show the entire site in more context. So then we've got some aerial imagery. So you'll see some houses have popped up here since the site location plan. So these are relatively newly built. These are within Midsummer Norton. This is a new primary school over here. The proposed access is going to come off, vehicular access with footpath and cycle links is going to come off of Silver Street through this field and then proposed to join the site allocation at Mendip, and then a footpath sort of over here for which will join these properties to the new development proposed in Mendip. So just a bit more of a close-up of the access. This is off of Silver Street, and this access has been previously permitted as part of previous applications for residential dwellings within the Baines boundary. And then this is just the footpath link into Beecham Place. Here, this site down here is within Mendip. And then we've got an indicative layout plan. So this is an outline application. So this layout is not set in stone. That will form part of the reserve matters, but it's just to kind of give you an idea of what's going on the site. So we've got the recently built development here. This is occupied. I've driven through this development, and then this is the proposed footpath into the Mendip site. These are obviously the houses which are proposed in Mendip. There is a live application for up to 270 dwellings in Mendip, which I believe the case officer has recommended for approval and will be going to their committee in July. And then this is the access from Silver Street. So these properties up here have previously been permitted within Baines, as has the access and the road as shown on this plan. So this application really seeks to kind of utilise that access and actually just almost remove a section of hedgerow to connect this road to the proposed Mendip development. So I've got a couple of site photos. Obviously, I'm sure you appreciate it's just sort of an empty field, so there's not that much to look at. But this is the access off of Silver Street, so it's already been kind of opened up and started. This is a crossing from the primary school side over to the proposed access side. And then just a couple more. So the access will go through here. There's dwellings proposed in this field, through the hedgerow into the Mendip site, which is the other side of the hedge, kind of where those trees are. And then this is looking across the field, which will be built on towards, this is the primary school, which is on Silver Street in the background. So the application's recommended for permission, subject to a number of conditions and the obligations in the committee report. I won't read them out, but I'll put them on the screen because they might be useful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've got three speakers on this one. If I could call Rosie Dinnan, first of all, if Rosie is here. Whenever you're ready, if you switch your microphone on.
Good afternoon, Chair and Councillors. I'm Rosie Dinnan from Techlocum Planning, and I'm the agent for the application. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to speak. I do not have much to add to the officer's report. I welcome the report's recommendations and appreciate the time officers have spent liaising closely with the officers of Mendip District Council to ensure that the schemes are entirely compatible as they cross local authorities' boundaries and to ensure that all technical queries have been resolved. As the officer has outlined in her report, the application is principally to approve access, including pedestrian and cycle links, from Silver Street into the land which has been allocated in the Mendip Local Plan Part 2. And access at this location has previously been approved by the council in relation to the permitted care home development. The provision of vehicular, cycle and pedestrian access through to Silver Street will provide numerous benefits to the south of Midsummer Norton. It will provide connectivity from Beecham Place to the new primary school. It will assist with the distribution of traffic and open up further sustainable modes of transportation. It will ensure the delivery of 45 homes, including affordable homes already permitted by this authority. It will facilitate the delivery of the permitted care home, a contract for the sale of which is agreed subject to planning permission being granted. The officer's report outlines the package of benefits that the application will bring to Midsummer Norton, which are left on the screen for you there, so I won't run through them as well. We hope you will support the application, but of course understand that there would be conditional upon Mendip approving the allocated site. However, the infrastructure that the application will bring will directly and by way of contributions referred to above will significantly enhance the accessibility, permeability and connectivity of the allocated site with the school and the immediate surroundings and the town centre. I would be happy to answer any questions and I hope you will support the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I have Councillor Michael Evans, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll try not to dwell too much on the past, which is the past. The question of development on this Mendip site and several other Mendip sites bolted onto Midsummer Norton was lost some time ago. I spent and lost several days of my life attending the examination and opposing it. It's strategically wrong. Midsummer Norton doesn't have railways like Frome. Mendip is lucky enough to have Frome with its good connections, but in effect the planning inspector forced Mendip to propose development areas in the northwest of their district, and hence, as I say, we are where we are. If this application were turned down by Baines, then it would be pointless because it would just make the application in Mendip, which is going to succeed, rather worse than it would otherwise be. Presumably it will be successfully appealed, in fact. So basically I'm here to plead for mitigation and to wonder about some of the things I found in the report which didn't seem to be as much decent mitigation as one could hope for, in spite of the promises which we see on the screen there. I certainly welcome the 488,000 green space and parks offer, and I do hope that there will be discussion with the Midsummer Norton Town Council and perhaps also with the Town Trust, which looks after the town park, which is the only town park that Midsummer Norton has really, and it's only recently been achieved, and it's something which needs extra infrastructure, possibly a bridge, certainly other additions. It's only partially met its ambitions so far. I'm rather more concerned about the 392,000 cycleway, which is mentioned. Seems like a very good idea, but I can't get away from the word within in the description of this cycleway. The ETZ, the enterprise zone, proceeding at astonishingly glacial speed. It's already been going for a number of years. It hasn't achieved anything by way of actually putting a spade in the ground. It still has years to go. No doubt these houses will be long built by the time it eventually comes about. That is the best way at the moment of trying to balance the imbalance between jobs and houses in this area. It's a fairly small site. why a cycleway or path through that site should cost nearly £400,000, I can't possibly imagine. What would actually be needed by way of a cycle route, if you're looking for one to make the ETZ more viable, is between Farrington Gurney and Midsummer Norton along the A362. At the moment, this is actually blocked off by cars parked on the A road outside their houses, which have perfectly good access behind them, but apparently that's not enough. And there are plans within the ETZ affair to possibly get West of England money to mitigate that. But if that doesn't happen, I mean, that is something which clearly is a crying out for some infrastructure expenditure. The A362 is the main route from this area, from this development, to Bristol along the A37. If people could get easily along a cycleway, or even, better by car along the A362, this would be a good thing. They can pick up public transport on the A37, which will be more considerable than in Midsummer Norton itself. My final plea is SIL is something which is wrapped in obscurity as far as the public and me as a councillor is concerned. I never see deliberations about it or who decides where SIL money should be spent. So this is a plea. SIL on this development must be spent in this immediate area, not to the Somer Valley as a whole, but this immediate area, Midsummer Norton, which is affected by these developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I've withdrawn from the committee for this application because I have in the past remained very critical of Mendip Council's plan to build around 450 houses on our doorstep in Midsummer Norton. 2 of the sites require access from the land in Baines. This is one of them, and it requires access to 270 of those homes. These sites add little, if anything, to Midsummer Norton or Baines. They will not contribute to council tax or anything else that our community needs. There will be a drain on our already overstretched infrastructure and services. Baines Council have consistently opposed these developments and should continue to do so, as they will lead to overdevelopment of our town, particularly when taking into consideration our own 5-year land supply needs. We currently have a policy SV1, which looks to build 2,470 homes in our area, which would be obviously in addition to this 450. This will also add additional stress to our jobs markets and will increase the commuting to Bath. The financial contributions conditions in the officer's reports are a drop in the ocean when compared to the damage this development will do. I appreciate there's £10,000 towards a bus infrastructure, a contribution towards a cycleway, which I believe a large majority of the cycleway is already being dealt with the WECA TRO for the industrial zone. And 488,000 towards green space. Well, it's not going to give us any additional green space. So I see very little benefit to the residents of Midsummer Norton in removing more green space from our area. What it won't be doing is providing any more surgeries, any more dental practices, or any more schools, which is what these developments really need to start focusing on, rather than, I'd say, a £10,000 contribution towards a bus service. The £1 million in total that is committed to this is insignificant when compared to the decades of future issues caused by this type of development. A development built not around the available infrastructure or the community needs, but purely for a council meeting target numbers on a government spreadsheet. So for these reasons, I would urge this council to be consistent in its opposition and support the planning policy officers in refusing these proposals.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. So, yeah, if you could step off the committee.
I just wanted to make a comment, if I may, Chair.
Don't think you can, actually.
Well, it's rather an important legal question. It concerns the contribution to the Soma Valley Enterprise Zone. Now, Old Mills is in Poulton, and we're talking, somebody's mentioned the committee are aware that £21,000 will hardly buy one lecturer's time
Councillor
per week.
Jackson, you've removed yourself from the committee, so you can't give a whole long statement and ask questions now. I'm sorry.
Well, why not, Chair? They're important matters.
Well, I dare say, and there may be other people in the audience who have important matters they'd like to ask, but they're not on the speakers list.
Well, if we are going to break planning law, I think it's very important.
Questions?
Can I just ask a point?
Questions,
on
the
that?
officer.
Would the legal advice be we ignore what the member has just said? Or we can ask, we should be asking the same question?
I think it's a reasonable question that Councillor Jackson has raised, and if any member of the committee wanted to raise that question for clarification, we could clarify that question, if that answers your question, Councillor McCabe.
Councillor Crossley.
Well, first of all, I'll raise Councillor Jackson's question for you to answer. But secondly, my question is that if we were looking at a similar project that was in Bath, what sort of sill would we expect to receive for 260 houses?
I'll do the Section 106 question first. So my understanding, Izzy, you correct me if I'm wrong on this, the contribution towards the Summer Valley Enterprise Zone is to facilitate access, or it's to assist with the access to that employment area. Appreciate that employment area isn't necessarily online at the moment. So there's a reasonable justification for this Section 106 money to be secured in relation to this development to link to that as an employment zone. Usually Section 106s would be, I mean, they're contributions required to make an application acceptable in order to grant planning permission. This site, the enterprise zone is distant from this particular application site, but there is a logical rationale that's set out in the case officer's report as to why a contribution is being sought in that respect, and I think it's perfectly acceptable to be seeking that contribution tied up in a Section 106 agreement. On the sill side of things, the housing on the Mendip site, Mendip don't actually have a sill charging policy, so they don't collect sill, and their house, the 270, 270 houses that they're proposing on their site wouldn't generate any, even if they were a sill charging authority, that wouldn't generate any sill for our area because it's within their council's remit. Sill is charged at £100 per square metre plus indexation. The current index linking is around about £128, £129 a square metre on new residential development, but it would be dependent on the size of the houses and the gross internal floor area that's created from that. So it would be impossible to give a ballpark figure as to what a scheme of 250 houses might deliver.
So it'd be £130 per square metre.
Ballpark, yeah.
260 houses. The average, let's say the average square meterage of a house is 100. So you've got 100 times 260 times 130. If someone's got a calculator, can they do that for me?
Yes. I can get a calculator. But, yeah, I mean, for an example, a housing scheme in the Westfield area of 81 dwellings generated a sill bill of just over £1 million. That was 81 dwellings.
81. which is
3.4 million.
3.4 million. Thank you. That's the answer to my question.
Okay.
That'll come up in the debate.
Okay, back to questions. Councillor McPhee, did you have a question?
Well, I was only...
Can you turn your mic off, please, Councillor Crossley? Councillor McCabe.
So, would I be right in thinking that because they could put an access, they could request an access further down, what's it, the B3355, Silver, is it Silver Street? They could request an access a bit further down, opposite the rugby club, where there's good visibility. But they haven't done. They're requesting that cut through into. Is that to share some of the money with us, or they save a load of money by not having to put in an access point? They save a lot of money. So yeah. So is this about giving us money or them saving money?
So the access off Silver Street isn't the sole access to the site. There's actually an access within Mendip down here, which I believe this is the A367, which goes into the site. I think a key point here is that this road here is already permitted, and as has been raised, Baines did object quite strongly to the allocation of this site in the Mendip local plan. However, something which was kind of raised and was pushed for was that interconnectivity. I think from a planning perspective, it would be quite poor planning to have a housing site on the edge of a clearly defined housing estate, really, which has absolutely no connectivity through it apart from one sort of route along a main road. Officers don't really consider that there's kind of a planning reason to refuse this slight change in the road layout and this footpath. In terms of the sort of financial contributions secured, the Mendip allocation MM1 does allow for Baines to secure contributions to infrastructure. Obviously, those obligations and contributions have to be fully justified. So, we've consulted with our colleagues in highways and obviously the Somer Valley Enterprise team, and the contributions that we're asking for are considered to be proportionate and what we can actually justify at the moment. I appreciate, Councillor McPhee's comment as well about with his green development, but we have to assess it on our own merits. The housing site itself isn't within Baines. However, we are obviously seeking those contributions because of that allowance in the allocation. Whether or not the developer is seeking to save money by putting the access here, I can't possibly answer.
Thank you. So has anyone done any calculations about how much extra traffic is going to be on that road coming out right in front of a primary school?
I'll do my best to answer that. So there was a transport statement attached to the application, and I believe it did include an assessment of the trips that would be associated with the development, and highways were satisfied with that.
So you're saying you were satisfied that there is no impact on the school from the extra traffic, no increased danger for the children coming in and out of the school, no congestion at drop-off and pick-up time. I'm not sure that it's a very healthy place to have a very, very busy junction serving so many houses.
I don't think that was their response. I think that the response was that they don't object to the impact.
Richard, you wanted to add something to that?
Microphones. Is that working? Yeah. Just I think the clarification, which Isabel has just said, essentially the access is pre-existing. It's already got planning permission. It's already been commenced. It's serving a development site within our district that has already got planning permission, and there are other development sites in that immediate area. There's very limited scope in what we can actually assess here, and we shouldn't be making a decision based on what Mendip are delivering in their housing for their allocation appreciate it's on the immediately adjacent site. And as Izzy said, if we went down a route of rejecting this so they don't have that connectivity or the pedestrian foot link, you've still got a single point of access coming in and out, which from an urban design and a connectivity point of view is not good sound planning. They could theoretically put an access further down the road, but what you'll end up with then is a series of accesses into housing sites with no connectivity between housing sites, and from a community building point of view, that is not a desirable outcome. But I think just pinning it back to what this actual application is for, that access is pre-existing, has commenced, and there is a permission that will see that access coming forward. So I think we need to focus in on that.
Okay, Councillor McCabe, or did you have a follow-up? Okay, Councillor Hodge.
Yes, I want to follow up on Councillor McCabe's, because I know this is pre-existing access, but the considerations around the pre-existing access are bound to be influenced by the change in it, potential change in its use. I don't think we can separate those two things. And I would like more information about where the school sits in relation to, and that junction, if we can see that a bit more, because we're potentially opening up the floodgates to all that traffic coming through the school, and to be clear about the highways decision on that. I also want to suggest, infrastructure, some of the SIL money could have gone towards a pedestrian crossing in that location as well, rather than some of the other things that it's gone towards. If you presume that some people from the development are then going to try and access the school, they've got to get across that road. But could we see a bit more detail about how that access links in with the school?
Yeah. So there is already a pedestrian crossing across the road to the school. This wasn't an issue raised by Highways, so we haven't sought a contribution. Again, as I say, we have to be able to fully justify any contribution we seek. Highways haven't raised that we need any better crossing in this location. This has obviously been provided. So this photo here, where I'm stood, actually I'm literally outside the pavement of the school. So the access is pretty much directly opposite it. If we look here, the access is about here, and this is the school site. So they are kind of clearly, they are clearly related to one another. As Richard said, we won't be able to have SIL, as I believe, on this site or from the Mendip development. So I hope that's helpful. I don't really have kind of any more photos to be able to show you the relationship with the school. I don't know if, Tom, you've got anything in terms of the impact on the school and transport matters.
No, I'm afraid I don't have any more to add than what's in the Highways report. I'm afraid I wasn't actually involved in assessing this site.
Yeah, do you want to follow on?
Yeah, sorry, when you say that's a pedestrian crossing, it just looks like two drop pavements. Is there something else planned to go in that location?
As far as I'm aware, no. I mean, obviously I've asked for the contributions in line with the Highways comments. It's not considered that a further pedestrian crossing, because of the impact of this development, would be required. We are obviously only assessing really the access. Yes, the two are interlinked, but if we can't fully justify those contributions, and if those matters haven't been raised by our kind of technical highways officers, I would find it difficult to be able to justify a financial contribution to a crossing which our highways officers haven't said is necessary to make the development safe.
Okay, Councillor Hodge.
Yeah,
I can see you don't like the answer, but you have an answer. And can I just, our legal officer would like to say something.
Thank you, Chair. It's just to put my voice to that, what you've heard from your officers. In that Section 106 contributions, they must meet the legal tests, and that's what your officers have been looking at. So that's necessary to make the development, that's the access, acceptable in planning terms, directly related to the development, that being the access, and fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind to the development. Now, they're the tests that we, as a local planning authority, need to ensure that we're content that those obligations that come forward meet for them to be lawfully capable of us seeking them. I'm just putting this forward. I don't think I've added to what the officers said, but just hoping that that provides some clarification.
Thank you for that. Councillor Appleyard.
I'll hold to the discussion.
Any more questions? You had another one, did you, Councillor McCabe?
I just want to push a bit further on this. You know, I've asked about the increase in volume of traffic, that if we just basically agreeing to a hole in the hedge. So if we agree to the hole in the hedge and we increase all the traffic coming out on that junction, I think there's going to be an impact. So, but you're saying that highways were fine with that. I can't see any improvement. You've also said that it's a reasonable expectation that some of the residents there will send their kids to the primary school, but it doesn't look like we've made any attempt, unless I've missed something, to secure active travel routes, i.e. walking and cycling, for children to the school. And two dropped curves, and I can tell you what highways planners will say, that there isn't enough room there to put a zebra crossing in, because the junction's too close to those dropped curbs. So you couldn't get a zebra crossing in there, because you couldn't get your zigzag white lines far enough down the road, so it would all have to shift up. So I think are you comfortable that we have secured enough safe active travel routes to the school as part of the huge increase in use that this junction is now going to have to take?
I'll obviously let Tom comment on the access stuff, but just on the active travel routes, I think actually this development is almost facilitating active travel in some respects. This site here, which has been built out, has at the moment no connectivity to the school, because obviously this hasn't been built out. So at the moment you would have to kind of walk down and round. This footpath here, which will link this site, will actually allow for kind of more active travel, cycleways, and you know, people using the school really. Yes, I do appreciate that the access will be more intensely used. It will be associated with 270 houses, but our highways officers have kind of scrutinised the transport assessment and are satisfied with it. Our education officers have no objection. They have been consulted as well on the scheme in Mendip. I've actually written the consultation response for that, and the education officers didn't have any objection to the proposals.
Sorry, Councillor McCabe, you finished. Councillor Hodge, did you put your hand up? No, okay. So any more questions? Councillor Crossley.
Yeah, so you would be able to walk from this estate through this. This actually isn't built out at the moment. Obviously, there's absolutely no guarantee that it would be built out. It is an extant permission. So I'm just highlighting the fact that actually this does promote active travel through the Mendip site, which, given that it's an allocated site, we can be fairly confident that that is going to be built out. I mean, you know, I have nothing to suggest that this site won't be built out, but it's just an additional route.
So when we gave
I can't comment on that. I wasn't the case officer.
Okay.
But there's
As far as I'm aware, no.
Thank you.
Sorry, Richard, were you going to say something?
No, yeah, oh, sorry, microphone again. Just in terms of the three sites that you've got there, the one that's built out already, the Mendip proposal, and the one that's got planning permission but hasn't been built out yet, there is connectivity between the two sites within the Baines district, and when the planning applications were determined for those applications, there are active routes through those. What this is facilitating is an active route from a site that's not within our district into and through the adjacent sites. So it's the third part of connectivity across those sites. I hope that clarifies.
So that means that from our own sites, there will be quite a lot of traffic using that crossing.
Yes.
When they're built out, and that extra bit's built out, there's going to be extra traffic trying to cross that road at that point of the school.
Yeah, that's correct. At the moment, you can't, because the site in the Baines district has not yet commenced development. There's no direct link from the estate that's been built on the right-hand side of the picture. You can't get a direct link from there into the school site at the moment, but that will come when the other Baines development has been delivered.
So it will further increase the desire line across that crossing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So therefore, if we go back to the picture with the two drop curbs, why would it not be, what from a highways point of view makes that impossible to put a proper beaconized crossing? And I would just refer you to the fact that at Bathwick Hill, at the bottom of Bathwick Hill, with a very busy road, there is a signalized crossing almost as close to the roundabout as that is to that junction. So from a highways point of view, why could you not make that a completely secure and safe signalized crossing in view of the number of kids that are going to be walking across it?
In answer to your question, Councillor Crossley, I'm not aware whether that's been assessed or not. That's not part of the proposal. The proposal is, with the uncontrolled dropped curb crossing. The Highways report said that safe pedestrian and cycle routes are provided from the site to the new Norton Hill Primary School and the existing Norton Hill Secondary School. So evidently they were satisfied that they were adequate.
Councillor Davis.
My question's been answered, thank you.
Fine. All right. All questions done. There's another question? Debate. So any more questions before we move to the debate? No? Councillor Appleyard.
Yeah, thank you very much. Quite interesting. Also on the face of it, I think we all recognise that in terms of the development on the Mendip development, we've been pretty much tucked up, and we have to manage the infrastructure requirements for that development. In principle, it makes sense to have that route out, because not only obviously thinking about the locality, but also these 270 families that are going to be potentially there, they're obviously going to serve some of our traders that in Midsummer Norton, and that's an important factor. But my concern is on two things. One is that if that road that's already there, I presume it's already there, which was there primarily to serve that very small cluster of buildings, is now going to serve that additional big 5 times as many buildings. I think we should be able to seek some sort of payment for future maintenance of that road, because the wear and tear is actually going to be certainly added to by that extra development. And unless there is certainty that there is, and I understand what the Highway was saying, and it frustrates me that we don't actually think about us on the ground, how we're living, because the ward councillors are going to be struggling in the next 10 years to try and get some enhanced crossing on that site, because it's going to be proved to be inadequate. And I would think the condition of agreeing to this would be that we have a state-of-the-art crossing suitable, future-proofed for that particular area. And if it means realigning the bits of road or something like that, so be it. But we need to get that right. And I understand had the ward councillor been here and indicated that there was a light-controlled crossing 100 metres down the road, I would actually say that people will not necessarily walk 100 yards to come back on the other side of the road, so they will then chance it. So unless, and I will listen to everybody, but I mean, unless there is some sort of process that we can say that we want a proper crossing or funding for a proper crossing at that area, I'm not prepared to support this application.
Thank you. Councillor McPhee.
And we quite clear.
Okay, but just no matter what anybody might think about past history and mend it, we need a proper policy reason to turn down this as it stands on paper. So, but anyway, I take your point. Councillor McCabe again.
Yeah, I think the officer's recommendation is delegate to permit, but I'm completely with Councillor Appleyard here. We need that. I'm afraid we have to face up to the reality of the situation, and this junction is going to be much busier, and I don't think, I'm struggling to find a policy reason to turn it down, but I can see that I would only be able to accept it if we were able to secure a proper crossing. I don't even think you could get a traffic light in. I think you're going to have to move it up and then put in a toucan or a zebra crossing a bit further up. But if we can guarantee that we'll look at that, then I might be willing to support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crossley. Thank you, Councillor Crossley. Richard, did you want to come in?
Yeah, quite simply. I hear what you're saying, and I do appreciate what you're saying, Councillor Crossley. Quite simply, it would be unlawful to be able to. We could not do. We can't. Mendip is not a sill surcharging authority. They do not charge any sill on their development. We have no control or remit over development in their administrative area, and we can't charge sill based on our rates of sill in an area that is not administered by Bath and North East Somerset Council. So it's legally not possible what you're asking to do. I appreciate the rationale behind that, but it's not possible. We will generate sill from all of the development in our area, so on the other side, to the north of that hedgerow. But that's not something that we could go away and discuss. So deferral of this application is a perfectly reasonable option if members want to go down that route. There are certain points that I think we've picked up from the debate today that we could discuss or negotiate further with the applicant. If it were deferred from today, I understand Mendip's application is going to their committee next month or July?
13th of July, I believe.
13th, yeah, so we should have at least a resolution on the Mendip application by that point to know whether permission's been granted or refused. We can clarify certain points that have come out to today, but I think the main message I would give on, certainly on the sill issue, is we can't, that's not something that we can go away and negotiate with the developer on this application, because it's yeah.
So, Rich, I fully understand if Mendip has no sill, we can't ask Mendip to provide a sill. But why can't we not negotiate directly with the developer over a contribution that is not called sill, is to develop a grant? Because the amount that you've got, with all due respect, a million that you've got, we're well done for getting a million, but we got 5 million for, and I know they're not in our house, but this, if they want to build this out and we don't give them permission, they have got a much more expensive option further down the road. So they are going to want to negotiate with us. And if we have no legal option but to permit this, then we might as well get the maximum we can from it, is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah. Yeah, it would potentially be a renegotiation of Section 106 terms, not sill terms. The stuff around highways crossing, and again, we would need to go back to the transport assessments, discuss with our highways colleagues. As the legal advisor has already said, there are certain tests that we've got to satisfy in order to secure Section 106 money. If we can't satisfy those tests, we can't secure it, but we can have that discussion. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to suggest a deferral and ask that particularly the highways aspect is looked at to do with the crossing, and we can have more information about that, and like the movements and things like that. I feel that probably is where we could do that. And if we can get the evidence, and I think Richard just explained, then we can ask for more money, but we need to get the evidence before we can ask for money. So therefore, I'm quite happy to move a deferral linked particularly to looking at a crossing with the evidence from highways, because highways don't seem to have the evidence that we want at the moment. So I'm quite happy to move a deferral with that to look at.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Would someone like to second that? Second, anybody want to? Councillor McCabe?
Yeah, happy to second. I think the committee does want to know that we've explored every option on securing something a bit more on the highways. Maybe we can get the developer, whatever, to take over a bit more of the tarmac and the longevity of that. Definitely, we should be exploring getting the developer to pay for the getting the developer to pay for a secure crossing point there for the school. So I'm happy to second Councillor Davis's motion.
I just want to check, with the planning obligations, are these add-ons, or are you able to add on to what's been negotiated existing, or do you just go back to scratch and renegotiate them? How does that work?
At the moment, hello. Yeah, at the moment, the obligations that have been secured through the consultation is what's been agreed in principle with the applicant. If we wish to look at additional contributions in that, we will have to go back to the evidence. We'll have to liaise with the consultees. We'll have to go back to the developer and see whether that's, if the evidence is there to support the need for additional contributions, then that can be put forward. Conversely, it might be that this application comes back before committee having done that exercise, having... Sorry, train of thought gone there. Yeah, conversely, we may go away from this meeting if it is a deferral, have those consultations, relook at the evidence, rediscuss with the applicant, and if the evidence isn't there to support it, we would come back to the committee, but at least we can clarify why it's not necessarily, or why we can't secure that. So there's not a guarantee, if you are deferring it today, that we would come back in a month's time and say, we've now secured X, Y, and Z towards the crossing. So yeah, but it will be just, it will explain and set out in a future report.
Councillor McPhee.
Thank you, Chair. It won't have been the first time that there'll be an access from one boundary into another. I know that, for example, we worked closely with Wiltshire Council on the, it was on neighbourhood planning, but for Freshford and Limpley Stoke, and councils do work together and they do talk to each other about what's necessary, but that's obviously very different to what's come forward before committee right now. I think each matter on its own merits. This is an access. This is what we're here to discuss. I don't have any experience to draw on that can provide any assistance, to this committee at this point, other than, the advice that I've given you today is that, it is as it is in terms of the contributions. They have to meet the tests. And we will work with the planning officers in the report that comes back to you in terms of what those obligations are that we can secure.
Microphone's not on.
Sorry. If Mendip aren't playing, if you've got some good precedents where you can say this is what happened in the past, it could be helpful to us.
Councillor Crossley.
I think a deferral also has the advantage that we know definitely then whether Mendip have approved it or not approved it.
Okay, any more contributions to the debate? Councillor Hodge.
I just wondered if we had a deferral, we can have more of a detailed highways presentation. I'm just trying to read through their report, but it'd be useful to understand better how they've come to their conclusions.
Seems fair enough. Officer would note that. Thank you. So if there's no more contributions to the debate, the motion we have on the table, proposed by Councillor Davies and second by Councillor McCabe, is to defer so that additional negotiation can take place linked to the crossing and safety on that road. Is that a fair statement?
I think it's the evidence we need from highways, whether a crossing is needed, because without the evidence, we can't then ask for any we can't negotiate more money. So I think we need some about the evidence in the wording there, if possible.
Okay, is that clear enough? Are you happy with that? Yeah. So, all those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Hour and a half. Does anybody need a comfort break? Yeah. Have a comfort break if you want it, but really, seriously, 5 minutes. Come straight back. Okay, if you can carry on, please. Next one's parcel 6536 Top Lane, Farnborough. If I could ask the officer, I think we have Isabel again, to go through her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, you've all got my voice again. So this application is for the construction, installation, operation and subsequent decommissioning of ground-mounted photovoltaic solar arrays, various other works on the site to facilitate this on Top Lane in Farnborough. So site location plan, so we have done a pre-committee site visit for this, so members should hopefully have an idea of where the site is, but this in red is the site here, and then you can kind of see it quite helpfully outlined by the hedging below. So we've got an indicative site layout plan. There was a key with this plan, but it's quite hard to see it, so I'm going to kind of run through the various aspects. So obviously these blue bits here are the arrays themselves. Then you've got an existing hedge which surrounds the entire site. This hedge is proposed to be retained, and in areas where it may be a bit sparse or needs to be removed, it will be replaced with new hedgerow planting. You've then got a security fence and security cameras going around the outside. That's kind of the dotted brown and black lines you can see here. This little black dot in here is the customer switch gear, and then you've got the inverters here and here and here, and then a DNO substation just there. And then this area here is for ecological enhancement. Oh, and actually the dotted lines, the purple ones, are public footpaths which run through the site. So I've got an example section drawing here of the panels, around 3 meters in height from ground level to kind of the tip. You've got the separation distances here, about 3 meters. And then just some kind of elevations of the CCTV cameras, which are pretty bog standard, the security fencing and entrance gates. And then the substation buildings again. Some further elevation drawings of some of the buildings which will be on site. And I've got a few site photographs. Obviously the site is just kind of empty fields, so I'm sorry they're probably not that informative, but I hope the site visit was helpful. So there is a public footpath which runs along this hedge. So this is kind of a panoramic view which shows some of the site. A couple more. You could obviously kind of see how flat the plain is. There are some hills in the distance there, but it is relatively level. Another one of the site with the hills in the background, and then this is a view from the road with the existing hedge. Those of you who went on the site visit, we did walk along the hedge part of the way and then drove along the rest. This was taken quite a long time ago when there was very little vegetation. So the application is recommended for permission for the reasons in the committee report.
Thank you, Isabel. We have one speaker on this one, if Annabelle McGregor is available.
Testing. Hi, my name's Annabelle McGregor, and I'm a project developer at Renewable Connections. So I'd like to use my time just to reiterate some of the key benefits ahead of this debate. So this is a 15 megawatt solar farm that can power up to 4,500 homes and displace up to 7,500 tons of CO2 every year. It's a temporary installation, so has a 40-year project lifespan, and we're providing a community benefit fund of £30,000 towards local projects. All existing public rights of way will be retained during construction and operation, and the project is supported by statutory consultees, including Farnborough Parish Council, with all comments having been resolved. It's also supported by Ward Member Councillor Butters, who sadly can't be here today, but has written a letter in support, and is supported by local residents who are keen to see similar projects come forward in this location. So why is this project needed? On a national scale, the British Energy Security Strategy has set a target of 70 gigawatts of solar by 2035. For reference, only about 15 gigawatts of solar is currently operational in the UK. Solar is cheap and quick to deploy compared to other means and will reduce reliance on foreign gas imports. And if approved, we could be on site within 12 to 18 months. At a local level, Baines has declared a climate emergency and has a 10-year plan for becoming carbon neutral, which includes a 110 megawatt renewable energy target by 2029. So at the moment, I believe only 20 megawatts is currently operational within Baines. So this project would make an 18% contribution towards this target. So most importantly, the site is within the Greenbelt, but Baines recognises the need for some sites to come forward in the Greenbelt in order to meet renewable energy targets. And this site in particular is within the area identified as being suitable for renewable energy development. It doesn't contravene any of the 5 Greenbelt purposes, and the benefits of the scheme are considered to amount to very special circumstances, which include significant contribution to local and national renewable energy targets, the temporary nature of the development, job creation and contribution to a low-carbon economy. It won't result in any urban sprawl or harm to any historic towns, and will create significant biodiversity net gain. In terms of loss of agricultural land, all the land here is grade 3B, which is moderate quality. It's therefore not best and most versatile agricultural land, which is grades 3A and above. It could still be used to graze sheep if needed and continue in agricultural use. And most importantly, allows the landowner to diversify his income and support other areas of his business while decarbonising his operations. Notwithstanding this, the soil underneath will regenerate during the fallow period over 40 years, ready for return to arable use at the end of the project's lifespan. In terms of decommissioning, all equipment will be removed after 40 years, as discussed. Up to 99% of materials are recyclable, and a detailed decommissioning plan will be secured via planning condition. At the end of the project's life, the land will return to agricultural use and will not be considered previously developed land. So I hope this has been a helpful summary of the benefits, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'd forgotten that you have a statement, short statement from Councillor Butters. You're going to read out, Councillor McCabe, because he wasn't able to make it here.
Yeah, apologies from Neil, who's unwell at the moment. I'm writing, and these are his words, I'm writing to register my in my capacity as ward councillor for the proposed Marksbury Plains solar farm. I would have attended the committee to speak in favour had I not been unwell. We are facing a desperate climate emergency as a country, and the proposal will play a part in helping to tackle that. As a council, we have ambitious plans to increase renewables and tackle carbon emissions. The location is well suited to solar, as it has very limited visual impact. Neither parish council has objected to the application. One, Farnborough, has registered their support. The other, Marksbury, chose to make no decision themselves, but encouraged their members to respond as individuals. Objections from the community, therefore, are extremely low. Whilst this site is in the Greenbelt, it is important to remember that our own Council Renewable Energy Resource Evidence-Based Technical Review has highlighted that there is an opportunity to realise significant environmental benefits from renewable energy development in this location without causing unacceptable harm to the character and openness of the green belt. The solar farm will take up only 1/3 of the land, leaving the remaining space to be farmed. I am also supportive of the new landscaping improvements, which will help to increase the biodiversity mix. During Renewable Connections community consultation event, I received very few concerns raised with me as ward councillor, but I did receive a number of supportive comments. To conclude, this scheme has many significant benefits. It will create clean, renewable energy to power 4,700 homes, displacing 7,600 tonnes of CO2 every year. We have, as a council, have declared a climate emergency. We have a 10-year plan to ensure that we are carbon neutral by 2030, which includes development of more renewable energies. On our target of 110 megawatts, this equals 15. Our officers are recommending approval, and the site has low visual impact on my constituents. I therefore wish to ensure the committee that this application has my full support and would urge its approval.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. Okay, questions to the officer, please. Councillor Crossley.
Yes, sorry. I've got one question. Can you just bring the map up? I can't. Sorry, I have just come back from holiday yesterday, so I haven't read all the reports in as much detail as I usually do, but I can't find anything. You say that the yellow patch is going to be for increased biodiversity, but I can't find much information on that in the report. Maybe I've missed that page. So how is that going to be managed for increased biodiversity, and who's going to be responsible for it going forward? And is that part of the commitment that the landowner does as part of his profits from the solar farm? And my second question is, every time a solar farm comes up, and I've always supported them up till now, we're told that the land underneath the panels can be used for grazing. Yet whenever I go around, I never see any farm animals underneath solar panels. So how does that work? Is this an urban myth? Or we've just had the speaker saying that this will be grazed by sheep, but how does that work? Because I've actually never seen sheep or goats or pigs grazing underneath these solar panels. So if it does happen, just please say, yes, it happens a lot, and I haven't seen it. But so they're shy and they go. So they're my two questions, is the grazing and the management of the yellow.
Thank you, Councillor Crosley. Yeah, so there was an ecological impact assessment submitted as part of the application, which has been assessed by our own ecologist. That was considered to be acceptable. There's a very detailed condition 10, which is for a landscape and ecological management plan, which essentially seeks compliance with the recommendations of the ecological impact assessment. I won't read the whole condition, but I'll just list kind of a couple of things on there. So that secures a long-term wildlife conservation and landscape aims and objectives, habitat creation, habitat conditions for breeding skylarks, provision of habitats and suitable conditions for other bird species, proposed measures to provide access for movements of wildlife across and around the site. And there is provision in that condition for long-term monitoring and a reporting scheme for the duration of the development. So that condition kind of covers everything which is in the ecological assessment which has been provided, and our own ecologists consider that is fully acceptable and obviously subject to compliance with that condition. In the respect of the grazing, I'm not an expert, don't have sheep myself, so I'm not sure whether or not they actually do graze. I believe that they can, and it is something which I have seen noted before, but whether or not it actually happens, we probably wouldn't secure by condition that had to happen. I think that would be quite difficult to enforce.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCabe, are you nodding because you know about sheep?
I'm nodding because I know about sheep. My understanding is that that actually you can graze for the first couple of years, but then the shade from the panels actually suppresses the growth of the grass. But what I was reading in New Scientist, interestingly, was that if you leave the grass and try and manage it as a meadow, actually the taller grass creates deeper roots, which locks more carbon into the soil and actually helps the soil to recover and build up again with rich material, and is actually in a better condition after it's been fallow for a good few years. But it does require maintenance, though. It does require managing. Can I ask a question? Thank you. My question was over the end of life. I think the big concern from, although Marksbury didn't submit a response as a parish council, the discussions that we had suggested that we were all somewhat concerned about end of life. And I just want to really be reassured that we have the power to have all of that taken away and returned to its original condition, and that it won't be labelled as a previously developed land.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. Yes, there is a condition which I'm trying to find. There we are. Which does secure the decommissioning. It says no less than 6 months before the 40th anniversary of the first export date, a decommissioning and site restoration scheme shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The strategy shall include details of how plant and equipments within the site will be removed, including any boundary treatments like the fences, and include timescales for the work. The strategy shall include copies of the pre-decommissioning ecological surveys, and which will inform any mitigation requirements. The site shall be decommissioned and restored in accordance with the approved details. And then the condition goes on to say that the site will revert to greenfield land following decommissioning and will not be identified as previously developed land. So we consider that that is satisfactory, that would secure the decommissioning of the site, and would also enable the flexibility to, you know, obviously I appreciate, as you've just said, the conditions on the ground might actually change, may improve. So rather than saying it will be returned to its original, original state, it may be that, you know, we're able to improve it through mitigation measures. So that condition allows for that.
Thank you, Chair. My follow-up then would be, because we don't know what technology is going to do, and what happens if suddenly we find that technology has leapt on and we could keep that site going, but swap out all the panels and generate 3 times as much solar. Is your understanding that they would have to submit a new planning application to do that?
Yeah, I believe they would. Obviously, if they didn't come in with a decommissioning strategy, they would be in breach of that condition. So, you know, it may be that they either come in with a completely new application or there's an application made to vary the wording of that condition. But either way, you know, obviously members of the public would be consulted, etc., on either of those. So approving this development, if technology did move on in the future, it wouldn't preclude us from, you know, necessarily approving something else or refusing something else in the future.
Because I have to point out from earlier today that things from 12 years ago don't seem to be able to be enforced. So we're talking 40 years here. And good though that you are, Richard, I would suspect you might have retired by the time 40 years is up. So I do have some concerns about our abilities to create any kind of condition that's enforceable in 40 years' time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this condition does pass the 6 tests in terms of enforceability. I appreciate, you know, 40 years is a long time, and I probably won't be working here either in 40 years. Who knows? But I do think this is an extremely, you know, it is a large site. People are going to be aware that it's there. I think that, you know, there is obviously a reasonable chance that this would get reported to enforcement. Also, we'd also have a 10-year kind of window. It wouldn't become lawful immediately if they didn't decommission it. So I'm satisfied that this condition is fully enforceable, but Rich, let me know if you disagree.
Yeah, no, I'd endorse that position. Who knows what might happen with planning legislation in the next 40 years. But yeah, as Izzy says, breach of condition under the current legislation is 10 years. So effectively, if it's still there in 49 years' time, we can still enforce it at that point. I'm satisfied that it's a reasonable, it meets the 6 tests and it is an enforceable condition.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. 40 years, of course, is a metaphor for a very long time, it being the amount of time it took the children of Israel to get from Egypt to Jericho. But we really don't want to be wandering around for a great, you know, we need to be very precise, I think, with the conditions. I would like to know why it's 40 years, whereas, if my memory serves me correctly, for the Clutton display and the Marksbury one that went through on the planning inspectors say-so, were 25 years. And 25 years would seem to me to be a much more reasonable length of time. I mean, it could always, perhaps 25 years as a break clause. I mean, it could always be renewed for another 15. But I do think 40 years, I'm a bit perplexed about why we've picked on it when the other applications were 25. And that mentioning those 2 sites, we don't have a policy on any of these things, do we? That's part of the problem. But it does seem to me we're getting rather a concentration of solar farms in one ward almost. I mean, in a very small area, and I wondered if officers had any thoughts about why we're getting such a large installation in this location in view of the fact there are 2 other farms quite close.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. In relation to your first question, the 40 years is what's been put forward as the developer for the lifetime of the development. So, I mean, it's quite likely that the previous approved schemes, technology, you know, as Councillor McCabe has alluded to, does move on, and that these panels will be able to generate electricity for 40 years. You know, obviously, if members were going to sort of permit it for 25 years, I would perhaps question why it wouldn't be appropriate to have it for a further 15 years. So officers, again, are satisfied that that condition would secure its removal, and that, you know, that will be the lifetime of the development, and how long these panels can actually generate electricity for. In relation to where the sites are located, and you know, you're saying a cluster of sites, we don't allocate sites for solar panels in Baines. The local plan partial update is currently seeking to update our renewable energy policies. The new policies, again, won't allocate sites. There's many reasons for this, but I think, you know, really the primary one is that we as, you know, the policy makers, we're not solar farm developers. We're not, you know, experts to the extent that these developers are, and there are many kind of land constraints to consider that would come with allocating sites. For example, the ability to connect to the grid in that location, matters of land ownership, land classification, etc. So our view, and the view of the planning policy team, is that it would actually be very restrictive for us to allocate specific sites within the district. We are, because of the significant technical expertise which is required to sort of identify these sites, we are indicating areas which would have the least and the most landscape impact, kind of help guide developers. I mean, obviously, a lot of these solar farms, which are of a significant size, do need a significant plot of land, and these are generally in locations where, you know, there are open fields and spaces. So there's nothing in our policies directing it specifically to the locations surrounding this site. And, you know, officers don't consider that kind of the cumulative impact of these various solar farms in this location is a reason for refusal in this case.
Did you have a follow-on?
Back with 3 points actually. When we went to Clutton on a site visit, or I think it was the annual tour, there were sheep grazing around the panels, so it is perfectly possible. Second point, I was wondering what would happen, and we mentioned the question of whether technology advances would make these panels obsolete. In that situation, let's say in 15 years' time, there's some great breakthrough, and these panels are considered completely inefficient and so on. Would we be able to get them removed? Could we have a clause that if they cease to become operational, they will be removed? Because the other point is about solar panels. I think they're manufactured in China, and that there are also ingredients in the batteries and so on which are from Rwanda, and either way we might not be able to source repairs or whatever. So I'm just wondering if we could have a condition that should it no longer be possible to operate these installations, they would be removed.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I think the first point is probably that it's very unlikely that a developer would propose a solar farm of this scale if they weren't confident that the technology would be able to operate for the lifetime of the development. The installation itself will be expensive. There's a lot of very advanced technology being placed on this site. I think a condition securing its removal any time it became operational would be quite difficult for us to enforce, possibly, and wouldn't pass the 6 tests in the MPPF. I don't know, Rich, if you had something you wanted to add on that.
Thanks, Izzy. No, I was just going to say the same. I don't think a condition to that effect would pass the 6 tests for a planning condition. I don't think we could reasonably put such a condition on. I mean, if we got to a point where technology was delivering energy in a much more sustainable way, whatever means that might be, if anything, this is going to be delivering an oversupply of electricity to the grid. It's not a case of once we hit the 110 megawatt by 2029 that's it, sort of objective reached. There's any oversupply can be fed into the grid. If the technology for some reason breaks down within that 40-year period, it would be an expectation on the developer to replace it with, like say one of the arrays ceased working, they would replace it with a new array. In terms of an actual, I mean, you'd effectively be trying to put in a condition foreseeing a market condition that we don't necessarily know exists yet, or a change in technology that we are unaware of. And I just don't think that it would be reasonably necessary in light of the application they're putting forward. I don't think it would be an enforceable condition, because we're not the technical experts on this. It's not for us as the council to say that this is no longer fit for purpose or meeting its need, or we want to switch from this type of technology to an alternative type of technology. I just can't see practically how we could sustain that type of condition on this type of application, unfortunately.
Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Just a very quick question to do with the size of the security fencing is 2 metre high. The arrays are 3 metre high, so obviously they're going to exceed the height of the security fence by a metre. And the CCTV towers are 3 metres high. So is there going to be some, is the security fence going to be obscured by some sort of hedges, or is it just going to be very visible?
Yeah, so there is a landscaping plan. I didn't include it here because it was really difficult to see on the slides on the screen, but you can see some of it here. So around the entire perimeter of the site is an existing hedgerow, which we will have seen on the site visit. I appreciate there are some kind of gaps in that, and the landscaping plan does specify that they will be filled in with kind of new hedging. There's also new hedgerows proposed down the kind of middle aisles, for want of a better word, to provide some additional screening. Our landscape officer has assessed the proposals in detail and doesn't consider that, subject to this planting, which has been conditioned, there would be a significant landscape impact. I think this is in part because of the quite low level of the site. As I say, it's very flat, it's very open. So it will be relatively screened by the vegetation. So officers and our kind of professional landscape consultant doesn't have concerns subject to the planting being secured, which has been conditioned.
Okay, Councillor Appleyard, do you have another question?
Yeah, there's one for Richard. Yeah, I can't understand why we can't, and it's following up on what Eleanor was saying, I can't understand why we can't put a condition in there that if the site becomes inoperable in its lifetime, there can't be a condition there, because if we do get to a situation in 20, 25 years' time, something changes and it doesn't happen on, and then people say, well, how do we deal with that? The first thing people will turn around and say, well, I don't know, we've got no legal recourse, we've got no direction to take any action, because we're deciding at this point it's going to be too difficult to do so. That isn't really what our problem should be. Our problem is to actually future-proof and safeguard the activity for later on. So to have a condition in there saying that if they walk away from doing the business, they bring it back to a standard, and that's not an unreasonable request. Now, enforcing it may be difficult and may be something that we wouldn't want to do. Well, we certainly won't be doing it because we'll be long gone, but other people. But that isn't the issue. The issue is we give at least somebody the tools to start that discussion.
Councillor McCabe.
Yeah, just to add to that, I mean, there are various scenarios whereby the site could end up derelict. I mean, I'm sure Infinity Renewables won't be intending to go bust in the next 20 years, but there's all sorts of things that could happen in 20 to 25 years that could leave the site derelict. And if Infinity Renewables goes bust, who's responsible for clearing the site and returning the site back to what it was? And I don't know if that's an opportunity to secure some sort of payment up front to set aside. You could say maybe 10 grand towards contingencies, and the council keeps that money on account for 40 years, and if all goes well and they decommission the site, that money's returned to them. I mean, some sort of that guarantee that the site won't become derelict. You know, if in 35 years' time the site is derelict and Affinity Renewables aren't around anymore, how do we clear the site? You know, or
Yeah, I was just going to say, that, I mean, there are options in the Town and Country Planning Act for discontinuance notices and discontinuance of planning permissions where a planning application, so if the planning application is framed on the decision notice issued, so that's the description of the development with the conditions, if it's no longer delivering what has been applied for, so say it becomes a defunct site because the technology is just not being used, the council already has the powers of discontinuance in the Town and Country Planning Act, and it can be enforced removal through that. And that's what's rattling through the back of my head is putting a condition that's effectively duplicating a power that the council already has in the event, because it's only an event that it's an event that we don't know that will occur, and we're trying to safeguard. And I appreciate that there's a sound logic for that, because what we don't want is a field with a load of defunct solar and associated equipment. But there are powers that we do already have to deal with that scenario if it came up.
If I can, yeah, but they're the powers we have at the moment, but there's nothing to say the Town and County Planning Act won't change in whatever form. This is actually specific to this particular application and this particular site. So all we're doing is just saying, if you cease doing it, tidy it up. And that is specific. The town, as I said, the other planning acts, they will change.
Yeah, I think there's a potential. I mean, I've heard the option. I don't think there's a motion on the table at the moment, but if delegate to permit, subject. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we could look at a condition about decommissioning. I can't think what the wording of that would be at this stage, but if that's a resolution that the committee ultimately goes down, we will have to work that out between us. But I think, like I said, there are safeguards already in the Act. I appreciate what Councillor Appleyard says, that the Act may change, but yeah, we'll go to the debate.
Right, Councillor Hodge, you had a question?
Yes, sorry, I just want to go back to Eleanor's point, and we've discussed it. I just want to be clear, this is something very new we're doing. It's, you know, to agree this would be great, but I think it's that point of the technology is likely to move on very rapidly, you know, and that land could deliver a lot greater, have greater capacity in 20 years' time probably. Are we not in a position to say at what point this can be decommissioned over a shorter period of time, or a type of break clause? Is that just not possible at all, that we can review that this is that this planning application can be time limited? It's something new. It's a situation we haven't come across before, and it's a very rapidly changing technology. So I'm not worried about these panels not working for 40 years. I'm sure they will chug along, but we could be stuck with this when we could be delivering a lot more from this site in maybe 10 years' time, and there's nothing that can be done about it. We're stuck with might be stuck with a low output. So it's like a time-limited application. Is there any mechanism for that?
Sorry, Councillor Hodge, thought you'd finished there. I mean, this isn't, they are applying for full planning permission, not a temporary planning permission, and I don't think we would be able to go back to them and insist that they applied for temporary planning permission. Ultimately, they've put a proposal on the table and we have to assess it as it is. I think there is a likelihood that if the technology moved on insofar that, you know, the developer could essentially produce more and more energy from this site, that there is a financial benefit for them to do that. So it's pretty likely, I would say, I'm not an expert, but it's pretty likely that if there were panels in the future which were going to essentially make a developer more money, that they would probably want to install those. I don't think it's something that we could condition that, you know, we review the situation in 10, 15 years' time, because we as officers simply are not the experts in that field. And I think it'd be very difficult for us to kind of challenge a developer if, you know, they were saying that they're happy with the energy produced. So there is a full application on the table. It's not a temporary permission. So I think it'd be quite difficult for us to control that.
Is this a question? Another question?
I mean, this is Greenbelt, and I am concerned about its impact on the openness of the Greenbelt at this point, especially given the traffic jams that stretch back from the junction that's just above this field. But it's sort of related, my question. What is the status of these fields? Will it become Greenbelt? Will it become brownfield? And will it lose its status as agricultural land so that an application could come in for housing in 20 years' time?
I think that's been allowed for, Isabel can confirm.
Yeah.
But
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Yes, the condition which secures the decommissioning strategy states that the site will return to Greenfield. It won't be previously developed land, so no. Well, I mean, yes, an application for housing could come forward, but given that it's a Greenfield site, it would be in the Greenbelt, it would be quite difficult for them to get permission for that.
is it a quick one? I'd like to move on to the debate.
Considering the way the questions have been going, I'm wondering if the officer would accept delegate to permit rather than permit.
But I think that's probably what we're going to move to for other reasons. So, yeah. So if I can open up the debate. Anybody want to start? Oh, wait, sorry, Matt, it's you, isn't it? Councillor McCabe, your ward.
As the ward councillor, I obviously, right now, I am absolutely certain that this is something we need to do. So my reservations, as you have clearly picked up around this site, are around end of life, or the fact that it is 40 years and it's so far ahead, and that we struggled to enforce things from 10, 20 years ago. So how can we set something that's 40 years away? And the only concern we have is I mean, okay, nobody's particularly happy about the fence with the security cameras. We all recognise this is a load of metal and glass and precious metals, and that'll be sitting above the field. We all recognise that, but we think obviously the climate emergency is the exceptional circumstance. But our big fear is about being able to control the end of the life, and we completely accept that the economic driver, having secured a site like this, is to actually make it work harder and harder over the years. So that in 40 years' time, hopefully there'll be other options for generating renewable energy, and we'll be looking at a new planning application, or our inheritors of these roles will be looking at a new planning application to do something even more amazing on site. So I will move delegate to permit. I want officers just to look at this end of life thing a little bit longer, a little bit harder, and particularly around the sort of market conditions that we're not expecting but could happen, which might leave the site derelict and leave us stuck with a bill for clearing the site. Because the longer it stays derelict, the more it becomes a brownfield site, and it becomes more and more expensive to clear the land. So I might favour, say, a bond which is put towards unforeseen circumstances, and it's a bond which is to secure the clearance of the land at the end of its life. But I think if that's possible, then I move to delegate to permit with officers looking at that. Thank you.
So are you seconding that, Councillor Davis?
More than happy, and I think your delegate permit is the answer.
Okay, so I know I've got people who want to speak, so just to clarify that, then the motion is to delegate to permit with more information about end of life. And I don't know about the whole, excuse me, bond thing, whether that's possible or reasonable.
I mean, if officers have the time to look into that, negotiate with the applicant, if the applicant's willing, then fine. If the applicant's not willing, then I just, to know that you've looked at that is great.
Yeah.
You say that there's wording in the Town and Country Planning Act, so you don't necessarily need to put new conditions, wording conditions in. But I would like, so I mean, I can see the representative of the applicant is nodding, but if you could have that negotiation about a decommissioning bond, and if market forces are going the way we hope they're going, then that bond will simply be repaid because the applicant will clear the site or be putting in a new planning application, and the money goes back. So, yeah. But to know you've looked into that would be helpful.
Can I just ask a point of clarification on that? Because usually with delegate to permit, there will be a recommendation on the table, and the delegation to permit is for officers to make amendments pursuant to what the members have discussed. So it's usually where conditions have been asked to be added, removed, tweaked. You're essentially asking us for us to delegate to permit to go away and explore this option. Is that more of a defer? Is there an expectation that this will be coming back before the committee, or is this
I
delegate?
don't think. No, I mean, in terms of what Sally's shaking her head, I don't see the need for it to come back. I think you will find there's the chance to secure some sort of a bond. An emergency bond. So is that it's like a Section 106? Is that just an agreement?
Yeah, I'd have to liaise with
you.
It would be secured under some, that sort of
I think if you can, I need to be able to go back to my residents and assure them that we're pretty certain we've sorted the end of life thing out.
Okay.
So to continue with the debate, Councillor Crossley, do you still want to speak?
Thank you very much. I think this is a very exciting application, and one that I've been quite happy to move to permit rather than delegate, but as that's the motion, I'm happy to also move to delegate permit. I think this is, we've got to look at what the current landscape is in terms of energy and all the other problems that we face as a society, and I think this is a large scheme that will produce a lot of benefits. I would just put one request to the officers. We as a committee often permit things and documents go away and get produced, and we actually never see the follow-up from those very large. I would be very interested in this particular instance in seeing the landscape and ecological management plan when it's agreed. I don't need to take part in the debate. I just would like to see what a landscape plan is for this site that our officers agree, and the design proposals, so that just for my own benefit as much, maybe other committee members might like those reports as well, but when those are produced, I would appreciate copies of them. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Davis.
Yeah, this site's right on the edge of my ward. In fact, it's just the other side of the road. When the proposals are coming for us, there was a little bit of concern to start with, but I have to say that as you can see, the Parish Council in Farnborough supported it, and I've had no objections from residents now. Some work has been done to make sure that fears, if you like, were allayed and so on. And I in both the communities of Farnborough and Marksbury, is only there on Sunday in Marksbury, and it's not even mentioned, which is probably, for something this size, is quite remarkable that in the two villages, it's not even mentioned it was coming to planning this week, which it's not because they don't know, it's just because the communities are quite happy with what's happening there, and I'm sure once the hedges and stuff grow up and that, it'll be fine.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Hughes, did you want to contribute?
How about that? Okay, thank you. I'm generally supportive of this type of development, but I have to say I do have some concerns. The first is, I work in the electronics industry, in military aerospace electronics, and I'm very aware of what's happened with our technology over the last 20 years, and the difference between now and 20 years ago is huge. So I am very concerned, about this 40-year period, without any sort of break clause. It just seems to me that certainly after a period of 20 years, we should be sitting down and looking whether the site is still mutually beneficial, both to us and the developers, and there should be some mechanism to allow that to happen. So that's my first concern. My second is that on a more general basis, I mean, we've got a target of 110 megawatts of electricity, and we know we're only achieving 22 megawatts at the moment, so we've got a long way to go. And this does provide 15 megawatts of power. Assuming that that's what's needed to make a site viable, should we expect to see applications for another 2, 3, 4, 5 of these size sites in northeast Somerset? Where are the limits? Where's the boundaries? We seem to lack any type of a master plan. So it seems that we've got this puzzle where we've got on this side, we've got renewable energy requiring green fields to be taken up. On this side, we've got a 5-year housing supply. As we've seen in places like Keynsham, we're seeing green fields being turned into housing. And in the middle of that, we've got our agriculture and our fields. And it doesn't seem to me that we have an overall strategy or plan or boundaries or limits on how those three are going to work. So we need, maybe not today, but we need to find an overall strategy to balance those three objectives. And I am concerned that we seem to be looking at these field by field rather than an overall strategy. But generally, I am cautiously supportive of this application.
I don't think you had anything there in particular for anyone to address, but your points on the policy are noted, and I agree with you. Councillor Appleyard, you had your hand up just now.
Hello, no, that's better. Yeah, no, I'm hugely supportive. I mean, I think it's always been a great thing that we have that vision to basically farm the sun, and I think the sun will always be there. So I don't think we've got any problems going on there. And if technology changes, it will change. But I mean, we've already looked to put in a condition there to tidy up the site, and that's all we need to do, because we're not the commercial side of it. And I think we let the industry manage itself. And if other applications come in, hopefully we've answered so many of the questions today that if other applications come in, we can actually be in a better position to to make a decision on that. And I think it's only for the good. So yeah, lovely.
If there's nothing else anybody wants to contribute, we'll go to the vote. So we have, the motion is to support the officer's recommendation, but delegate to permit to allow for some agreement to be made on end of life and decommissioning. Is that all okay? Understood?
Yeah, understood.
Right, happy with that? Okay, so proposed by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Davis. All those in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. If everybody's, that's quite a long debate, but I'd like to get another one under our belt before we just stop maybe for 10, 15 minutes and get a hot drink. I know it's a long afternoon, and especially sorry for the people who are waiting for later applications to be heard, but if we can get Froome House done, then I'll give you a bit longer to go and get a hot drink. Okay, is the officer ready?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for bearing with us to this point. So this site is a site that you will likely be familiar with on the planning committee. There was a previous application for this site that came to committee in February of this year. The site is Froome House, which is situated on the southern side of the Lower Bristol Road in the Westmoreland ward. It's located at the junction with Jews Lane, which I think we had quite a bit of discussion on earlier this afternoon. So the same sort of geographic area. This is an aerial image of the site. You can see Froome House in the centre there. The surrounding area is characterised by a mixture of both commercial and residential buildings. The neighbourhood of Oldfield Park and Twerton are located to the south. These are predominantly residential areas. The Western Lock Retail Park and Lidl Supermarket are located to the north. And then again to the south of the site, the Great Western Railway line runs east to west across the south of the site. This is a very similar view, but looking from the opposite perspective, from the north looking south. You can see the commercial warehouse buildings in the foreground there. So this is the site. This is the site itself. The site currently contains two different uses. You can see in the ground floor there's the tyre fitting garage, which is a commercial use, and then above that at first and second floor level are separate offices. This is an extension to the building that was added in the early part of the 21st century. The Twerton Post Office used to stand on this part of the site, but it was demolished and converted to offices in the early 21st century. So this is directly opposite the site, looking towards the Golden Fleece Public House and the rear of the Western Lock Retail Park. You can see the Lidl Supermarket on the right-hand side of that image. That's a Grade 2 listed building, the former Cabinet Makers Factory. And then further down that street, you've got the footbridge over to Locksbrook on the northern bank of the Avon. This is the rear of the site, so the rear wall of the building. You can see the small parking forecourt area there, which is accessed from Jews Lane. And that's looking south from the rear of the site. You can see the raised railway embankment there, and then there's houses further south there, which are on Albany Road. That's about 60 metres south of the building at Froome House. So this is opposite the site on Jews Lane. So to the east of the site, you've got the Old Bakery development. So that's a mixed-use development of 63 student bed spaces and flexible employment accommodation, which was granted permission by the council in September 2019. As you can see, the development's in its latter stages and is likely to be completed fairly soon. So the proposed development that we're considering this afternoon is an application seeking full planning permission for change of use of the offices at the site to create student accommodation. The student accommodation would comprise 13 studio bedrooms and 2 6-bedroom cluster flats. So that would create a grand total of 25 student bed spaces. There's no extensions to the building proposed, so all of the works would be internal within the building to allow the student accommodation to be developed. The only proposed external works are to install cycle parking facilities, bin storage and recycling facilities, renewable energy equipment, and to remove a fire escape, which is located at the rear of the building. So I'll run you through what that looks like in terms of plans a bit more closely now. So this is the proposed ground floor plan. You can see to the left of the site, there's the garage, which is being retained, unaltered by the development. So the tyre garage will be retained. And to the right-hand side, you can see the ground floor level of the proposed student accommodation. You can see 2 studios are proposed at ground level in addition to a reception area. The reception area would include the students' mail facilities. And to the rear of the site, access from Jews Lane, you can see 2 proposed parking spaces there, one of which is an accessible space, and the other is for drop-off and collection of students from the site. There's a bin store and a cycle parking store, which would include parking for a total of 10 bikes, as well as charging facilities for e-scooters or e-bikes as well. There's also a small sort of seating area, amenity area right in the corner there. Turning to the first floor layout, we've got a combination of studios and cluster flats. So there's 7 studio units at first floor level located to the right-hand side, and then to the left-hand side we've got the 6-bedroom cluster flat with its communal facilities at the western end of the site. The second floor plan is a very similar arrangement. The element of the offices to the eastern side of the site is only 2 stories, so this is a smaller level. Only got 4 studios at this level, plus another of the cluster flats there. As discussed, externally, very few changes to the building, so the elevations don't really show you a great deal. The only thing I would highlight would be the infill of the fire escape, which is located in the lower image on the left-hand side. This will just be replaced with materials to match the existing building. And you can see the proposed cycle parking and bin storage facilities there, which will be accessed from Jews Lane. So they're the main external changes to the building. So the application is recommended for permission, or is recommended that is delegated to permit. There is a Section 106 agreement which needs to be negotiated and secured. That's relating to financial contribution in relation to local parks and green space improvement. That contribution totals £23,400. A series of conditions set out in the officer's report as well. I would highlight that officers are proposing that condition number 12, relating to resident parking restriction enforcement measures, is actually removed from consideration because this condition duplicates measures included within the student management plan. So essentially, for efficiency, we're suggesting that the student management plan, which is condition 13, supersedes condition 12, and condition 12 is removed from consideration. So that concludes the officer's presentation, and I'll be happy to take any questions following the speakers. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have 5 speakers. First up, I believe Jenny Backoff and Alex Sherman are sharing 3 minutes. Shall I leave you to switch over when you're ready?
The previous application was refused. This new application was raised without anyone being advised locally, unlike the previous one. Why did the developers not want to warn us? This area is already saturated with student housing and Jews Lane student block presently being built. We are going through a cost of living crisis. Twerton is not an affluent area. Most locals shop in Lidl to keep their costs down and are struggling to buy even bare essentials in Lidl when the students are around, as the shelves are empty. Locals cannot afford to then just go to another supermarket and pay more. It's not just down to Lidl's ordering system, it's the amount of students in this area already. Students in all these blocks do bring cars, even when advised not to. Jews Lane block will be no different, as will this development be. Nobody is policing this at all, even when the developers stated they will. It is all the local residents that suffer with no support from even universities. This does not release HMO, it just means more students in the same area. The traffic already at this junction with Jews Lane is dangerous with several near misses. It is a fatality waiting to happen. The drop-off spaces won't work. They will end up parking on Jews Lane, blocking traffic and causing an accident. There will be residential parking zones starting soon right next to our area, and this will only push cars out to this area when bad enough with students parking in our area already, and more from the Jews Lane development, and this if passed. Please refuse this application.
Thank you. My name is Alex Sherman. I'm the Chief Executive of Bath Preservation Trust. We maintain an in-principle objection to the speculative provision of purpose-built student accommodation and the resulting impact on the residential character of the townscape. The site is located in an area of 25% HMO saturation. There is a high concentration of PBSA within the immediate setting of the proposed development, including Twerton Mill, Waterside Court and Charlton Court, with an approximate provision of 915 bed spaces. Schemes at the Old Bakery and Jubilee Centre have been permitted for an additional 183 bed spaces, making a total of 1,098 within the local area. We therefore maintain that this development would contribute to the disproportionate quantity of student housing in the area. The case officer states that the provision of PBSA would mean that students do not need to occupy further market housing, thereby preserving the existing housing stock. There is, however, no evidence that the development of private student accommodation has returned existing HMOs to the family housing market, or that it's resulted in a significant reduction in applications for changes of use to HMO status. This similarly does not account for HMOs being a typically more affordable and attractive choice of students. We are not opposed to the controlled provision of student accommodation where demand can be justified in partnership with an education provider. However, we remain strongly opposed to speculative and opportunistic development that in many cases offers accommodation at a premium price point. A previous
Could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
I will do, thank you. A previous application was refused at Planning Committee in February 2022 with the reasons for refusal including the over-provision of student housing resulting in an inappropriate housing mix in the locality contrary to policy CP10. We maintain that this development would result in oversaturation of student accommodation in the area with insufficient justification of demand. We therefore call for this to be refused. Thank you.
Could I have Matthew Halstead, please?
Thank you, Chair. Our last application was refused permission due to its design. Members considered that the building was too large, resulting in detrimental impacts to the street scene, heritage and residential amenity. Members also expressed concerns over the loss of office space and an over-provision of students in the area. We have listened carefully to your concerns. The scheme now comprises the change of use of the building only to provide 25 student bed spaces, a reduction of 41 beds. Therefore, those issues previously raised concerning design, heritage and amenity have been addressed, as there will be no material difference in the appearance of the building. This leaves the residual issues of loss of office space and an over-provision of students. Policy ED1B seeks to protect the loss of office space. However, the policy's supporting text states it is not applicable to PBSA proposals. Regardless, the site has been marketed for 3 years, with there being no commercial interest. This is why the building has stood vacant for so many years. With respect to the issues of student over-provision, it seemed from the previous committee that the matter was informed by the number of HMOs in the locality. HMOs provide housing for different social groups, such as contract workers, those on housing benefit, young professionals and students. Therefore, the presence of HMOs does not necessarily equate to the presence of students. Regardless, our proposal is for PBSA, which is not a HMO. It provides an environment in which student welfare and behaviour can be managed. We feel that the occupancy of this vacant building with student residents would add vibrancy to the area. These students will have chosen Bath as a place to study based on the quality of its educational institutions and the attractive and welcoming nature of the city. Despite the perceptions of many, Students take their studies seriously and are not disruptive to the local community. After making a freedom of information request, Avon and Somerset Police have confirmed that during the last 3 years, not a single complaint has been received from residents in the local area with regard to student behaviour. It is hoped that this significant reduction in student beds now proposed will alleviate concerns that members may have held on student numbers. Planning policy confirmed that the principle of student development at the site is acceptable. The latest application has a majority of public support submitted to it. The consensus from those who have commented on the application is that they want to see this long-standing vacant building redeveloped. We have responded positively to the comments of the Planning Committee. We have worked with planning officers to establish a new use for this building, but the only one that we can identify as being viable is being student use, and that does take account of potential use for residential. I would therefore kindly request that members grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor June Player.
Thank you. I find it very disappointing that the developer is still proposing this development to be for student accommodation, even though this was one of the reasons the previous one was refused. Yes, there has been a reduction in student bed numbers, but it still does not make it right, and it will still result in increasing an inappropriate housing mix in the locality, and so not accord with the policy CP10. Another reason the previous proposal was refused was because it would result in the loss of commercial office space, contrary to policy ED1B. This situation still stands, so there are 2 legitimate policy reasons to again refuse this proposal. However, should the committee decide that housing is, in spite of policy ED1B, acceptable here, then the type of housing should be C3 residential. This is what is really needed, and not more student accommodation, certainly in this locality, which, as is well known, there is already a huge imbalance of between student and non-student numbers, in favour of student numbers. In my experience of living in the area and being its ward councillor for 11 years, I am well aware that most of the HMOs are student ones, and the enormous changes I have witnessed are immense. I have seen the loss of good mixed communities. To no longer know one's neighbours, or for children to lose their friends or have none nearby, and to see the resulting neglect and then the pride in their neighbourhood disappear has been soul-destroying for so many. I have previously given figures for HMO numbers, the majority of which are student ones, and the existing purpose-built student accommodation numbers within a 6-minute walk of Froome House, which also did include the 661 in Charlton and Waterside Courts, and 63 in the old bakery opposite Froome House. And the difference between these and the long-term resident numbers is massive. To add more student numbers with another purpose-built student block is wrong and will obviously increase this situation even more. This leads on to another policy-based reason for refusal, D6 residential amenity, as this location has an over-concentration of students in both the many HMOs and existing purpose-built student accommodation blocks. I see in the Case Officers Committee report of June 2022, page 11, paragraph 1, line 7, that census data in relation to tenure is referred to, yet this is 10 years out of date, as it is for 2011, and it is over the last 10 years that there has been an explosion of student accommodation, both in HMOs and purpose-built student blocks in this part of Bath, and accordingly, a huge increase in student numbers. For the sake of fairness to all, before a decision is made today, I would like to ask that this information is amended in line with the 2021 census details, which have started to become available as of yesterday. Also, the figures given in the case officer's report are for the whole of Westmoreland Ward and not for this specific area of it, which is what is in question here. Another point I would like to raise is that there is a high demand for one-bed social housing units, and currently out of the 5,785 households on the Home Search Register, there are 3,183 in need of this type of accommodation, which this site could contribute to easing in a small way. Also, though, page 11, para 3, fourth line down, it states that the site has quite a number of environmental and geographical constraints, including pollution, noise, lack of outdoor space, and potential disturbance from neighbouring businesses that weigh against housing development here. If this is the case, then how can it be acceptable to have anyone living here? Why should students get such a rotten deal if it is deemed apparently acceptable for them? Should this site therefore not remain as commercial office space? Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you. Councillor Blair, Councillor Romero.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very grateful to you for allowing me to speak. As you will, I'm sure, appreciate, Froome House is not in Southdown, but its impacts will impact on residents of Southdown. I will try and be brief. I'd like to start by saying this is better than it was, but just because an application is better doesn't make it right. Before I get any further, I do need to state, though, that I prefer PBSAs to the continued changes from family housing to HMOs. But the big barrier that comes up time and time again is how much more rents are in PBSAs than in HMOs. This is easily demonstrated by, despite many PBSAs being built, few HMOs have come back into use as much needed family housing. If it were a planning decision, I would ask you to find a way of capping rents in PBSAs. But on matters that you do have a say on, please note my continued concerns around having no parking allowed on the Froome House site. There will undoubtedly be an impact on the already densely parked up streets nearby, particularly Albany Road and Loxton, but also in King George's Road opposite. My other concern on this particular development is the proximity of Bathwick Tyres. This is a very well-respected business and has lots of customers throughout the day. I think the constant noise, levels of vehicle emissions and particulates associated with tyre replacements, etc., won't create a very pleasant living environment for the students. I hope you won't think me a killjoy, but I fear too that the forecourt, when not in use by the business, will be used as a social space by these students and also those at the old bakery. I hope you will agree with me that this proposal is wrong for this location in terms of the existing businesses on future residents and in terms of impact on parking for current residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Romero. So we can move to questions, but before we do that, I think Richard just wanted to have a word about the census data.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It came up in briefing yesterday because, of course, the census was released yesterday, literally whilst we were in the briefing. We've had a look at that. So far, Office of National Statistics has only released the high-level national population data by region, by local authority. It hasn't broken down the ward level or the output areas. The population makeup and mixed data is forecast to be released in October, November this year. And I think one of the requests from Councillor Player was that could we hold off making a decision on this until we've had that information to supplement the report. We couldn't reasonably withhold making a decision on this pending the outcome of that data. Appreciate that the census data referred to in the report is from 2011 census, being the last census before the one that's just been released, and it is 10 years out of date. Available, The 2021 release data is not going to be available until much later this year, unfortunately. So the figures quoted there is what is available publicly at the moment.
Thank you. Right, questions? Councillor Crossley.
Yes, Chair, I've got 4 questions, if that's okay. My first one is parking. Residential parking shall be submitted to 1K. How do you think that will be enforced in the light of the fact that the general perception is that no other parking restrictions on students are getting effectively enforced?
So I understand there's a range of enforcement measures proposed within the student management plan. So if it really relies on residents in the local area keeping their eye out and seeing if residents of the development were using cars to access the site. If they do see that, they report it to the management company of the student development. And obviously they have a term in their tenancy agreement, and there's a protocol outlined that they would be, I think it's a 3-strike policy essentially, and that's the procedure that's set out, and that would be secured by condition. So if they were to report that to the council's planning enforcement team, we would follow up with the developer and ensure that the management plan is enforced in line with the condition.
Thank you very much. That would seem to indicate to me that you're asking people like June Player and Dina Romero and myself to do much more reporting and engaging with residents, because that's not happening at the moment. People despair. Second question, if we grant this planning application, how confident are you that this scheme as developed, they can't come back in 9 months' time and say, oops, we'd like to turn the bottom into students as well?
I couldn't really comment on that. I'm tasked with assessing the application before me, and that's what I've done, and my recommendation is on the table. I can't really comment on hypotheticals in the future, sorry.
So I'll rephrase my question then. With the way this is designed and the way you've investigated this application, would it be possible to convert the garage at a later date?
I don't see why it wouldn't be physically possible, no.
Next question then is, why is there no comment from the economic development team on the loss of the commercial space on this application?
So the policy concerned, policy ED1B, sets out that change of use of office buildings to residential is acceptable in principle on the basis of national permitted development rights. This is apart from when sites are located in particular areas where office accommodation is particularly valuable, so the Bath Central area, the Riverside Enterprise Zone, or a town centre. The site's not located in one of those areas. Also, another exclusion is where there's a significant loss of office area that would be strategically harmful to the economic development of the district. Given the scale of this office building, that's not felt to be triggered in this instance. So essentially the application is assessed to comply with the policy, and the loss of office space is found to be acceptable. I don't believe they were consulted on this application.
So going forward, Richard, can we ensure that loss of economic space is always getting a comment from economic development?
Yeah, I was going to say, it does actually look like they were consulted. Sorry, I've got the database up at the moment and who was consulted, and it does actually look like, yeah, they were consulted on the 31st of March this year. It doesn't look like they responded to the consultation, though.
Right.
Yeah,
But
no,
it's not in the report, though.
We only report consultation responses received.
Right.
So we haven't, yeah, they were consulted 31st of March. They had until the 23rd of April, but there was no response received from them.
I wonder, Richard, if you could take that up with economic development and say, as a committee, at least one committee member would like to see comment from them when we're losing economic space.
Will do.
Thank you very much. My last question is, when you were discussing this with the developer, did you discuss the possibility of, rather than students, single-person accommodation, or did you just consider what they put forward to you? Was there any debate on the type of housing needs in terms of what we need for supplying the residents of Bath and North East Somerset?
We just assessed the application as it was submitted, and we didn't consider other land uses now.
Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a couple of questions. The first one is, do we have any idea what the proposed rent is going to be for these units? The reason I ask is it seems to be that there seems to be indications within the reports that this and this type of setup are going to relieve pressure on family homes and reduce the need for HMOs. But I can't find any evidence to support that. So do you know what the rent is likely to be per week or month?
No. The affordability of this accommodation is not a material planning consideration.
Okay, because the Cushman and Wakefield reports indicated that the average weekly rent for university provided was £800 per week, and private sector was £858, which is it's over £3,000 a month, which, if you were looking at 4 people sharing an HMO, I mean, there's no comparison. So this is not going to relieve any pressure on HMOs with those sort of costs. So it's really important that we understand what sort of rent values they're offering. Second question, on the number of developments, in the same report, it indicates that it shows a list of current developments. It shows that currently we have the Cricket Club, the Old Bakery, Hartwells of Bath, Plum Centre, Dick Lovett, Jubilee Centre, Scala, all in or proposed to be developments, providing over 1,000 bed spaces. Can we actually find any evidence to demonstrate that the demand is there for some more? Or are we just going to be providing overflow for Bristol?
So we can't guarantee that any of those permissions are going to come forward. So I believe a couple of those schemes have began on site. It's reasonable to consider that those will be completed. But we have to consider this application as currently submitted, and we can't guarantee that all of those schemes are going to be built out. As well as that, I note that there's no sort of cap on threshold set out in the policy. The policy limits student accommodation to particular areas of the city, but there's no cap on absolute maximum levels. So it's considered to accord with the relevant policy.
Okay, can I just ask one more question? Thank you. So we've already clarified the situation with the census, so we know that the census data is at least 10 years out of date. But even so, the census data used in the officer's reports shows that in Westmoreland ward alone, there are currently 300, well, in 10 years ago, there were 386 households of multiple occupation with full-time students in. Do we have any idea what that number is now after 10 years?
No, sorry.
It's not 100% accurate, but looking on the database for HMOs that we hold, so this is the February 2022 data, drawing a polygon around the Westmoreland ward, it looked like there were 3,003 residential properties, 661 of which were registered HMOs. Now, I can't differentiate between whether they're student HMOs, unrelated non-students or workers, but yeah, it was, according to the February 2022 HMO licensing data, it's 661, which I think is a 22%. Yeah, it was 22%.
So we've gone from 386 to 661 in the...
Yeah, but also the number of residential in that area has increased in that time. So
Yeah.
I can't remember what the date. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but there has been an increase.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Appleyard.
Yeah, very simple question, David. I seem to recall that there was an indication whether developments of HMOs actually had any commitment from any of our universities or anything like that if it's going to be student HMOs, and this obviously helped to justify that this wasn't a speculative build. Do you know if there's such an agreement in place on this particular build?
So I think what you might be referring to is the emerging policy, which is going to be in the local plan partial update, which is currently being examined. And there is an inclusion in that emerging policy for demonstration of need through education provider having a contract with the developer. As that's only emerging policy, is given little weight in the current assessment. It's not been demonstrated that there's an education provider in this case. I think I did query this with the developer, but I think that the reason that was given for it was the scale of the development. It just wasn't. It's 25 student bedrooms, and that wasn't seen as being large enough to approach a university on the basis of.
Okay, I'll resist asking a follow-up on that one. Okay, I'll do it in my speed.
Okay, Councillor McCabe.
Well, one is tempted to ask if anyone knows how many student rooms that Bath Spa are letting to Bristol University this year, but that might be seen as petty. So I'll ask, we have an emergent policy coming forward that student accommodation should only be on campus. How much weight can we give that?
Yeah, it's an emerging policy. It can only be afforded limited weight. We have to make the decision based on the policy that's in place at the moment.
Okay. Any more questions from anybody? Councillor Jackson.
I was just wondering if we should, I mean, we have noted on shortage of office space in the centre of Bath, reasonably priced. This went for James Street West and a number of other locations. But of course this one, I was wondering if we ought to be bearing in mind the fact we've had a COVID crisis and there may very well be less demand for offices because of people working from home. We know very well the council has sold off some of its office space. So should we be bearing that in mind, or should we just be thinking 3 years, they haven't managed to sell it, so this is a justifiable change of use?
So the policy doesn't require any demonstrated marketing process, but the applicant did submit a marketing report with the application, I think following discussion at the previous committee meeting in response to that. And I believe the information included in that suggested that the site has been marketed since 2018, so quite a bit before the pandemic. And I would imagine that things since the pandemic have only got worse in that regard. So I think I would agree with your general direction of thought there.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Jackson. Right, can we move to the debate? Anybody like to? Councillor Appleyard?
Yes. I certainly listened to what the speakers had to say and the concerns, and it very much reflects the conversation that I think we had on a previous application, and this almost mirrors it, except that it's not as large as the other accommodation. And if I was cynical, I would just say, well, the part that's come forward is the bit that's in the building and not the extension, and I suspect the extension may rear its head at a later date if this application was successful. I'm very mindful that there is a huge effect of students in this locality, in and around, and and it was picked up on the simple things like the the stock on the shelves at the local supermarket. You know, it gets swamped by the students and residents can't get into it and everything like this. And although it's not a planning concern, it's an indication of the effect that the students are actually having in this area. And we need to sort of try and just slow this move to a complete domination of the students in this area, because there are still families that live in and around the area, and we've got to make sure that they are still have an equal footing within that. So on that basis, I mean, I'm certainly not going to support this application in its present form, because I think it's just a different way of actually achieving what the end goal was, which is basically 66 bed spaces in there, because I think the external area will come up for development later on. I don't know whether the tyre place will change. I mean, it's an accessible tyre place and it does well in that area and everything like this. So I'm not very in favour of this application at all, because of those reasons of the impact it has on our communities around that area.
Councillor Crossley.
Thank you very much. I'm against this application, and for one real overriding reason, the need we have in this authority, in this area, is housing that is suitable to meet the needs of young professionals and young workers who are starting off life and moved out of their parents' home, wherever, and need to find accommodation. And it just simply doesn't exist in Bath. Your committee will recall that I spoke very strongly in favour of the co-living working centre just up the road from here a few cycles ago, and I lost that argument with you at the time. But that still remains my position, that what we need is housing that's suitable for single young people in this authority area, not students. We've already got more than enough students. In fact, we've got so much student accommodation, we're housing students from Bristol. And if you're a young person applying to study in Bristol, why on earth how are you going to feel if you're just shipped off to a neighbouring city when you've applied to go to Bristol? You know, and it'll be the same vice versa as happening. So I've got no problem with the report. You know, David's written a good report here. He's looked in terms of the policy, and he's reached a conclusion. I reach a different conclusion, and I think this should be refused because it does a lot of damage to the community around there. We've already got, as several speakers have mentioned, a very high density of PBSA. We've also got a very high density of HMOs. And I'm sure if the officer was to look at the number of houses not paying council tax as opposed to the number of houses that are HMOs, he'd find actually the number was bigger, because there's actually quite a few unregistered HMOs in the southwest of Bath, which, by the way, are now getting automatic planning permission when they, you know, up Coronation Avenue, where we've got very high density, they can just convert to registered HMO, having been an illegal HMO, and there's nothing that councillors can do about it. So we've got an imbalance in our housing provision, and developers keep coming back, adding to that imbalance. And I think as a council, we need to start sending a much firmer message out to them that the imbalance has actually gone too far, and actually what we need is housing that meets some of the needs and aspiration of some of our most challenged people, which is young people wanting to live and work in Bath, rather than having to go and live 30, 40 miles away and commute in. So I am against this, but I won't move a recommendation yet, because I'll let the debate go on for a bit before. But you can see I very strongly think we should be refusing this one.
Thank you, Councillor Crossley. Councillor Jackson.
Well, I hear what's being said about the problems with our current housing policy. When I was chair of the scrutiny panel for housing and economic development, I tried to get a plan out of the university and some consideration of the student numbers. Unfortunately, the government at that time took the cap off the number of students each university can have, so that although they've talked recently of putting the cap back on again, the fact is the universities can sell as many places as they like at the moment. But we're looking at this application now, in our current situation now. We know that 84 UE students were housed in Bath in September because the accommodation was not ready for them on the UE campus, but that I think was an exceptional situation. And I'm awfully sorry, but the fact is, under government legislation and guidance, and under our own current policies, we do not have the grounds to refuse this application. And so I'm therefore moving, reluctantly, the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Davis. We have a motion on the table to support the officer's recommendation, but our debate can continue. Councillor McCabe.
We had 4,500 people on the housing waiting list last summer, and we have no students on any waiting list in the city. So if a planning inspector wants some evidence, there's some, and I think this affects the local amenity, D6. It messes up the housing mix locally, CP10. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay, anyone else? Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I have to say I won't be supporting this. I think this area has suffered enough. It's reached saturation points with students. And I think inevitably when you've got so many of these types of developments, the old bakery, and I mean the 335 students will be in Dick Lovett sites very soon, as soon as they start developing that one. And inevitably when you develop these accommodations, the HMOs appear adjacent because the students want to be close to where the other students are. So I think this area has reached a saturation point, and I wouldn't support this now.
Okay, just a reminder to all of those saying that they need to find a policy reason for turning it down, but Councillor Hodge.
Sorry, I'm just saying the same. I'm being very quiet because I'm racking my brains for a policy reason, but I'm not going to support it either. So I was just thinking it would be a very unpleasant place for students to be. I think it would be noisy and on the road, and they're not minimum standards, unfortunately. So, but for all the reasons that everyone else has set out, I would prefer not to support this.
Councillor McPhee.
I think Councillor Player had quite a few policy remarks, didn't she, which we might be able to use?
Okay, well you can bring them forward if this one fails. But any more for the debate? Okay, so the motion we have on the table, proposed by Councillor Jackson and seconded by Councillor Davis, is to support the officer's recommendation. All those in favour? 3. Against? Any abstentions? I can't count. No, it doesn't know where. So that has fallen. So would somebody like to put a different motion on the table with policy reasons?
Chair? Yeah, I'll propose a motion
McCabe.
to overturn the officer's recommendation. The effect on the local amenity, D6 is it? Over provision of student accommodation locally, which is CP10. I'm going to cite the emerging policy, which I've given very small weight to. The fact that I am concerned that the office, the economic development team didn't comment on the office, but the loss of office commercial space. How's that? Oh, yeah, the amenity of the residents.
Yeah, I got that. I got that one. So we've got amenity.
I mean, the amenity of the
Students.
of anyone who might live in that
Oh,
space,
right. Okay.
because there's noise, constant noise.
You got all that, Richard? That makes sense?
Sorry, Councillor Jackson. I was just saying, I got from that the impact on amenity, which is policy D6, and the over-provision CP10 policy. I was just saying I would caution against using emerging policy as a reason for refusal. It's certainly a material consideration that can be afforded some weight, but it's not adopted policy, and to refuse something on those grounds would be a risk of costs.
Okay, I'll withdraw that.
Okay.
Loss of commercial space.
Sorry, yes, loss of commercial.
Yeah, especially given that there was no comment from our
Do you want that seconded?
policy. So, yeah, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Appleyard.
Yeah, as described.
So the motion we have on the table is to overturn the officer's recommendation for the reasons stated, proposed by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Appleyard. All those in favour? Six and against. So that is carried. Thank you. So apologies to the people waiting. I know you've been waiting a long time for the next three, but the committee's been on the go for over 3 hours, so I'm just going to let them get a hot drink. Committee, can you stretch your legs, get a hot drink, come back as quickly as you can? Okay, 3 more to go. Councillor Applegard has had to leave for another meeting, I'm afraid. Next one up is Brookside Close. If I could pass the office of a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an application for the erection of a 4-bed detached dwelling located in Poulton. The site is located within the housing development boundary. So this are the location plans. So the site is currently forms the garden, residential garden area to number 13. And that's just the aerial imagery there. So this is the existing and proposed site plans. So you see that the detached dwelling is located here, which is set back from this row of terraces. It's quite difficult to read, but there are 2 parking spaces proposed for number 13 and 2 parking spaces proposed for the proposed dwelling, one of which has an electric car charging point. The proposed elevations, front on the left and rear on the right, and then on the side elevations you can see a cut through with the positionings of the proposed soakaways, the existing culvert watercourse that runs through the site, and also the bird box on the side eastern gable end. And these are the proposed floor plans, ground floor on the left and first floor on the right, which shows 4 bedrooms proposed. And these are just some site photos. So on the left is towards the start of Brookside Close, looking up towards the site. This is number 13 here. And then on the right is just a further up the cul-de-sac with number 13 here, and the proposed site is in this garden area here. And that's just the site a little bit closer up. All of this wall to the side of the pavement would be removed to cater for the development and the parking. This is a side view of 13 Brookside Close. This is 13 here, and the proposed dwelling would sit about here. And then on the right-hand side, these are the dwellings that back onto the side. That's Valley View Road to the north. This is just within the garden area of the site as existing. Number 13 there, obviously, with the conservatory, which is going to be demolished. And again, the side of the site, I'm stood in the private garages, and they are said private garages. And this is looking down the cul-de-sac with 13 Brookside Close on to the side here. And the rest of the cul-de-sac largely consists of bungalows, semi-detached bungalows. So officer recommendation is to permit for the reasons listed within the committee report.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker, Councillor Liz Hardman.
Good afternoon, or should I say good evening, Chair, fellow councillors and officers. Firstly, thank you for bringing this before the committee, and thank you for allowing me to speak about this. I'm here as the Baines Councillor for Poulton, but I'm also Chair of Poulton Parish Council Planning and Highways Committee. We do not support this application for the following 3 reasons: overdevelopment of the site, parking and access problems, and risk of flooding. Overdevelopment of the site. The proposed application is too big for the actual site, leading to insufficient parking spaces. A 4-bedroom house requires more than 2 parking spaces, which is what is currently planned. If you look at the plans, there are also no clear details as to the actual position or levels of the dwelling on the plot. It will form a dominant view over the cul-de-sac. It is not in keeping with the character and appearance of the area, and the proposed elevations bear no resemblance to the existing dwellings on Brookside Close. Bearing all these points in mind, it will look completely out of character to the surrounding dwellings. And secondly, parking and access problems. The access to the new development is located at the end of a cul-de-sac through a road which is composed of a single car's width making it difficult to manoeuvre if an oncoming car is entering or exiting the garages to the east. Additional car movements will only worsen this. On-street parking is almost impossible in this road, as this road has to be kept clear, so access and turning is available for the houses and garages already there. If the new development needs to park extra cars on the road, this would make access impossible, or at least very difficult for the other homes in the cul-de-sac. However, it is the risk of flooding that is of most concern. A brook is located to the east of the site, which drains into an underground storm sewer, which is called a culvert. Under the public footpath, this culvert is between Brookside Close and Britain's Hill. It runs within very close proximity, at least within 20 metres of this proposed development. A development this close to a watercourse would, I believe, be contrary to planning regulations. Added to this, the Government UK website identifies a medium risk of flooding from surface water from this nearby brook. Another dwelling would make flooding more likely. This brook to the side of the proposed new building goes through a grating before disappearing below ground. At times, the grating gets blocked, causing the stream to overflow. This is a private road, so council drain cleaning vehicles do not clean the area. They also do not clear the drain, another drain which is outside of number 13, which frequently gets blocked in heavy rain, causing more flooding problems. This, of course, would be made worse by the new development, and I think we have pictorial evidence of this flooding, which was included in one of the comments from one of our residents. We have been told that there is a watercourse in a culvert which crosses the plot. The survey did show that the culvert was in good condition, but that doesn't mean it won't flood given an excess of water. For all the reasons I have stated, I still believe there is a risk of flooding in this area, borne out by what our residents have said and by our observations of the site. For all of these reasons, I do not support this application.
Thank you, Councillor Hardman. Questions to the officer? Councillor McCabe.
It wasn't clear on the map where the brook was. Is there a map with the brook on it?
I don't have a plan which specifically shows the brook, but this is the line of the culvert, and then this is the footpath that runs up here, so it does follow this line, if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Can I just follow up? Sorry. And are there any rules about development in proximity to a watercourse that you need to consider?
So the drainage and flooding team were consulted, and following the original consultation, quite a lot of conversation between the drainage team and the applicant or the agent was carried out, including site visits, and following that a lot of information was submitted, which included a CCTV report of the culvert, which was found to be in good condition, and the outcome of that information and the consideration of the drainage and flooding team was that this development would not impact that culvert or said flooding issues as a result, given that the culvert is located 3 metres away from this point. And the foundations of the dwelling are only 1 metre deep, so is unlikely that this culvert would be impacted, so the flooding risk would be unchanged.
Yes, just one question. You've got 10, 11, 12, 13, which are roughly the same size, and then because the new one is turned round, how much bigger is that than the 12 and 13, or each? What's the size relationship between 13 and that new house?
So the proposed dwelling is larger than the terraced house. This is a 4-bedroom dwelling, and these are believed to be 3-bedroom. We don't actually have that specific information. So there is an increase in size in comparison to number 13. I don't know if I can go back to this aerial image. The surrounding dwellings, have consisted of various extensions. They do differ in footprint, so it's considered that the footprint of this dwelling isn't going to be uncharacteristic or result in harm.
Councillor McPhee.
How do you respond to the accusation by Councillor Hardman that there's going to be parking difficulties in that end if this is built?
At the moment, there are no off-street parking spaces for number 13. And this proposal is for a 4-bedroom dwelling, which does require 3 off-street parking spaces. And there are only 2 proposed. So 2 proposed for the proposed dwelling and 2 proposed for the existing dwelling. But considering that there is no current parking for number 13, it will result in a net increase of 1 off-street parking space. So there is considered to be betterment than the existing situation. So that is considered to be policy compliant and acceptable.
But what about the turning of other people were coming down to turn there? So one of your cars, because you've allowed 3, is going to be on the road, and it's going to mean that the other people can't turn. They're probably going to have to reverse out of the street.
So with regards to other cars needing to reverse and use the garage area to turn around, that situation remains unchanged, given that the existing site, along the pavement, there is a wall. So the cars cannot use this site, per se, to turn around. And I mean, in relation to the third parking, the car parking on the road, given that there is a net increase in 1 parking space, this isn't considered to be significant enough in terms of parking highway safety issues.
Okay, I've got one more question, if that's right. Could you show me the size of the garden for the new house on the other map?
So the outline of the dwelling is here. So they will have all of this space here and to the side.
Oh, right. I thought.
This is the culvert that runs across. So that's not the end of the boundary. It does go up to here.
I see. I thought that was going to be where the cars were going, because you've got a charging point up there, hadn't you? Did you make it bigger?
The parking space which has the charging point is this one.
Ah, right. Okay.
And I believe that this is the car charging point here on the side of the house.
Right. And that culvert is running under the,
Yeah.
Councillor Hodge.
Yes, just 2 questions. It was about the change in the character of the area. What were the materials? I saw the elevations of the house. It doesn't look that dissimilar from the ones nearby. Are the materials similar? It looks like it's got that. Is that a banding across, or is that a sloping? It's got a flat front, hasn't it? So that's not a project.
Yeah, on the plans it does say materials to match the existing terrace dwelling. The materials are secured by condition as well, to make sure that those materials do match and so that the dwelling's in keeping with the rest of the terrace.
Okay, that's great. And just in terms of how much garden is left, because there looks like sort of 4 parking spaces laid out, but how much is left of green infrastructure there? Is there reasonable is the rest all green basically, or is all the front tarmacked to parking space?
So it won't be completely tarmacked. The front, number 13, is largely unchanged with an addition of a bike storage area. And there's no specific landscaping stated here, but this area is not proposed to be tarmacked. This is the garden proposed for number 13, which is the same size, if not slightly bigger than number 12.
Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Sorry, I'm just is this working? Yeah. Just looking at those parking. Do we consider a parking space when it can't be accessed when there's another car parked? I mean, one of those parking spaces isn't accessible from the road if there's another car parked on the next parking space.
So these stacked parking spaces they're both policy compliant. They do meet the minimum dimensions, so they are counted as spaces.
Okay. This seems odd that you consider a parking space when you can't access it if there's another car. Okay.
Any more questions? Okay, we'll move to the debate. Who would like to open? Councillor Jackson.
I think the discussion we're having about car parking spaces in an area, well, Councillor Hardman and I do not entirely agree on this matter of bus services, but in an area which is relatively remote and where the residents of this house are likely to be looking for work in Bristol, or dare I even say it, in Midsummer Norton or Radstock. In other words, they're going to need a car as an essential matter. The fact that there's this difficulty of the number of parking spaces that is appropriate for a 4-bedroomed house and the adjacent house, and the impact on the greenness of the area with the gardens. This is not really going to have anything you could call a garden at all, I don't think, unless I'm mistaken. I suggest that this is overdevelopment of the site, and on the grounds of that, overdevelopment of the site and inadequate parking provision, I think we should overturn the officer's recommendation.
Is that there? Councillor Jackson, you're proposing that?
That's a proposal I'm putting on the table, and I hope that another councillor will second it.
Do we have another councillor to second that? Councillor Hughes. Okay, we can continue the debate. Anybody else like to talk? Councillor McPhee.
I have to say that looking at the green space around, I mean, it is not a tremendously large garden, but the area, I think you'd be surprised how much it actually is, because that culvert is not going to be visible. We are getting an extra car space because of 13. I don't find much to argue with it, actually.
Any more for any more? No? We'll move to the vote. Motion we have on the table is to overturn the officer's recommendation on the grounds of overdevelopment of the site, proposed by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Hughes. All those in favour? That's 2 against. I'd say that's everyone, no abstentions, so that's fallen, I'm afraid, Councillor Jackson. So could we have an alternative motion from somebody, please? Thank you, Councillor Crossley. Do you have a seconder for that? Support the officer's recommendation, proposed by Councillor Crossley, seconded by Councillor Davis. All those in favour? 7 against, 2, so that is carried. Thank you. Thank you for being patient and waiting, Councillor Hardman. Right. Pond House, Freshford, next on the list. Just give the officers a minute to switch over. And if Mr. Adler from Freshford Council would like to come to the front again, after your long interval between applications. If the officer could start the presentation whenever they're ready. Would you like to hold on a moment? We've got 2 more to do. Right.
I'm so sorry about that. That's the RE committee, but I don't think it's going to be a miracle.
No, not necessarily. You can sort out molecular transportation. No, there isn't. Sorry, Angus, would you like to go ahead when you're ready? Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. It has been a long day, so thanks for your patience so far. I'd just like to start this one quickly with a verbal update, but I'll introduce the site first. So this is for Pond House, Rosemary Lane and Freshford. So we're looking at the partial demolition of ancillary outbuilding, conversion of a remaining outbuilding into granny annex, and erection of extensions, which also follows the demolition of the southwest end of the existing dwelling. So my quick verbal update to start with, it has been raised that a document in the application file, which is titled the volume comparison table, this sets out a series of volume calculations and is titled to read as agreed by the applicant and LPA. I would like to clarify that not all of the calculations within this document have been agreed by both parties, and those that are deemed correct by the council are those set out within the committee report. So this application is, as we read the proposal a minute ago, is for the demolition of one of the outbuildings on site and the erection of some extensions following demolition of another part of the dwelling. On screen you can see the location plan of the dwelling and its outbuildings here in the middle for Pond House, within a larger plot here shown in red, and then some neighbouring dwellings on the rear of Rosemary Lane at the top here. And on the other side of the screen, we can see an aerial imagery shot of the site. Here we can see some existing and proposed block plans for the site. On the left is existing, which shows the main dwelling along the southeast side of the site, with some nearby outbuildings shown here in brown, two more to the southern west end of the site, and a smattering of outbuildings here to the north. These are all within the ownership of the land. On the right side of the screen, you can see the proposed layout. So the changing colour for the driveway, it just indicates where the tarmac area is and where the new extension is here. So the demolished outbuilding is this one here, shown in the dashed line. You can see it removed from the left side. The proposed extension forms a link from the main dwelling to the remaining outbuilding here, which is outbuilding number or letter N. The link extends to the south and also adjoins to another two outbuildings here, and then forms the main leaf-shaped extension here to the south of the site. The part of the building, the existing building being demolished and rebuilt, is this southern section of the building, which will become enclosed within the proposed development. On screen you can see the existing and proposed floor plan of the dwelling itself. I apologise for the resolution of the images being unable to read the specific annotations. We're starting with the ground floor as existing for the main dwelling and one of the outbuildings. The reason the other outbuildings aren't shown on the ground floor plan is that the terrain slopes uphill towards the northwest. So these are single-storey buildings, but they are shown as the first floor. The extension down here on the left is predominantly on the ground floor into the garden space, forming the main leaf-shaped extension down to the south here. And then the first floor plan as existing, showing the main part of the dwelling again, and the single-storey part of the dwelling being demolished as part of the works, as well as the two outbuildings on site, one of which is to be demolished, as we can see here, as well as the proposed link extension, which then extends to the south of the site, enclosing the other two outbuildings and then forming the upstairs section of the leaf extension. Now shown on elevations, this is considered to be the principal elevation of the dwelling. So the southeast elevation. These are aligned, so you can see the leaf-shaped extension to the south here, to the side. It is on a slight angle, as the leaf doesn't come completely perpendicular out from the dwelling itself, so it is shown on a slight angle here. Same again from the northwest, so what might be considered the rear of the dwelling. Looking through the site, you can see one of the outbuildings here to be demolished as part of the works, and then the first floor extension for the housing of the Leaf. From the southwest now, looking through the site, and the gap between the main dwellings and the outbuildings, you can see has been filled in with the proposed development, forming the Leaf to the side, and then a two-storey timber extension here, which encloses the link at the top and just living space with the Leaf. And then the final elevation is from the other side. So this is the view you gain when you enter the site through the driveway, up to the garage, which is being demolished, and the link is being formed here in the middle, as well as the proposed Leaf extension to the side here. For context, here's some site photographs showing the front of the dwelling facing towards the southwest. So the Leaf would be in view here. Another shot of a similar view, move slightly forwards. Again, the same elevation is shown here, as well as the single-storey element of the dwelling to be demolished. So the link would be here right in front of you, and then moving slightly around now to face towards the southeast, or more just to the east. So the link would be here, sort of on the gravel imprint, as you can see. Some more photographs. This top one is taken to show the driveway and the gap between the main dwelling and its nearby outbuildings, and then the same view taken from the opposite direction of the gap between the house, the main dwelling on the left, and the outbuildings on the right. I will leave this plan up, as it quite helpfully demonstrates the proposed site plan, as well as the annotations for the outbuildings themselves, each given a letter. And yes, for the reasons set out in the committee report, this one is recommended for refusal.
Thank you. We have two speakers. So John Adler, Freshford Parish Council, if you'd like to go first whenever you're ready. Put the microphone on.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is an exciting development which is rare in our community for its consideration of the local environment, true sustainability and design quality, as opposed to development for financial gain. It has the unanimous and strong support of Freshford Parish Council. Freshford Parish Council has declared resolutions covering climate and nature emergencies with a focus on sustainability and support for Baines actions on climate and nature emergencies. Baines has a focus on net zero 2030, which Freshford PC fully supports policies and initiatives arising. The Freshford local plan, the neighbourhood plan, objective states planning and development to drive and support sustainable development. It's a key criteria within our community. Community groups are active in Freshford, especially in the areas of home energy, renewable energy, and the local ecology. The Home Energy Group has identified a need for exemplary homes in the community that help educate the community and showcase more sustainable design and renewable energy technology. Both Freshford and Hinton Charterhouse have enthusiastically supported this development, which also has the backing of all surrounding residents. The key benefits of the proposed scheme include integration with the local environment, utilisation of home energy through the use of solar heating, and utilisation of thermal mass. These important energy-saving aspects are not available following the alternative development approach using permitted development rights. The proposed development has far less of an impact on the openness of the green belt in comparison with the permitted development options. So this application is for an exciting development which fully support Baines and local climate emergency policies. These benefits are not available to the same extent through utilising permitted development routes. The applicant is willing to forego the permitted development rights should this scheme be approved. This is one of those rare occasions where there's a genuine opportunity to make a decision for the greater good. The Planning Committee is requested to approve a planning proposal that is an innovative design which fully supports the stated Baines and Parish Council climate and nature emergency policies.
Could you bring your remarks to close? Thank you.
With a development based on permitted development rights would not have the same impact and would also have a greater impact on the openness of the green belt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Rob Hughes.
Is that okay? Working, yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Robert Hughes, a Chartered Town Planning Consultant and the agent for the application, which is submitted on behalf of the applicants, Mr. and Mrs. Walters, and their young family who reside at Pond House. The recommendation for refusal is extremely disappointing and does not present the scheme in its true light for these reasons. The development plan is permissive of extensions to dwellings in the Greenbelt. The proposal would result in a just over 40% increase in the size of the dwelling above ground, not the 60% has been put to you in the report. The reason for the difference in the figures is that some of the buildings forming part of the existing dwelling have been excluded from the calculations. We do not agree that they should be. Members will also be aware that policy GB3 relating to extensions in the Greenbelt does not set an upper limit. The policy only states that additions of around 1/3 are more likely to be acceptable, not that over 1/3 is unacceptable. Preceding this, it reiterates that each and every application is considered on its own merits. Applications should not therefore be decided by numerics alone, but considered in the round. In this case, the house sits within a particularly large plot and away from neighbouring dwellings. In relation to both the house and the plot, the proposed extension cannot be seen to be disproportionate. Moreover, by virtue of the site's topography, part of the extension is below ground, reducing its effect on openness. In addition to the above, three very important considerations have not been given sufficient weight in our opinion. Firstly, the size of the extension has been reduced since the previous application and now embraces the removal of a large outbuilding. Secondly, the design of the leaf extension is an extremely high quality and unique design which attracts great weight from the MPPF and the design policies in the local plan. The extension is attached to the house and it is within the hard paved area of the garden. It does not extend beyond the immediate garden curtilage surrounding the house, and it would have no discernible impact on the openness of the site or the greenbelt. Thirdly, a Section 106 agreement has been included with this application, plugging the previous loophole that may have allowed both the permitted development and proposed extension schemes to have been built. This concern resulting in the previous application being refused. Therefore, what is now presented before you is a choice between approving the proposed exemplary design with the support of local residents and the parish councils, or refusal, leaving the applicants with no other option than to build the larger permitted development scheme of inferior design quality. It is also important to be aware that there are no objections to this proposal. So for all these reasons, we respectfully ask members to support the proposals and grant planning permission, recognising the wider benefits of the proposal in terms of design quality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Councillor McCabe, did you have a statement from Councillor Butters?
I've got a statement from Hinton.
All right, okay.
Hinton Charterhouse Parish Council On behalf of Hinton Charterhouse Parish Council, I am writing to give our unanimous and wholehearted support for the above application. We believe this extension to a family home is an innovative and bold design that deserves approval. Not only is it environmentally responsible and resource efficient, but it carries these principles through to its aesthetics, which we feel rather beautifully blend into its locality. This is a contemporary building that would actually blend into and enhance the green belt, and one that we would be proud to have in our parish. And that's David Turvey, the Chair of Hinton Charterhouse Parish Council.
Okay, thank you. Questions to the officers? Councillor Crossley.
Yes.
I haven't built them into this presentation, but I can briefly outline them for you up on screen. The Provincial Development Scheme seeks to erect a extension which would infill the space here between the main dwelling and the outbuildings you can see up on the side. It would be entirely within this gap, as the permitted development rights do not allow for sizes to extend past too many of the elevations. I'd have to bring up the permitted development clauses for further information, but the scheme has been found lawful in 2018, forming an extension within this space here. It is at the first floor level, not at the garden ground floor level. It is at the first floor level here. And in line with Class A of the General Permitted Development Order, it does match the materials and design to that of the main dwelling itself.
Okay, Councillor Hodge.
Hello, thank you. I just want to go through the volume calculations. So in your report, you state that the increase in volume is 60.3%, and I just wanted to be clear how you come to those that volume increase, which is significantly greater than a third, and why Tanbridge isn't applicable in this case, that finding. And secondly, the applicant in the talk said that the development under permitted development at the back of a property might have more impact on the openness of the green belt. I wondered if that was your view as well, or not.
Starting with the final question there, that is not my view. My view is that the permitted development extension would have a reduced impact on the openness of the green belt, being entirely contained within the built form of the dwelling already, and limited to what would appear as a single-storey height, while again also matching the materials and design to the dwelling itself. A brief run through the figures that I have come to regarding the existing and proposed outbuildings. The NPPF allows for extensions to an original building provided they are proportionate in scale. It specifically refers to the existing building and not the collection of outbuildings that are on a site. For this reason, and this is consistent with the 2018 and 2019 refusals for a similar scheme, the existing dwelling, or sorry, the original building, is considered to be the main building of the site here. So on the volume, I've flicked this on here. So on the volume comparisons plan is building pieces A, B, C, and D. This is the existing building being extended, and was the case for the previous applications. This application has been revised to enclose some of the additional buildings on site, so I'll flick back up to the proposed site plan. This one here. So as the built form links across to outbuildings M and N, as well as, let me get my letters right, J and K just here. They are enclosed now within the built form and can be considered to be part of the original building that is being extended by this proposal. So for those reasons, the original building volume for this application is considered to be larger than has previously been found in the 2019 applications, which is the combined total here of 1,161 metres cubed. There have been some additions on site which equal a 220 metre cubed volume addition, with a further 480 which is proposed by this extension. That is a net increase to 480, as it of course results in the loss of the outbuilding as well as the part of the existing dwelling. So combined with the later additions already, we have a final figure of a cumulative 700 metre cube increase on site, which is the 60% volume increase. With regards to the Tandridge case, the Tandridge case makes reference to... Sorry, let me find my wording for that one. Yeah, sorry, the Tandridge case isn't perfectly applicable to this application, as it does address replacement buildings in the Greenbelt, and I understand you've had some debates today about some replacement buildings. This is different. This is an exception to the Greenbelt that focuses on the proportionate addition to a new building. So it's not entirely applicable. The reason for its inclusion was... I'll have to remind myself now. The reason for its inclusion is it clarifies that buildings can either be singular or multiple structures on site. So this refers to detached outbuildings when they are very visually and physically, they can be seen to be almost attached to the main dwelling, visually or physically. So in the case of a detached garage on a property that's corner to corner, while still providing a physical space between them, they are read as a single building in some cases. And in this case, that is not the consideration. The consideration for the further away outbuildings are not physically or visually linked to the main dwelling itself, so have been excluded then from the figures.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
I'm afraid, maybe because we've been going on so long and I'm rather tired, but I can't somehow in my mind relate what the officer has explained to us very clearly and the general context of this dwelling, how close it is to the village, what sort of impact will be. It does look fairly screened and fairly secluded from that picture, but I just don't know the area at all, I have to say. So I'm proposing we do a site visit.
Sorry.
Just one. Both the speakers, or the different speakers, said that it was supported by all, and I can see the parish council supported it, but I was just looking, I can't see any comments from neighbours and so on. Am I right in thinking there was nothing coming in from them, or is that just a mistake from me?
I believe that is correct, that no neighbouring representations were received, just the parish and councillor supporting comments.
Thank you. I have a question, if I may. Is it right that the possible permitted development is not only larger, but is also less sustainable and environmentally friendly than the preferred design? And given the climate and nature emergencies declared by the council, I wondered how much weight had been given to that as special circumstances?
Yeah, so the permitted development scheme, again, while I don't have the images to show you, has been calculated as a couple of % larger in its total volume increase. The sustainability qualities of the site haven't been considered as very special circumstances, which would be required to outweigh a defined harm to the Greenbelt from a disproportionate addition. Sustainability qualities are Difficult to apply as very special circumstances because they could be applied to a differently designed extension, one that might fit within the 33% threshold that we have in our Greenbelt SPD. But it does certainly have its qualities, which would be a material consideration, but they don't qualify as a very special circumstance in this case.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
I was just going to add to that also the permitted development fallback could be as sustainable or more sustainable than the proposal that's here. It really depends on the construction that was used in that. The relevance of the permitted development fallback is just in terms of the actual size of a structure that could be built under PD.
Okay, thank you. Right, if there aren't any more questions, we'll go to the debate, and I'll open it up to Councillor McCabe first as ward councillor.
Visit, and it's normal to halt the debate at that point and take a vote on it.
Yeah, the trouble is the debate hadn't started. The debate is now starting, and the debate goes first to the ward councillor. So as soon as councillor...
Sorry, I heard Councillor McCabe to say, well, I'll open the debate, not I'll make a statement as...
Okay.
Well, I'll start by saying that Neil also is apologetic he can't be here for this because he is completely supportive as well. Some of us will remember the original application that came in when I was chair. We had issues over the size of it at that point. The applicant has listened and gone away and come back with a smaller proposal, which is now 480 metres cubed, which sits there in comparison with the permitted development agreement, which is 511 metres cubed. So it's 31 metres cubed smaller than the permitted development. So on that basic sum, in terms of the volume and massing in the green belt, this design is smaller and therefore is less harmful in terms of the massing and openness in the green belt, as far as I'm concerned. But we really get into the dark arts of volume calculations here, don't we? And whether it is actually 60% or 40% or 30%. I mean, the fact is that there is an agreed permitted development at 511 metres cubed, and they can build that. And what we're saying here is this is a far more sensitive design. It is a design that has the complete support of the two parish councils and all the neighbours. We think this is an opportunity to create something quite beautiful. How often do you get a group of people saying the same thing, that a piece of modern architectural design is beautiful? Not very often, but we think the community thinks that this is. I would compare and contrast what we have done today in terms of, if we go back to saying that you can take a single-storey equestrian building with a pointy roof and turn it into a hotel with 2 stories and 3 pointy roofs. That's a materially larger building, but that's okay in the Greenbelt and the area of outstanding natural beauty. We've also said that it's okay to take down existing buildings if they're not in use, and you create more openness in the Greenbelt and do your glamping pods. And here we're asking for permission, really, the applicant's asking for permission to take down some space that they don't need and reallocate that volume and use what they're entitled to create something beautiful. The other aspect then is, as well as the energy efficiency, I forgot what I was going to say, but there we go. Do you want me to stop there so somebody else can have a go? But so we're completely supportive. We think this is a really positive contribution to the local community and the local design, and the fact that the applicant has gone away and come back following our initial comments last time around, and they've come back with a smaller design on the leaf, dropped into the ground, we'd say that's far more acceptable. And thank you for listening to us and coming back with this design. But the most important thing is that they are surrendering their permitted development rights. So they're willing to sign Section 106 to say, we will surrender all permitted development. We're happy that you take that away from us in perpetuity. We're happy you take that 511 metres cubed right away from us, because we'd rather have this slightly smaller design. So I would ask my colleagues to overturn the officer's decision or delegate to permit or whatever. Thank you.
Sentence, can you?
I'd ask my colleagues to overturn the officer's recommendation and delegate to permit if
So you're actually putting that as a motion?
Oh, yes. Can I
Well,
do that?
I'm sorry, Councillor Jackson. As ward member, Councillor McCabe gets to open the debate, so...
I'm sorry, but I'm not convinced it's Councillor McCabe's place at the moment to propose a resolution when you've already got a request for a site visit on the table.
In the interests of harmony, I withdraw my request from the committee, and I refer committee to Councillor Jackson's request earlier for a site visit.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Can we do that?
If Councillor Jackson puts forward a site visit, then no, you can't.
I'm proposing a site visit because I'm afraid that without the context and understanding how this building impacts on the surrounding area, I don't feel able to make a vote. And I think other people who don't know Freshford like as I don't might feel the same way. And I'm sorry, I think we should do a site visit.
Fine, no need to apologise. So do we have a seconder for that, for the site visit?
Yeah, I think this is one of the...
Okay, so motion on the table is to have a site visit proposed by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Crossley. All those in favour? Three. Against? So that has fallen. So we can carry on with the debate. Fine.
Chair, can I add some context? If we could go back to the photo of the site.
Sorry, so I've got a list of people here who want to speak.
Okay.
That was Councillor Jackson. Then we had Councillor Crossley. You put your hand up to speak. And then we had Councillor Hodge, and then I will come back to you. You, Councillor Crossley.
Right. I think this is an incredibly complex... The committee had voted for a site visit, but without going for a site visit, this is so complicated, I will be going with the officer recommendation to refuse. So I don't know whether you've got Matt's, you're coming back to Matt to move proposal. I'm quite happy with that, but I should be voting against proposal. And if that falls, then I'm happy to move refuse as the officer recommends.
Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, I didn't want a site visit because I think this is a really clear-cut application. It's an extension in the Greenbelt, and I don't think it's right to call into question the officer's calculations and say it could be 30, it could be 40. I'm really confident that it is 60.3%. And we've spent a lot of time over the last few years discussing small workers' cottages, other modest houses that want to be developed, and they exceed the third metric, where their occupants have very little other alternatives, and when it's come to over 40 or 50 or 60%, and we haven't been able to find any very special circumstances, we've turned those, we've refused those applications. And I feel in this application there isn't any very special circumstances. I think having a sustainable design and features should be the norm actually for things coming forward. And I agree with the that if you try it, I don't think there's an aspect of the planning policy in the green belt that says if the proposal is more sustainable, then it's more acceptable to exceed that third limit, because then where would that end? You know, it could be, we could just have applications coming through all the time that say this is a sustainable application and it should be permitted. So I think we have to be consistent in the green belt. It comes down to volume, and the particular features of the design aren't I don't think they're sustainable, but I don't think they're very special sustainable features. And I would move to, if a motion comes forward, I'd like to support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Hodge. Councillor McCabe.
It's for me, it's quite simple. This application is 480 metres cubed. They already have permission for 511. So 480 is 60% increase on the original volume. What is 511? It's more than the one that's on offer. But that's all, they've already got permission for that.
I just want to clarify the terminology around that. They don't have permission for that. It is permitted development to do that, and there is actually quite a distinction between that. The council has twice actually, or the committee has actually twice refused extensions over a third, albeit bigger than what's on the table at the moment. But I think it is a distinction that needs to be made, that it's not something we have permitted, it is permitted development.
So have you finished, Councillor McCabe?
Well, I think it comes down to, you know, it's the volume over the volume of the existing building, but whether or not the existing building can be buildings singular, plural, or building singular. And what this property, as an old farm, this property has a lot of outbuildings that are no longer needed. And when the applicant is saying we'll take down some of these buildings because they're and we'll reuse that volume elsewhere, I think we should be more sensitive to that. And if that's you know, but if then you get an officer turning around and say, well, you actually can't have these volumes, then we get into this sort of situation where you know, people don't know what their original volume can be.
Okay. Councillor McPhee, did you want to speak?
I think that one of the things that government and the people in planning are talking about is the importance of having good design. And I find myself persuaded that if everybody that has looked at this, the councillors, the general public that's looked at it, gives it support. I also believe that the renewable energy is an excellent point that we should carry forward. And I could understand why it will be better, because you're connecting two buildings. You'll have a link between two buildings, so I can understand that the heating of that is going to be more efficient. So really, I find myself quite persuaded by that, and I'm disappointed that we didn't have a go at the site visit, but I found myself I will support Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Councillor McPhee. Councillor Hodge.
The volumes and outbuildings, because the outbuildings that aren't included in the design, the 4 on the end, aren't included in the volume calculation, but the ones that are included in the design are included in the volume calculation. So I think what you were saying about outbuildings and the volume calculation not being represented, I do feel confidence in the way it has been done.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I mean, it's certainly an interesting design, but that aside, I mean, first of all, I mean, it's always disappointing when we're told by the applicant, if we don't permit, they're going to deliver a worse scenario without actually us having the information to be able to compare the two designs or the two schemes. So that is disappointing. But I have to say that I do agree with Councillor Hodge. I mean, we need to apply some consistency to our policies. So I'll be supporting the officer's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
We do seem to be going in circles. Have we actually got a proposal on the table? I'm not just want to double check, have we? I don't think it's been seconded. I mean, I heard what Councillor Crossley and Councillor Hodge said. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm quite happy to go with that if I'm honest, but we seem to be going in a little bit of circles unless we get a proposal on the table. Yeah. 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 That's what I had, because I know Councillor Hodge said it's quite clear and I can understand. And I do agree with you, Councillor Hodge. So I'm quite happy to move the officer's recommendation as printed so that we can at least perhaps move forward one way or the other. So I'm quite happy to move that.
Okay, is anybody else second that? Councillor Hodge?
Yes, I second that.
Any more for the debate? Councillor Jackson. Okay, so does anybody else want to contribute anything to the debate? So the motion we have on the table is to support the officer's recommendation proposed by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Hodge. All those in favour? And against? So that is carried. Thank you for waiting, applicants. Sorry we've had such a long afternoon. Right, we're sticking with Angus and we're going on to the last one, 136, the Hollow.
Yep, so this last one's with me as well. Here we are looking at a loft conversion with the provision of side and rear dormers. This is a resubmission of a case which was withdrawn earlier this year. It's at 136 The Hollow in Southdown, within the Southdown ward. So on screen we've got a site location plan and the corresponding aerial imagery. Just for a little bit of extra context, the Mount Road here leads to the Southdown Co-op and fish and chip shop, just down on the corner here. So the Hollow, just for a little bit of extra context there. So on screen we have a proposed block plan for this application, where you can see the provision of the rear dormer and the side dormer. I've also included a block plan on screen of a extant planning permission which was granted just earlier this year for the erection of a single-storey side extension and some alterations to the existing outbuilding in the rear garden. So as approved, the side extension is shown here at a single-storey. I've just included it on screen to bear in mind. Here we have the existing floor plans showing the first floor and the existing loft. So your standard 3-bedroom house with a loft space for storage, and it has an existing front projecting gable over the first floor window here. And then as proposed, so the staircase is proposed above the existing staircase, which is housed within the side dormer, giving access to the bedroom up in the loft. And the elevations now side by side, existing and proposed. So this is from the front. You can see the side dormer has been hipped into the existing roof, set slightly back from the eaves down from the ridge. The side elevation, again existing and proposed. You can see the side dormer here, as well as the rear dormer now as well. And then the rear elevations show the same side profile of the side dormer as well as the rear facing dormer. Just some brief photographs of the site. So it's this property here in the middle with the car parked on the driveway. So the side dormer would be visible here. The rear dormer would not be visible from this angle. But as shown from a photograph submitted in the design and access statement from the rear, you'd have the rear dormer and the same side profile of the side dormer shown. And this one is also recommended for refusal for the reason outlined in the committee report.
Thank you. I have two speakers. Looking at the people sitting out there, I think I'm back to Andrew rather than Katie. So, Andrew Webster, would you like to come forward? You turn the mic on, start when you're ready. Swing it around us.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate you've all had a very long day. We've gone from the grand designs to our side dormer. My wife, Katie, and I have lived on the Hollow now for 10 years. We're lucky enough to have two young children. Our daughter attends a local school and our son attends a local nursery. As many others have done since the pandemic, we've been evaluating how we use our house and the space for our growing family. We appreciate we are very fortunate to own a house in Bath, and we would love to stay in Southdown long term as our family grows. We do really like the area, but we would like some more space. And as a result, we've applied for the loft extension being discussed and have those considerations about whether we can practically stay in Bath longer term if we don't get extra space. There are two main points we'd like to kind of discuss as part of the assessment. The first one being the symmetry of the roof line on the hollow and the principle of a side dormer. When it comes to the symmetry of a roof line, this is commented on in the assessment. The planning assessment asserts that the existing symmetry of the roof line and roofscape on the northwest side of the hollow is retained, whilst acknowledging that neighbouring properties 116, which has a hip-to-gable roof, and 114 has a double height side extension, are different. The broad conclusion on these being that's okay because they're the end of the terrace. This does omit the fact that 142, 3 doors up, also has a double height extension approved but not yet built. And this is a mid-terrace, mid-row house. And it's not really clear why this wasn't necessarily considered in the judgment. It also means approximately 20%, 3 of the 16 houses in our row on the Northwest Hollow already have an altered roof line, or approval to have alter their roof line. So I guess this is not really an objection against those double height side extensions that have been approved, but I do personally struggle to understand why a double height side extension with the roof change is necessary to do that, which are significantly bigger than the dormer proposed, are considered less overbearing impact on the street scene or somehow respond better to the local context than a side dormer that's significantly smaller. And as a broader comment, and I appreciate that some of the local area considerations for planning concerns are fairly narrow in their consideration. From my lounge, I can see 5 side dormers, and this is of the 3-bedroom semi-detached houses in our area. 5 side dormers, 2 front dormers, 1 hip to cable, and that excludes the 2 double height side extensions we're talking about here. The second real thing is the principle of a side dormer. So the planning assessment suggests refusal is based on the dormer size, its scale, its form, and its positioning, but recognises the design is set down below the ridge line, back from the eaves with a hip roof, with material choices that mirror the existing on the house. This dormer also faces up the hill, away from the town, so you have no impact on any of the views of the city or from the city, from the street. We also suggest there's not really much else you can do to minimise the visual impact of the side dormer, or be any more sympathetic to the character of the street dwelling or the scene, and therefore the judgment to refuse is as much a judgment on a de facto ruling against the principle of a side dormer rather than necessarily a consideration of the individual merits and whether that's an overbearing impact on the street scene. We do appreciate that council and planners have a very difficult job balancing the needs of ensuring the availability of sustainable housing for a diverse demographic in the area, whilst simultaneously preserving the beauty and integrity of the architecture that underpins Bath's World Heritage Site, one of the reasons we love living here. But in this instance, it does feel fairly punitive against considering the wider context of the road and against the principle of potentially having a side dormer and the real impact of that dormer when you consider the other developments already existing in the area.
Thank you. And last speaker of the day, Councillor Dina Romero.
Yes, it's me again. Good afternoon, or should I now say good evening, committee. I know you've had a very long day and I will try to be brief. The applicant, as you've heard, is seeking to extend their family home to save having to move out of one of the last areas of affordable housing within Bath, and so move out of Bath altogether. There are various factors which contribute to the unaffordability of family housing, which I won't dwell on. It is sufficient to say that keeping families in Bath is steadily getting more and more challenging, and this has implications for communities and community facilities such as local shopping centres, schools, churches, etc., etc., as well as adding to pressure on transport and onto roads coming into key towns and the city if a family has to move. It is perverse that we still have a policy which is actively against keeping families in areas they want to remain in. This application is for dormers on a family house to keep one family in Bath. What is proposed will cause no harm to the street scene and definitely will not harm the World Heritage setting. The only public footpath leads from the Hollow to Elliston Drive, and none of the proposed dormers overlook it. There are a number of similar side and rear dormers up and down the street, so allowing these ones will not set a new precedent. There is no logical rationale to refuse this application, so I ask A, that you approve this application, and B, you reconsider the policy on dormers as it no longer seems fit for purpose. If you do, though, have any doubts, please visit the site before making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Romero. Thank you for waiting. Right, questions? Councillor Jackson.
I'm a little bit puzzled by the officer's reason for refusal. It does draw attention to the fact this is a rather large extension and dormer, but it goes on to say it will neither preserve nor enhance the character and appearance of the street scene. But my question is, will it be detrimental? But what I want to know is, I didn't think this was a conservation area. That's the question. In which case, if it is not a conservation area, does this remark apply?
From memory, I can't recall if it's conservation area or not, but regardless, the statement would still apply in my view, as a place can have an established character, whether it's been designated as a conservation area or not. Does that answer your query, councillors, or did you want me to expand on anything?
Do you know if it's in the conservation area, Richard? Is that?
It's not in a conservation area, no, but the phraseology of preserving and enhancing generally comes from conservation area legislations and policies, but the general principle of it, when officers are having regard to the character of an area, they're looking at the design and how that assimilates or fits within an area. So there is a policy consideration to consider enhancement or preservation.
Well, but we don't actually have anything specific, do we? It's not like the Westfield neighbourhood plan, which very specifically states that the character of particular streets, the urban design, should be preserved. But that's not the case here, that it's down at street level, the policy, is it? Or have I misunderstood?
No, The character assessment is an appreciation of the area as a whole, so it's not just what you see at street level, it's when you stand in the street how you would appreciate all of the buildings and the open space, and it's that sort of general contribution of that adds to the character and appearance of an area.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Well, I'm just thinking of the various applications in Southdown which we have permitted, which I'm afraid would probably fall at that bar, but not to worry, those were different applications in different...
Councillor Hughes.
Sorry. Could you tell me where the nearest property is to this one that has a dormer, and how many there are in this particular road?
I would point to the end property here as probably being the nearest one. It's not strictly a dormer, this is the two-storey side extension mentioned within one of the supporting statements just now. There are some additional dormers on some of these properties here on Mount Road, and I believe you can just about see what is a front dormer. On the screen there, a very small white box which is against the sort of darker grain of the roof tiles sloping away, with some additional dormers further down the street of the hollow which come off the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor McPhee.
So how do you respond to the comment of the speaker that from his lounge he can see five side dormers? It seems, if you can see five of these things, and also if we go back to your front shot that you had showing there, I mean, the presence of a side dormer there, it's going to be pretty difficult for that to actually really severely alter the street scene. Surely I can't see much from there. So, two questions.
Yeah, the first point about there being multiple side dormers within visibility of the lounge window, these aren't dormers that I saw while visiting the site and may be granted visibility from a slightly elevated position. The dwellings on the opposite side of the street to this do have a very different character. They are a different design. So there is a different impact on their character with the addition of those side dormers. Could you remind me of the second half of your question, sorry?
Of the house, as we've got to try and imagine what a side dormer would look like there. Yeah, that's from the front. We're not arguing about that one, are we? Where's the side dormer there?
This is the side dormer shown on the profile coming out of the side of the hipped roof. So I'll show it from another couple of angles. So this is from the side of the dwelling itself. So you can see the side dormer now on a front-on view, as well as the rear dormer. And then if I flick to the rear elevation, you can see the side dormer's side profile again here, and now looking at the rear dormer front-on.
Well, I must say, personally, it doesn't seem to me it's going to be a very big effect.
Any more questions for the officer? No? Richard, would you like to just give that little bit of clarification on the permitted development pre-2008?
Yeah, I think it's always a bit of a difficulty, particularly in the suburban areas of Bath. There are a lot of dormer windows, and I think further down the hollow there are dormer windows on properties. Pre-2008, they were permitted development. Government changed the GPDO, and fortunately or unfortunately, whichever way you want to look at it, on Article 2.3 land, which effectively is the whole Bath World Heritage Site, they restricted permitted development rights, which means in the suburban locations where conventionally anywhere else you would be allowed to just do these as permitted development, you can't. The ones further down the road on the hollow don't appear to have had planning permission, but appear to be pre-2008 dormers, so they would have been permitted development. so that's, the council hasn't granted those. There's not a sort of change in consistency of position, but they are part of the character of the area. So I think it is perfectly reasonable to have regard to the fact that they're physically present, because they define that character. But when looking for potential consistency or inconsistency in decision making, we have to look at this purely as this is the application, those were permitted development, if that clarifies.
No, thank you, that's useful. Do we have any more questions? I'll ask Councillor Crossley's ward councillor to open the debate.
Thank you very much. I think it's been said by speakers that this is a largely residential area of Bath, and along with this sort of southwest quadrant, it's one of the most affordable, whatever that word means in the modern world, in Bath, areas of Bath for families to buy and live into. We've got a lot of families living there still, and a lot of those families are looking at how they stay there. By and large, the comment that you heard from the speaker that he enjoys living in Southdown is one that would be supported by a lot of the residents there. It's a nice place to live. It's got good bus connectivity. It's got schools. It's got a little shopping parade, which by and large is still viable, and the shops, I think, are all open, except I think we've got one boarded at the moment. So it's a good community, and what you've got is that families want to stay in that community. And often as families grow, people have their expectations to put in dormers or side extensions. This, I think, is quite an acceptable side extension. It's got hip roofs, it's got good design, and the question, therefore, that you have to ask yourself as a committee is it beyond the pale because it has a side extension? So Richard said that this was not an issue prior to 2008. Now, the residents just look at the buildings and they don't understand when laws change or how laws change. They just say, well, look, you've got all those that are doing, and you say, well, the law changed in 2008. And what it meant was that you now have to apply for it rather than just building it. So this household has applied for it. It's got the support of Dina Romero, and it's got the support of me, and we're the two local councillors. We both think this is a good extension. It is well designed, it fits in, it melds with the roofscape, and what you've got round there is a lot of houses have been changed. Some of those changes are not very aesthetic. This is certainly, in my view, aesthetic. So as a committee, the question you've got to ask is it the fact that it's a side dormer that's worrying you? Because the size of the extension is not. I've got no problem with the side dormer, and I reach a different conclusion from the officer on this. So therefore, I would like to move that we overturn the officer recommendation to refuse, and that we permit this application on the grounds that it does no harm to the World Heritage Site. It is appropriate within the design context of the local community, and it enhances the neighbourhood.
Thank you, Councillor Crossley. Do I have someone to second that? Councillor Jackson, you seconding the...
Yes, most definitely. I think Councillor Crossley's put his finger on it. People have built dormer extensions. They may have done so before 2008, but whenever they were built, they are contributing to the street scene, and I'm afraid I just cannot see that this, I would agree, it is well-designed, dormer and extension will detract in any way from the street scene. This isn't a row of White Liar's cottages or anything. The other thing is consistency. There shouldn't be a postcode lottery, in my view. We've allowed quite a similar extension in Bathwick after a site visit, just behind the church, halfway up the hill, and we allowed one in Keynsham. And I know these are different contexts, but nevertheless, it shouldn't really be the case that if you're living in one part of Bath, you can get your extension, and in another part you can't, unless, of course, that is conservation area. But this is not. So I'm supporting Councillor Crossley all the way.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Any more for the debate? Have you got your hand up, Councillor Hodge?
Yes, just to say that I agree with all the points made before, and feel the rear dormer obviously is very small and doesn't have much impact, and it really seems to be about the symmetry of the house, and it's not a conservation area. I feel a side dormer is less impactful than a side extension or a two-story extension, and it doesn't overlook anybody to the side. It's not going to be used as a staircase, so I'm happy to support it as well.
Okay, any more for the debate? No? So we'll take a vote then. The motion is to overturn the officer's recommendation for the reasons stated. Proposers, Councillor Crossley, seconder Councillor Jackson. Anything you know? All those in favour? And against? Abstentions? Are you against? Someone against. So that is carried. Thank you. Right. Appeals report. Any questions or comments on the appeals report?
Well, I'll just make my ritual commendation of officers for their
Indeed.
success of appeals along their
Yeah. So the committee is asked to note the report. Date of the next meeting is Wednesday the 27th of July. We don't have any site visits at the moment, but if we do, it'll be Monday the 18th. If you could patch that in your diaries. And I know, sorry, Councillor Hughes.
Sorry, just one comment. Is there any chance by the next meeting that they can invest in some decent microphones?
Yeah, that's been very annoying, isn't it?
We're running out. We're now sharing them, and
Well,
we'll all be on one microphone soon.
Mine's acting as a loudspeaker, which is a bit... I'll close the meeting now then. Thank you, everybody. It's been a long day, so thanks for everyone's efforts.